into the underpass here and gives over control of the point to Puerto Rico. And sorry, to Canada. Now, on the high ground from the right-hand side here, Seeker throws in the Dragon, finds Ander, wasn't able to TP out of that one, and Canada have the flip, so there's no point stalling for Puerto Rico.
I mean, what a smart matrix coming from Crimson on the offside. I mean, just was able to...
no value, unfortunately. A bit of an AKM play for him in that fight, but, you know, he's been able to get value from it before. Meanwhile, aggressive ultimate from Frack. Ram is still there with the follow-up. Devout is there with the Pulse Bomb 2, and Chile are absolutely in the driver's seat at the moment. It's map number 1 over Ecuador.
Yeah, Ecuador, unfortunately, again, they've tried to play this pharmacy composition before.
I like the fact that they're making swaps here, but they've got to move real quick if they want out of spawn. Nice position. You've got a beautiful wall out from you that'll actually protect Costa Rica from a lot of the incoming damage. Kalush has the rampage, might not even need it here. It's 84% and climbing for Team USA. Costa Rica
just let Brazil play themselves.
See what Brazil does here. Taking poke down incredibly low, gets Blossom into the back line. No kills from it directly, but everybody's chipped down so incredibly low. The healing resources are not going to keep Peru alive, and that's a fast team fight for Brazil with just a death loss.
Fast team fight and building steadily up to Poke's coalescence as well.
Maywall committed from Walter. It was not on the choke point though, so it doesn't get a lot of value. Meanwhile, Immortality Field has to be used because of Colombia's aggression. The rest of Argentina goes so low against this Annihilation. No support ultimate to deal with it either after the Immortality Field was used, and Colombia's already up to 50%.
Again, rotations.
Not been able to get more than 1 kill per exchange, but they have done a much better job of slowing the payload down here than either through A or through B. But in comes the Super Blade. Receives the anti, has to play ring around the roses, lands the slash, goes toe-to-toe with Baru, who is able to jump around the side, and they will find the pick onto Super here. But Costa Rica are significantly down in player count and continue to bleed out.
So Amelia has to trade it back and forth. The Widow, unfortunately, is about missing a few shots, leaving everything in terms of damage onto Frack side. Papo is there as well, so they do find Amelia. Papaloon will go down. Tracer now just a touch, 1 tick. Maybe make another. Finally, Devout hits a few shots, gets rid of the Lucio, removes that Moira 2, and just the Tracer to touch the point.
A fake one with a left hook and a right hook and a Tesla cannon and a juggling you back towards point B spawn. The payload is moving forward, but it feels like Canada may be playing with their food here, Billy.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the pursuit was just too damn good from Canada. I mean, they'll take that progress all day long in order to get the kills, and they take care of business here, and I wanted to see more.
Building that Blizzard here towards the cart 2. Super Gomez swaps towards that Nemesis form, looks to close out here. Blizzard committed towards Drummer's side to try to zone out the payload. Can anybody else here touch here? Now Annihilation committed from Super Gomez. EQO's also found Jockey coming back towards the spawn. Gatsby has been able to find him, but it's not after the rest of Colombia shut out Argentina and capture out on King's Row with 51 seconds left.
Yeah, and
literally 1 HP. The Nano Boots committed on to their Amato the front line, but Diego's already down. The Rowley and Nano were just on the Baskerville, who doesn't even have an ultimate ready to go. Or the Nemesis form now commits into it as well, but he's eventually going to be tracked down with a Discord Orb in Brazil. Bend don't break. I mean, they close out onto Peru now. Get that 2-0 victory. What a win from them over Peru, who at times put up a fight.
Into the underpass.
All right, welcome to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the Americas Conference. It's day number 5, and it is all coming down to the wire. Only a few spots are available for these teams to punch their ticket into BlizzCon. That'll be taking place later on this year. I'm Jet Set Jamerson, and joining me at the beginning of this broadcast, I've got Phil and Billy to break down Group B. We've got 2 matches on deck and 2 amazing casters to do it. Phil, Billy, how are you guys doing today?
Doing good, thanks. Looking forward to bringing you the penultimate day of games. Some really impactful stuff happening today as we round that final hurdle on the Americas region.
Yeah, that's right here. Billy, I mean, we have an amazing match to start off the day. Honestly, there are so many huge implications, both in Group A and Group B, but there are big matches that are going to be taking place today. And one of them that I really want to talk about is going to be Colombia versus Chile, which will be our second match of the day. That one is going to be amazing.
I mean, upset alert right now. The way that Chile's been playing up above their weight class and really rising to the occasion of this World Cup, I think upset alert is definitely on the cards here. I mean, Rom has been just playing their mind out. Frack on the tank. As we take a look at Group A here, I mean, USA's already punched their ticket. 2 through 4 there. Everything else is up in the air. And I mean, we're gonna have Canada versus Mexico tonight. That is going to be really what sets the trend for this Group A. Does Canada leapfrog over Mexico? Do we see Mexico take it from Canada? I mean, there's so many different storylines here for these 3 teams in the middle of Group A that it's still all to play for. And tomorrow we will have the finality of the groups here in the Americas, and 3 people from this group are going. I think the way that they're setting right now, I think that's the way that we head out of the groups.
Yeah, big question mark there. Can Mexico finish it out, secure that second spot, not have to worry about their final game? But Group B, there's only 2 spots available, Phil, and Brazil were able to clinch it up yesterday with their 4th victory.
Yeah, so for Brazil, it's easy streak from now on. They still have Colombia to play, and so we at least get a little bit more info as to the relative strength of the current 2 at the top of the group. But much like with Group A, it's the battle for 2nd and 3rd here that I think is super interesting, and we are seeing that today. Colombia and Chile is our 2nd game of the day, and if Chile can pull out this upset, they've got a relatively easy day tomorrow playing Argentina, whilst Colombia have their hardest match of the season in facing Brazil. And if they can't win that out, Colombia found themselves moving off that 2nd place, out of contention for moving into the LAN phase at the end of October. So this is all real up in the air stuff right now for the Americas region.
And these are the matches that we have on the docket. We're going to be starting it off with Argentina versus Ecuador in Group B. And that ever important match, like Phil said, Colombia versus Chile is the one that we're going to be really keeping an eye on there, because there are huge implications. Remember, only 2 spots available in Group B. But in Group A, it looks like United States, it's their last victim, essentially. On the chopping block there, Guatemala, USA currently 4-0. Guatemala yet to take a win, I believe, in this group stages. We'll see if they got something to pull out for us. And then we've got Puerto Rico versus Costa Rica. Again, still important matches because of what could happen there between Canada and Mexico in the end. Like you guys said, that is going to be a super important match. Even though we do have the 3 slots available, it's not all set in stone, right, Billy?
No, it's not set in stone at all. And I mean, Puerto Rico has to win out. Kind of like a Denmark, kind of like a Denmark situation right now in the EMEC. They have to win out, and they have to get some help from either Canada or Mexico above them. You know, some kind of a stumble to come out from them for them to claim that 3rd spot. So, I mean, they've got to play up to their level. They've got a 2-0 completely the rest of the way out, and then hope and pray that something good happens for them, because as it stands, they're going to be on that last spot looking in, and that's going to be a horrible place to be in.
That's right. Whenever it comes to these group stages in any kind of competition, really, there's two different tales, right? Teams that absolutely secure their victory, they're going to go ahead and move on, and other teams that have to rely upon the performances of other squads to see if they'll make it through. And you never want to be put in that position, but we do have that storyline going for us there in both of these groups right now. But let's go ahead and break down some of the matches that we got to see already. This is week number 2 of the Overwatch World Cup conference in America, and we had some great matches. I mean, we were seeing Colombia having some great standout performances.
Yeah, we absolutely did. And Colombia are one of the 2 favorites in the region for a reason. Obviously, they've got EQO on the lineup. That was always going to be a bright spot for them, having ex-Overwatch League talent. The rising star here for Colombia really has been Drummer, and you actually got to speak to Drummer yesterday on the back of that win. Really down-to-earth guy. A lot of really interesting insight into how Team Colombia works, and particularly working alongside EQO. So a really good performance from them, and Drummer definitely a player to be keeping an eye on.
I love this so far, especially when it comes to the Overwatch World Cup, because of course a lot of pride is on the line as well, but individually for a lot of these players, this is an opportunity to really flex their stuff, and getting that camera time is going to be so important. And of course, if you want more camera time, you need to win and you need to move on to the next stage. Colombia are on the verge of that right now. One more victory here will secure that spot for them. That'll allow players like Super Gomez, Drummer, everyone else from that Colombia squad to continue to show up and prove that, you know, they've got their stuff and they can hang with a team like Brazil, who are looking absolutely stellar. But we had a lot of other matches, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of those right now. That was our that was Colombia, I believe, taking their victory up against Argentina yesterday. But again, there were still some important matches. This was Brazil on the other side of things. This is the other kind of extremely strong force coming out from Group B, Phil.
Yeah, this is, I hesitate to use the word super roster, but this is a point that we've touched on previously. This is a time capsule roster from the time where there was a tier 2 scene in South America, and they have defrosted these players and they have come out absolutely swinging. So when we talk about like getting eyes on players ready for, you know, bigger and better things here, Brazil is absolutely one of these teams that we should be keeping a reasonable amount of focus on.
And on the other side of things, on Group A, we were seeing, of course, that kind of splits amongst the middle of the pack teams, I would say. I mean, you have USA, of course, right now dominating on top, but in the middle of the pack, in those 4 right underneath, Canada, Puerto Rico. That was an important match that we got to see yesterday, because there were a lot of questions, right, Billy, about the strength of Canada going into World Cup. And of course, they had to face off against USA in the first week, but I feel like they are really getting into form across the last few days of play.
I mean, they've shut me up. They made me walk back my statements, and I'm okay with that. Bon fête to Canada. Happy Canada Day, by the way, July the 1st. So yeah, I mean, Team Canada, they look like they're on that upward trend right now, and we'll see, you know, how they progress through the last of their schedule here in Group A, because they really do hold their own destiny in their own hands.
Yeah, you also got to see their see the Astronix spec that you really wanted yesterday. So I'm so glad that we were able to fulfill that. We're going to take a look at one last replay, though. This is, of course, going to come from the way of Chile. And Billy, I mean, the stocks for Chile, I feel like, are going higher and higher right now. We saw Ram really popping off on Tracer last week, but he ended up fulfilling the Genji role for them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need that close engage. Sometimes you need to have just that upfront lethality. And the ability to turn a fight and pull the focus off of a front line and allow things like the Frack Junker Queen to come through in spades. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. Really looking at Rom getting the job done. And DeBout. DeBout has been a very silent third as far as like the prong of the spear here. You've got Rom and Frack that are just fragging out. And then you've got DeBout on the other side playing more of a utility role. And I think that they are just playing so well together. They've come into their own. Oh, gosh, this is why I'm on upset alert right now. This is why I think that Colombia has to play at the very top of their game. Otherwise, they're going to get upset in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially when you're playing a DPS that's just looking to burst and provide that initial bit of damage, right? Your tanks are able to finish a lot of things off, and sometimes you don't get the right kind of recognition. So I'm glad that you were able to really point out what DeBout was able to do when he was pulling out that Ash on points. It looked absolutely fantastic. He was getting some great initial frags as well. It's not always about just getting that right, that one Hanzo one shot and then opening up the fight like that. DeBout is consistently there putting down pressure, putting down damage. So great to see coming out from them. But at this point, we are going to go ahead and take a short break as we get our first match ready. It is going to be, once again, like I said, Argentina versus Ecuador on the other side of this break, and you're not going to want to miss that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Now, after that break, we were just waiting for our first match of the day. It's going to be Argentina versus Ecuador, and we have Billy and Phil here to break it down. Now, in this matchup, Billy, I mean, while neither of these teams are going to be able to move on in the World Cup, they still have 2 matches each to play, and so there is still some importance in these matches for them.
I mean, it's setting yourself up for the next World Cup cycle. I think that's the biggest thing right now is getting your feet wet, getting the comfort, and getting the stability of playing on the world stage. I think that's the biggest thing for these 2 teams moving forward. And you want to get as close to 500 as you can. So I think that both these teams are sitting on an offer. So I mean, I think on paper, I think Argentina should take this, but we'll see what Ecuador has coming out the gate. I mean, it's 2-0 for teams, so somebody's going to win. I think we go 3 maps. I think this is actually going to be a really fun match as far as entertainment value. And somebody's gonna win. And I'm sincerely because of the Orisa pick, because everybody knows that I am the world's biggest Orisa stan, other than maybe Rich Rad. I think that Gatsby playing the Orisa just warms my heart. So I have a little bit of a bias there just because of the Orisa.
Yeah, that's right. So Argentina, Ecuador, both sitting at 0-3, but the map differential does go in the favor of Argentina, who were able to take a map win over Peru. So that puts them at the -5, while Ecuador sits on the -6. Speaking of Ecuador, this is our lineup today, and we've been seeing, Phil, a lot of Far Mercy out of them, prompting Emilio to really pick up that Doomfist.
Yeah, and for me, it's the Doomfist in this lineup that I struggle with understanding. We've typically seen it more on control maps. I'm thinking specifically back to seeing Nepal Village, and I think the other sub-map was maybe Sanctum. Like, the Far Mercy is a pretty standard pick in that position. The Doomfist is the wrinkle, right? Because there is so much you have to get absolutely pixel perfect with the Doomfist, to the point where it is easier to perform the same actions on a Diva, on a Winston, like other things that provide the same level of value. And so it feels a little bit to me like Ecuador not really setting themselves up for success there.
On the other side, we've got Team Argentina, represented by Oracle, Walter, Gatsby, Chaki, and Okuno. And here, Billy, I mean, like you had mentioned, even though it shows Diva there for Gatsby, it's been primarily the Orisa play, and that kind of forces the team to kind of build around it, right?
Yeah, it really does. And I think that for Walter today has really been a standout in the DPS role for Argentina. So we'll see how they're able to work this, because they did give Colombia some issues on King's Row with that Orisa composition as they went through the streets, forced a lot of play and counterplay out of Colombia. So I mean, Argentina can really play. I think they're a young team, and this is providing, like I said, that glow up, that stability, and the preparation for the next World Cup cycle.
But we're going to be starting off today here on Ilios. So two teams that have very different stylistic approaches here on Ilios. Phil, who would you give the heads up to?
I think it's hard to say until I see exactly what's being run here, because as we said before, Emiliox is not just a Doom one trick, but sort of favors that. I think if you look from a mechanics perspective and even a lore perspective, the Orisa heavily counters the Doomfist, like designed from the ground up to do that. And so if we see that Doomfist Orisa matchup, I just don't think there's enough you can get done with the frontline presence that a Doomfist has to overcome an Orisa survivability and to also deal with whatever DPS threats we've seen thrown their way. So I think, again, if we see that Orisa pick come out first, it's got to be going the way of Gatsby and the rest of the team.
All right, well, it's going to be Argentina, Ecuador to start it all off, and we're just waiting to see which map we're going to be starting it off on, and maybe Lighthouse here. Well, Phil, Bill, let's go ahead and take it away, guys. This is your match.
Thank you very much, Jameson, the Gamerson. Right, ready to go into match here. Billy, how upset are you going to be if we don't get the Orisa out here today?
I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to leave.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Haven't solo cast in a while.
No.
Still in spawn.
No.
Still in spawn. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, but I mean, just the look of it. With 20 seconds left, they were looking at a dive composition and with a pocketed echo. So I'm probably going to see this coming out. We'll look through the next map type possibly, and if we go to Ruins, we might see the Orisa there. But as it stands, as the two teams approach this, I mean, Symmetra to get you out fast, and then you'll see either Tracer or Sombra come on behind it.
Yeah, there's the Tracer swap as expected. Ecuador coming out on the Doomfist composition again as expected. I do think this goes the way of the Winston in an equal matchup here. Anti out already from Kangol, momentarily slows Chaki as they wait for that to expire. In comes the dive up onto the high ground there from Gatsby, was followed into that small room by Emiliox here, and Walter's able to focus down Pabiloon. So well, I was going to say early advantage here going the way of Argentina. However, Ecuador finding frags here and in a really good position to get the opening cap.
Well, I mean, what happened to Gatsby? Where's Gatsby? I don't see where the monkey's at. But I mean, Nobito getting 2 directs. They lose their life to the sticky bombs of Walter. But Nobito getting the early first frags, and this is exactly what they want us to. Now it's going to be hard for Argentina to get on the point. Well, I say that Pabiloon is just going to be under serious duress all game long.
Good opener, 2 fights in a row. It's Walter with the opening frag. And a big sleep there onto Gatsby will again just take a little bit of momentum away from Argentina here, but Gatsby should be back and ready to go fairly quickly. And down a support, Emiliox is forced to back out, find a health pack before they can come in and re-engage. Horel down here as well, and there's really only so much that Emiliox can do. It's a pretty quick flip back here for Argentina.
I mean, you saw Gatsby going to the air 2 to challenge Nobito on this Pharah, try to get the bubble up in time already. Duplicate online here for Argentina. And I think that you go into, why not go into the Pharah or go into a healer? I don't know if Doomfist is necessarily where you want to go. It'll give you a quick reset if you can work the tech on it.
Yeah, I mean, the tank swap not quite as potent as it used to be, but they might not even need to use that here. Walter, with just standard abilities, no ult required, is already causing significant problems for Ecuador. Emiliox already forced to back out. They may have the ultimate ready to go, but right now there's no real cause to use it.
I mean, all of this done in the neutral, that's a bonus. And they've got Valkyrie now as well available to Akuno. This will be a great amount of steadfast power for Argentina. They just got to watch their sight lines and watch out for this pulse bomb coming in from Horel.
Interesting, Ecuador have made a swap. Nobito moves over onto the Echo, and that was phenomenal stuff there from Walter. Here's the Duke, picks up the Ana, can't land the sleep, ducks and dives. Hasn't been taken out of this just yet, but struggling to find targets to generate the nano boost with. You see the ultimate committed there from Emiliox to find Chaki, takes Walter out of the duplicate here as well. It's again a big investment from Ecuador, and it's just not worked out for them, Billy.
I mean, the swap or the duplicate onto the Ana provides an instant amount of burst healing that allows Argentina to really withstand the entirety of Ecuador throwing their entire kitchen sink at them. And now the swap's coming through. Emiliox over to the Diva. So now we're going to see a little bit of an aerial threat being taken care of from Walter.
I think this is a much more intelligent pick here. Like, as much as you might like to play the Doomfist, the Diva offers you so much more, particularly in a matchup against a Winston. Gatsby, intent upon this backline, pulls out the pugilistic Fists of Fury and juggles Ken going back into the grave. There's no touch here from Ecuador. That's 100 to 34.
I mean, just too late on the swap from Emiliox to get it done. And, well, I mean, it was really Walter dominating the skies that we saw. I mean, early picks onto Pabiloon every single fight. The Mercy was just getting focused down, and there was nothing that Ecuador could do. So as we look at Ruins, surprised that I'm not seeing the Orisa here. We still have time to swap over, but Emiliox is going to show us the Ramatra here, and I have not seen Emiliox on the Ramatra, so this will be an interesting first look at that hero for them.
Oh, it's actually a swap of style. So we have seen this out from Ecuador previously. They ran it on King's Row a couple of times, and this wholesale swap to the Brawl. Argentina may not see this one coming, but they've certainly got the tools to get out of the way of it.
I mean, you've got so much sustainability and survivability with the ice block, with the swift step. Are they going back for a change?
Really? I think they must go, oh, well, this comp doesn't get into the sky, so we can't really fight Argentina with this.
I mean, it's quick recognition. I mean, smart from them to switch over. Yep, we're going to see a little bit of a long-range hit scan now with Nobito going on to the Ashe, and now Jorel will be on the Sombra. This is going to be a problem for not only Chucky, but also Gatsby with that defense matrix.
Yeah, this is a very, ooh, ouch. Not even time to make analytical commentary on this as Kemgong finds themselves out of the fight already. Gatsby might be pushed forward a little bit too far. And okay, the supports do chase them down, and they're back in the position to keep pushing this fight forward. And so Ecuador, while they may have made some smart swaps here, it's thus far not worked out.
I mean, that was really aggressive from Gatsby. I thought they were going to lose the mech there. They were like on a sliver of health. The same thing with Oracle, but almost has Pulse Bomb in the first fight. That is incredible generation for Oracle.
Yeah, 31% capped so far is really not particularly far into this map at all. Looks like Nobito's going to get isolated here. Again, it's Walter with the first frag. Nice connect on the stickies now around the corner to try and track down Pabaloon as they make their way around to the point. Back over towards Spawn here, and it's a hack onto Gatsby, but no follow-up for it.
I mean, I'm looking for Walter. Copy the DV here. This is a great opportunity to hack that.
Nice. Yeah. Great target focus, and they were able to get Okuno here. Okay, now for Ecuador, this is a big opening. A lot of damage and sustain taken off the table entirely. Argentina now forced to backpedal, fight over towards the point, and hope that they can stall this out until they get their full membership back in the fight. Gatsby will have the reset here, but as they no longer have Chucky, I think they're going to have to back out, realize when their goose is cooked. Oh, the goose is back in the oven here. Oh, and out again. It was done after all. Walter down, no chance of the res.
I mean, I think we're trying to get in there and get the duplicate onto Emiliox, and I mean, we're still fighting it out here. The flip has come through at 10%, but the skills are starting to come through. Once again, Ecuador now has a chance to stabilize. This is where Argentina needs to take a bit of a breather and then go in as a full 5.
I really want Ecuador here to be measured with their ults here. So they started out using the nano boost. That's onto Emiliox. Hasn't found too much just yet. Instead, we've got Walter with the duplicate again, picks up the Ana, forces Emiliox up onto the high ground and away from defending the rest of the team. They might be able to get back in here, maybe find a frag here with the self-destruct, but they're going to opt to hold on to that one, wait and use it again in the next fight. They do have the time here to take another fight.
They really do. And I mean, that was a smart duplicate out of Walter once again. It did get that nano up and keeps Gatsby in the neck when they were under such duress. But now Ecuador have some tools to get in on the point, namely the Bob. You can start with that. And then keep yourself alive through a lot of this transition coming through with the sound barrier.
That's a high ground Bob. That is super interesting placement. It's so easy for Argentina to get out of the way of that I feel like that's a bit of a throwaway on the ultimate. Luckily, Nobito is still here to equalize. Even if Bob can't do the heavy lifting, Nobito can. Emiliox goes for the self-destruct, makes themselves vulnerable, and Walter capitalizes. We've got the self-destruct onto the point. Nobito down to Gatsby as well. 99-40. A valiant attempt here from Ecuador, but ultimately Argentina just had the momentum and the read on the comp.
They really did. And I mean, that Bob suspect in the least. But I mean, it was all about Argentina being able to play as a 5, knowing that they can go a little bit more aggressive and that the support is going to be there to keep them up and allow them to regress back into the team. So, I mean, Argentina definitely smelling blood in the water right now against this Ecuador team. You know, I think that the early start off with the Doomfist on Lighthouse definitely kind of played into the mental battle here that Ecuador is going to be facing as we progress through the series.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we spent so much time gearing up for the Orisa meta from Gatsby and the rest of Argentina, and that we haven't seen that here. The other interesting wrinkle to that is that if you look at the way the team is put together, Gatsby is kind of technically off-rolling here. Like, Gatsby is registered as a DPS player for the team. Instead, we're seeing him pull duty as both kind of a main tank and a flex tank here, given the roles that they've played. And I think this kind of flexibility from them is a thing that needs to be really lauded and highlighted here for this Argentinian team.
I mean, you can see it in the aim. You can see it in the aim, and I mean, I wish I had that any sliver of that kind of aim. But I think that the real star of Ilios was Walter in the skies. The echo was absolutely perfect. Got maximum value out of it. Didn't die very often, and the duplicates both times that we saw it was onto the Ana. And, you know, the first one, they didn't get a nano, but the second one, they did get a nano, and it did help them secure and keep a point.
And I think the other role that Walter is playing here is, unsurprisingly, with the amount of the sort of the pointy nature of the echo damage, is finding key opening frags, so that by the time the team fight is like properly evolving and starting to become a tangible thing, Walter has already found a pick either onto Jorel or Nobito, typically, and like several fights in a row, they've fallen prey to Walter's aerial threat, which is, of course, the thing that Ecuador need to be looking out for when we move into this next map.
Absolutely, I think that Walter right now is the major point of contention here for Ecuador, and then you have to, if you can get past Walter and Gaspy, then you've got the back line that's you know, just basically having a good time here on a Saturday afternoon and getting the work done. So next map up is going to be Kings Row as we head to hybrid. Now, Doomfist can work here, so can Orisa. Do we get what we spent all those hours of research and game planning and theory crafting? Will it actually come to bear, or do we see something different come out here from both teams? Because, I mean, honestly, Ecuador, you know, while they didn't get a sub map there, they are showing that they can play. And Argentina, you know, they're just showing just a little bit more class in the mechanics and in the game sense. I think that if Ecuador really ratchet it down and get it to like a minute and a half on a defense, and then they give up a point, I think that it sets them up for success in the street phase, especially if Emiliox is going to be on the Doomfist. Doomfist has a lot of fun in the streets of London.
Well, I think we've actually seen this map choice specifically play out already for Ecuador in their game versus Chile earlier this week, where they were running Winston compositions on their offense and Ramatra compositions on their defense. I believe we very briefly saw a Doomfist for a scrappy recontest in overtime. But it seems to me that Ecuador really have a game plan here, and it's either the Brawl or the Winston Dive Brawl hybrid, given the kind of DPS they were playing here. And thinking about Argentina, you've mentioned this already, we have definitely seen them play the Orisa here. It seemed to me like, given that you could very easily and viably run the Orisa on all three Ilios submaps, that they've opted into running dive tanks instead suggests that maybe Argentina are here to play for real now. Like, they know that they maybe can't always get away with running slightly wonky stuff. Although, they are run defense, and I'm looking at some slightly wonky stuff here, Billy.
I mean, they went off the
life, Weaver. Okay.
I mean, I would have had a serious eyebrow raise for that. But this is actually a lot more sustainable, and especially with when you get Kitsune rush up, the javelin spin, the throw, the gold, all comes up in double time for Gaspy. That's a lot of sustainability, a lot of utility in the Orisa kit. You're looking at, obviously, cordon off space here with the May. So Walter is going to show us what they got coming out the gate. And, well, we're looking for an early pick. I don't think we're going to find anything.
No, I mean, you do this almost as kind of a good luck charm at this point. You pick Widow to try and get a pick, and therefore the ritual has been completed and it's back onto the Tracer. Ecuador, this is what we were setting up all the pre-game for, was this particular composition, and Oracle finds Jorel, and that is going to be much harder here for Ecuador to push in. You need Jorel in the back trying to take out these supports. Oh, Pantaloon as well.
Oracle. Hi. Having a good old time. Oracle falling very low, though. Does get 3 here in the initial fight, so almost halfway towards their Dragon Ball. There they go. I mean, they take down Kerengorm. This is a horrible start here for Ecuador. I think that you need to bring in something a little bit more sturdy in the tank department.
There we go. There we go.
Yep. Needs to be a lot more focused. And Orisa can't deny the Tesla damage coming in from the Winston. So this is actually a better play here from Ecuador.
And I wish they'd been a little bit quicker about it. This is a minute off the clock already, and a pretty disastrous first team fight for Ecuador. And the dive comes in. Oracle able to leap backwards, and that'll be up onto the high ground for them. Can Nobito spot them out before any kills come through? It's going to be the immortality field down already. Nobito not currently suffering a lot of pressure, and we've had our first trade. Nobito is not being given the attention they deserve here. Oracle is out of the fight, and now Ecuador have Argentina trapped in this hotel lobby. Nobito eats the javelin and gets run over by Gatsby. So for Ecuador, some good inroads made here. It might be time for a quick reset to allow them to get back in. Gatsby wants in on the action. There's the ult, and down goes Cairngorm. Miliox still in this. Chucky down. I think this is lost for Ecuador here. You maybe want to die ASAP. Good job, Miliox.
I mean, yeah, got to the mega and just fed over that extra 250 health into the ult department of Gatsby. Now you're running into amplification matrix, but a nano Winston engage could be the way that Ecuador unlocks this point.
I think it's very unfortunate that Nobito wasn't able to do the Yazan Classic with Cairngorm and get the nano-boosted barrage, because it is so easy to delete a tank from the game if you get your timings right on the cooldown. So it will have to be, oh, okay, it's not the Nano Winston. It will still be the Nano Farah. Now has to push into an amplification matrix, and Argentina have given over a lot of space by going around the corner, and that's exactly what the amp matrix is for here. It means that Nobito really can't get the work done they need to get done and gets focused out of this. Walter with the double will secure the team fight here, and at just over a minute on the clock, we've still yet to see that first tick capped by Ecuador.
I mean, you're going to have 3 ultimates coming into this fight for Ecuador there, and I think that, you know, you can go in and displace with the Primal Rage, and then see if you can find a cheeky stick from Plurel. So I think that that's your entry into the point. But, I mean, Deadeye from Oracle is ready to go. This is going to be a damn hard retake here for Ecuador. They're sub 60 seconds.
Yeah, and I would worry about pushing into Chucky's ultimate here, wanting to turn the streets of Kings Row into Shibuya's scramble. Oh, Oracle's making a rotation around the right side here. Momentarily spots out where Cairngorm's playing from. There's the barrage, a beautifully timed amplification matrix. Chucky dies whilst able to get the Kitsune rush off here, but Ecuador's starting to feel like they might get just enough done here to round this out. It is just Gatsby and Walter, and now just Gatsby, who has the ultimate, throws it in, is doing everything in their power to just pummel Ecuador back. It's just not quite enough. I don't think there's the chance of a recontest for Argentina.
I mean, Cairngorm with the anti of the match so far, and the quick swap from Nobito over to the Sombra, hacks out, denies the javelin spin to get that speed to get to the mini health pack and maybe get a last-second contest. Ecuador finally pulling out the training wheels and getting it done. This is what we needed to see.
This is potentially very big here for Cairngorm. It was a nice anti, but Chucky's been able to find Emiliox already. But Cairngorm holds on to the nano boost here. You really need Emiliox back if you want to properly start this fight, because you need that nano Winston engage.
I mean, they can, Argentina can use Amp Matrix to hold the archway here. So you're looking for Jorel to go around and pull the eyes and the vision away from just focusing on the archway and look at your flanks.
I actually see from the wireframe there, it's Oracle currently guarding this top room here on the left-hand side. Walter's already found Nobito, Rez back up there with a handy-dandy Mercy Pocket Rez, so even Stevens for now. Nano boost onto Nobito, needs to generate an ultimate or kills with this for this to really find value. Has found one. Kuno down here, but so far the trades favor Argentina far too heavily for Ecuador to have found any value with that combination. And for Argentina, they push up and they take hold of this choke, which is devastating for Ecuador.
Amp Matrix won Argentina that defense there. I mean, we saw the nano engage, and you did get the 1 kill, but the immortality barrier stayed up way too long for Argentina. That's why they actually survived through the fight. Now, you're looking at a Pulse Bomb and the Valkyrie available to Ecuador. Blizzard is going to be the real kicker here to hold space and hold them coming through. What a wall from Walter. Hello?
That was such a good wall from Walter. It only slows things down a little bit here, and Walter's forced to burn the ice block. Barrage there. Nobito was thinking about solo ulting the May. Instead, it's on into the front line. And sometimes the barrage is nothing more than a please take me out of the game button. And Argentina once more stymie Ecuador's progress. 30 seconds left in the round, Billy.
The good thing is that Ecuador does have the Primal to start the initiation with, but they're going into a Kitsune Rush and 3 other ultimates. So Argentina have a bevy of tools to deny this and stop the payload as it stands.
Even just waiting till the last possible second in the round and dumping in the Blizzard to make the point touch that bit more painful. This may come down, at least in part, to this Tracer duel in the back rooms here. Blizzard's out, didn't cover the carts. Oracle's down to their own pulse bomb. Gatsby only finds 1 hit with the ultimate, but certainly equalizes things in the fight. Now needs to guard this res. Cannot have Kangorm brought back into the fight. I believe that res is no longer on the table, and Emiliox is down. Javelin spin to move Nobito off the point, and the spear to stick him to the wall. It's as far as it goes on King's Row for Ecuador.
Splat. Goes Nobito like a mosquito. Holy cow. Gatsby really turning it on there, showing why Orisa, at least in Overwatch 2 now, is a tank that has viability. And I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill. I love the Orisa play.
I'll hit you with it, unfortunately, and we can move on.
Okay. Still, I mean, the first point defense, really good. From Argentina there. They get, all the way to overtime. So it was always going to be a struggle for Ecuador to be able to push through. And the fact that they held so loosely around the archway, allowing some of the penetration from Ecuador to come in, and then they just repel it and repel it and repel it again. The walls were beautiful from Walter. Oracle swapping to 3 different heroes. Absolutely love that. You saw the Hanzo, the Cassidy, and the Tracer all out of this very flexible DPS. So for Argentina to take their 2-0 victory here and get their first victory of the World Cup, it's just going to be about doing what they've been doing all series long, and that's being able to focus down, getting an early pick, and then, collapsing on the rest of Ecuador after that.
And I think this is a very smart early composition here for Ecuador. It's certainly a lot smarter, a lot more meta forward than the Doomfist compositions here, but there is so much raw potential here with the Cassidy in the lineup for Argentina that they run the risk of being run over here.
Well, they've got so much sustain on their back. They've got, really early pick potential. Nobito is going to have to be the assassin with the bow and arrow here. Otherwise, Gatsby just takes all the space in the world.
There's Gatsby moving forward like a mother duck. Ducklings short behind them. And Nobito finds the first opening. Oracle taken out already. And I believe Argentina decides that discretion might well be the better part of valor. They backpedal to wait for Oracle to come back into the fight. Yeah, swapping onto the Hanzo, very sensible.
Yep, I mean, now they're going to have vision as well, so they can detail how they want to get into this point. What a throw from Gatsby once again. Almost Olympic. Splat goes the Pharaoh, Splat goes the Hanzo now.
Okay. Shield out already for Emiliox. That's half of the defensive cooldowns burned for Ecuador, sorry. Ecuador doing a good job here of generating ults pretty quickly. They are now going to have to push into, or have to defend from Okuno's amplification matrix. Kangorm about to get their own online, and Nobito again may have just been the savior. Takes Gatsby out of this, and Ecuador, knowing that the tank isn't in the mix anymore, really put paid to this push.
I think that was a bit greedy from Argentina. I think they tried to diff Ecuador, and Ecuador caught the rotation, throws up the wall and the vortex, and just completely annihilates Argentina. So now Okuno over to the Ana.
Okay, it certainly can do a lot to shut down the utility that Kangorm can bring with some of that bulk healing. Early Blizzard out from Horrell and eaten by Gatsby. That's devastating because now Walter's got one of their own, and Ecuador find themselves without their Lucio. Suddenly it's much harder to run away from Argentina. It's much harder to run away from the Terror Surge. But the damage is here in spades for Ecuador. Emiliox able to find one, Kangorm with the second. Oracle throws out the dragon, and this just got a little bit last fight at the OK Corral for both teams here. And Oracle might have put the final nail in the coffin of this point A defense from Ecuador. It's going to be down to Nobito to try and keep this going.
I think that they're going to take their chances on the hold at the archway, because there's 2 on the point. I can make that 3. They don't have time to touch. Even with Pabiloon coming up with sound barrier, they're going to make their stand with 4 minutes left here to get about halfway through the streets. not even that really, just to the bookstore. This is going to have to be a really impressive first fight here from Ecuador to set their feet straight.
Gatsby coming in here to try and rescue Walter, which they do, but at the cost of Chucky. Nobito weaves the arrows in around the gaps in the team comp and puts Argentina on the back foot. Nobito again finds Walter here. What a showing, even on the back foot here from the DPS of Ecuador.
So Gatsby in serious trouble right now. I don't know if they get out. I think they do. They had the javelin spin ready to go, so they were able to mitigate that damage. Now you're going into a nano fight here for Argentina. Sound barrier still available to Pabellón. Very disciplined on the queue there. But I mean, the Blizzard is going to be the nail biter.
The economy here for Argentina is substantially better than it currently is for Ecuador. Pabellón needs to find a lot of value here with this sound barrier. Pabellón's down. Sound barrier was committed. Gatsby finds the double. Oracle with the third. And a valiant effort here from Ecuador on the streets of Kings Row. Sadly, not quite enough. And Argentina put themselves on the scoreboard.
They do. And Gatsby is going to be your player of the game here. I mean, just got stuff done. The Blizzard Eat was one of the most impactful that we saw come through. But I mean, the Terror Surges were confirming kills. And even if it wasn't confirming kills, it was pulling resources out of Ecuador. So, I mean, really, the work of the tank was done there by Gatsby. And I mean, really, Walter still putting up one hell of a performance. I think that Oracle actually outplayed Walter here in Kings Row. So we'll see how it actually how the voting for the MVP actually goes down.
Nice to see a lot of DPS getting their time in the Sun, to help us break down what just happened. Let's bring Jameson back into the booth with us.
Yeah, I don't always want to just make it all about the DPS, but in this matchup, you really do have to give it up to both Walter and Oracle. They both had their moments, but on different maps, right? I think Walter starting things off when we were on Lighthouse on Ilios, he was doing an amazing job of just focusing down the Mercy of the Far Mercy composition, or that duo that was coming out from Ecuador. And you saw every single time that he was trying to focus down that Mercy, the rest of Team Argentina were putting their focus on Cairngorm, on that Ana, who doesn't have that same kind of mobility, that needs some peel. That's why on the other side for Ecuador, they were trying to play that counter dive against it, and that's why that first fight kind of went wonky on Lighthouse there. But I think Walter was doing an amazing job there. But once we got here to Kings Row, it was all about Oracle. His Hanzo to open things up on the defense was absolutely stellar. And like you had mentioned, Billy, he had actually swapped off to many different heroes throughout this map.
Yep, I mean, 3 different heroes and basically trying to counter what Ecuador is bringing into them. You saw Ecuador trying to play the chess game with them, but every time, I mean, Oracle was the one that said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and make the switch. I'm going to take care of business, and we're going to go ahead and win this map in a very resounding way.
I'm glad to see that we got to see, we were setting this matchup as like 2 different styles, right? We're going to see the Doomfist out of Ecuador, Gatsby, of course, on that Orisa, which he did eventually pull out, but throughout both Ilios and on Kings Row here, we saw different looks coming out from the tank line from either side, right, Phil?
We did, and you know, we kind of set this up looking historically at what has been run on this map specifically by Ecuador, and that kind of came to bear. Like, the prophecy was fulfilled, and setting this up early on as like whatever else you want to say about Ecuador, Emiliox is a very flexible tank. We have seen a lot of Doomfist, but also not afraid to flex onto more appropriate picks, the D.Va, the Winston, the Ramatra. And so when you're looking for bright spots for a team that is currently unfortunately sat at the bottom of the group, that is a thing you definitely need to focus on. And I think the other one to focus on here is that Kings Row was a real standout match for Nobito.
Yeah, Nobito was absolutely popping off on this Hanzo, finding some great picks as well, and eventually going over towards that Tracer. But yeah, we got a lot of standout performances coming out from either side. So that's Argentina that was able to secure their first win. But of course, both of these teams still have a match left to go, right? So it's not end of the road for Ecuador. Ecuador have one more opportunity to try and secure a W for themselves in this group. They will be facing off against, I believe it's going to be Peru in their final match of the group tomorrow. Do you think Ecuador can take that win and get themselves out of that goose egg territory?
I don't want to be a doomsayer. I want to say that, you know, everybody here has a chance to play their absolute best and win this out. But if you look at what the existing results have been from the other maps that we've seen, Peru have already taken a map off of Argentina. Sorry, taken a series off of Argentina. Argentina just beat Ecuador, and so through the eternal transitive property that is competitive Overwatch, it seems to me like that's going to be a tough one for Ecuador.
All right. Well, congratulations, Argentina. They got their first victory in their group. And as such, we're going to go ahead and set up an interview with one of the players from Team Argentina. We're going to take a short break while we set that up. And when we get back, we'll be able to break down what happened in this series with one of them just after this. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup Americas Conference qualifier, day number 5. Just before the break, we had Argentina getting their first victory in their group up against Ecuador. And as such, we've got Walter on the line. Walter, congratulations on your victory. I have a few questions here for you, of course. And one of the first things I want to note is that you were doing an amazing job, especially on Ilios, when you were playing that Echo into the Pharah. And I kind of noticed that you were putting a lot of focus on that Mercy. Was that planned in your matchup up against Ecuador?
Hello, Jamerson. Thank you so much.
Hold on just a moment. Need to get Walter. Hey, Walter.
Hello?
There
Yes.
you go. There you go. We got Walter on the line. So yeah, once again, just wanted to ask, in that first matchup, when you guys were on Ilios, it opened up on Lighthouse. You were playing that Echo into the Pharah Mercy. Was it planned for you to try and focus down that Mercy?
Thank you so much for the congratulations. Yes, we play focus on the Mercy, or I play, because she healed the Pharah and it's more easy to heal and focusing.
Yeah, and I mean, that Ilios matchup, it looked fantastic, especially when we went over to Ruins as well. And then when we swapped over to King's Row, I wanted to ask, like, what was your preparation going into King's Row? What did you think that you were going to possibly see Ecuador play, and how did you want to counter that?
On King Row?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. It's were you guys prepared for King's Row? What were you noticing coming out from Ecuador that you want to play into? Like, what kind of composition did you want to run up against them? Were you expecting them to also run the Pharah Mercy possibly on King's Row? And did you have a plan to possibly go up against the Pharah Mercy on King's Row?
We expect to play Brawl composition, and we play Brawl for Brawl versus Brawl, and it's for best comfort. It's more comfort for us, and that's it.
Coming into World Cup, I know that there were some issues, right, with the Argentinian squads. Maybe explain to the viewers at home exactly what went on in building up the team and why maybe some players are not playing the roles that they're used to.
Yeah, we lost some players 2 weeks for the match, and we need chance the gas pit for DPS to tank, and he played Orisa so good and play other tank like Dive, Monkey, Winston, and Diva.
Yeah, and honestly, he looked fantastic, especially in today's matchup. Speaking of other matchups in the past, Phil wanted to know, in that Peru match, right, where it was a 1-2 in favor of Peru, but it was a pretty close matchup. What do you think you guys maybe could have done differently to try and secure the victory in that match up against Peru?
Yeah, that match is very close for win for us, but we need to focus more on objective and play with the team more close, everyone, and not splitting so far.
And you guys have one more matchup. You guys got your first win. Now your final match of this group is going to be against Chile tomorrow. How do you feel in terms of preparation for that final match? Can you guys secure that last victory, get a 2-3 scoreline to end out the group?
We expect wins, I think, but we really don't know how we can make the Brawl composition work on versus Chile. We wanna try, but I don't know.
Well, we'll wait to see. You guys have one final match, and before I let you go, of course, I want you to have this stage. Go ahead and give out any shout outs, if any love, to whomever you want. So you can even go ahead and do it in Spanish if you'd like to. So go ahead and please take it away, Walter.
Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry. What?
Yeah, if you have any special message for your fans out there, for your country, possibly,
yes.
just go ahead and do it.
I have a mention for Yet and for my team members that we are already still playing with me. And I'm very happy we can make today.
All right, well,
this is everything. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you very much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I know, English isn't your first language, but I
Yes.
really do appreciate you for taking that time with us. And I'm sorry if my questions weren't as clear, but you were amazing. You were amazing. And I can't wait to see more of you, especially in the matchup against Chile tomorrow. So good luck in your match, and go ahead and have a good night's rest. All right. Thank you so much, Walter. All right, guys, that was Walter from Team Argentina that got their first victory up against Ecuador. They'll be facing off against Chile tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that. But we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we have our second match of Group B, and this one's going to be super important. It's Colombia versus Chile. This is a very important matchup to see who will possibly be moving on in Group B. So we're going to take a short break while we get that set up. When we get back, we'll have more Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the Americas region, still in Group B. We have one more game here for the day in Group B, and it's going to be Colombia versus Chile. And this is basically, it's all on the line between both of these teams. Colombia currently sitting at 3-0. Chile are sitting at 2-1. And our casters right now have two different opinions on how this match will break down. Phil, you are completely in the camp of Team Colombia. Why is that?
I think if you look at how Colombia have been playing, not only is their general understanding of what is meta and what is appropriate for each map one of the strongest in the group, their individual flexibility is also incredibly high. I don't think they've been pushed by any team they've played so far. Admittedly, they've yet to play Brazil. That's happening tomorrow. But right now, Colombia look like a very, very strong second place to me.
And that's right. The strength of schedule, right, for Colombia started off Peru, Ecuador, Argentina, now Chile. But for Chile on the other side, Billy, they had to start things off by facing off against Brazil. But since then, they've been ramping up in their play.
They really have. And I think that if I look back to the Colombia-Peru match, Peru gave Colombia some fits. And I think that's where my lack of the same accord that Phil brings out here is that I think that while Chile have been really ramping up, Ecuador's kind of been treading water, and they haven't really been battle tested yet. And Chile has been up against the ringer, like you said. They started off with Brazil, and then they've had a very convincing and strong win against Peru. So, I mean, that's where we saw Ram come out. That's where we started seeing what this identity of this Chilean squad is. And I mean, los chilenos, que rico. I mean, they're going to do it. I think this is the upset alert for me. If they play up to their full potential and they target the back line out, Mixie and Hug are going to have a hell of a time dealing with Devout and Ram. If they play up to their full potential, I think it's at least going 3. I think that Phil does have great merits in Colombia having an understanding of where we're at in the meta. And I think that the star power, you cannot deny that EQO is not going to do EQO things. It just depends on what the rest of the team does behind him.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've been seeing some great looks out of Colombia. We were kind of expecting it to be the EQO show, but I think a lot of standout members have really shown up for this World Cup on that Colombia side, Phil. It's not just EQO, but like Drummer and Super Gomez have been doing an amazing job. Eternal has been flexing in every so often as well. What do you think is going to be the main point that Colombia is going to try and focus? Is it going to be the tank line, the support line, or the DPS of Chile here that they're going to try and maybe turn the screws on in this matchup?
I think it's a little bit hard to say here until we see what the compositions are, because the priorities for each composition change what it is you're going for. Like if we think back to USA's game yesterday on Numbani, Astrodex was playing specifically to kill the supports in the backline, and that's how they won so many of the fights. But sometimes it's about winning the 1v1 against your direct equal as the tank. Sometimes it's about whose DPS can pop off the hardest. For Colombia, we know that they have an exceptional DPS line. Yes, we can talk about EQO, but Droma yesterday, I think, was also a very, very strong candidate on this Colombia roster. And so for me, it's going to be down to how specifically those 4 DPS players go head-to-head here on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, starting off on Lijiang Tower, actually, that's where I feel like I have to give it up to Colombia, because they have been looking absolutely stellar when it comes to playing around Super Gomez and maybe picking up the Ramatra. We've been seeing a lot of Ramatra maze coming out from either side, really, when it comes to this specific map. So, you know what? It looks like the fly-through is ready. So, Phil, Billy, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you once again, Jameson. This should be maybe not quite the most impactful match of the day. I think a lot of people have eyes on Canada and Mexico, but for this group, it has so much impact on what that last day of play means, Billy.
I mean, this is going to decide who goes through, I think. We were talking about the economics of how this will pan out. Should Chile, do what many might consider the impossible and take the win here, they're still going to be behind in map differential. But as you pointed out earlier in our opening, the matchup tomorrow for Chile is much more favorable than what Colombia is going up against. So as we look at the compositions, I mean, not anything unexpected here. Definitely want to see if Rom can get rid of the demons that happened to them with the Barrage 9 on Ilios on the first day of composition.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Very quick here from Colombia. They see what Chile are running out with, and they go, all right, well, we're not quite good at AMER, but it's going to be close enough stylistically. It's both out on the Junker Queen here. EQO comes in on the Sombra. Nobody engaging just yet. Internal has line of sight onto Chile as they rotate through here, force out an early Suzu. Devout also forced into an early recall, and Eternal finds Lazoo here. So Colombia with a nice early start here, taking Lazoo out is a great win on this one. It's going to cost them EQO, but Frax down for Chile here, and that's going to be Colombia with the opening camp.
Yep, and I mean, the Sombra is going to be the big hacker, or the big difference maker here for Colombia. I think that Ram needs to get off the Pharah because you're just waiting to be hacked. You're just waiting to be hacked. And, you know, we'll see if they're able to work around this. Well, that's a good start from Devout.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, particularly with the numbers we've been seeing from Eternal so far. Taking that particular 1v1 in your favor is a great opening for Chile, but now they need to close in and find the next frag if they want this to actually be their flip on the point. For now, Colombia are just going to opt to back out and re-engage. Oh, great hack. Even better night. Eternal focuses down Ram, and now they've got to stop the res coming through. They've hacked Papo. The res isn't quite off the table yet, I don't think. Now it is. Down goes Papo, and this has been a blisteringly fast re-engage here from Colombia. Chile just drop in like flies. Only 19-20% here for Chile.
I mean, that's very decisive, and you saw them take a back and give themselves some breathing room, and then the re-engage was just so clean from them, and Ram is still going to be this hack target, and well, you've got both DPS ultimates ready to go here for Chile. Nothing to defend against it other than a Suzu.
And of course, EQO can shut down the barrage. The second Ram pulls that, EMP will shut that right down, and I think that's a trade you take given how impactful a barrage can be if it comes in at the right time. But for now, Colombia play on the point and crucially playing around doorways that allow them to quickly step out of the way of the barrage. Ram has given over their position and finds one with the barrage. Hug caught out by this one. Colombia still in charge, and now no supports available for Colombia. They still have a pulse bomb. They're closing in on the Junker Queen ultimate, but they're just gonna let it go.
I mean, Eternal is so low and not able to find many around them ready for the healing to come through. They are going to have Kitsune Rush to push in with this Rampage. Lazoo is going to be on focus here with that Suzu.
Yeah, this, you either need to be watching that, killing Lazoo before the fight begins, or otherwise avoiding them here with the Rampage.
Oh, no.
For now, they might just get this done with the Kitsune Rush. Lazoo already down. This will be an uncontested Rampage if they decide to go for the Rampage. Instead, no Rampage, just Ram out of the fight instead. Colombia with the numbers. Frack lands a massive Rampage, but Mixie's there with the sound barrier to nullify that. Didn't need the Suzu, got it done with the ultimate. Supergum is in, really wants to secure this. Chile are still throwing bodies out this fight, intent on getting as much progress captured as they can, but it is going to be Colombia slowly grinding this one out. The numbers, the algebra, the mathematics is just too heavily in their favor.
Now's a chance for Ram or Devout to make a change. Papo needs to get off. We need to get off the pharmacy right now, because while you have had middling success with it, EQO is getting too much value being unchecked on this Sombra. So Chile, stop being so darn stubborn and work into something that's a little bit more favorable in this composition.
And at 83% here, Chile have to get a fight win in the neutral up against EQO's EMP, which is just 3% away from being online. So it is all pressure on Ram and Devout to get an opening frag here.
Early hack from Ram. That's going to stall the attempt to get back in. Frack is going to get big, and an EMP is going to stop everything.
Yeah. EQO, EMP, I like myself some three-letter abbreviations, but no need to pull that out just yet. There it is, it's a big one, it hits 4, but they go in without Eternal in the fight, and that EMP has only just converted into kills. It was a little bit slow, I was worried they weren't going to get the follow-up. Mixv pops in the sound barrier. That should make things nice and stable here for Colombia to round out this team fight. It's 99-76. I don't think we're seeing a 77 here for Chile on the opening round of Lijiang's Hour.
I mean, it's just, Phil, it was just staying on the Fire Mercy too long. Once EQO goes over to that Sombra, you saw the manual hacks come out time and time again. You saw them looking for, with the EMP, making sure that the Fire was in the area of effect. But, you know what? It's just one sub-map, and they did get to 76%, so it wasn't a stomp there from Colombia. No. So I think that right now for Team Chile, I mean, Devout needs to really step up here. They were getting some work done on that tracer. Let me tell you what, and Lazu and Papu were under serious duress from Colombia. They definitely are targeting the support line of Chile. Colombia, if they stay in the same vein, this is going to be a very fast control center.
Yes, and the D.Va comp into the brawl, I think your focus has got to be so good here. You've got to isolate somebody in this team composition, and none of them are particularly isolatable on the side of Colombia. Colombia opting into the brawl here, and EQ has already found a massive pick. Lazu down as well. Yes, Pap was still here with the res available to them, but it really doesn't matter because you are down too many players to make that happen. Papo goes for the reset, as does Frack. It's over the side, and Colombia with the early camp.
Yep, this has got to be a composition change right away. I would like to see perhaps Papa come out on the Brigida, give Lazu a little bit of protection. You know, keep the Reaper out of their back line, because that's where EQO is really looking to get their value done. And you saw it. The early pick on the Lazu completely destroys any kind of a contest there on the point.
Ram's playing here from the back of the point for now. No direct counters available, so Colombia for now are playing the age-old Fire tactic of just ignoring them and hoping they can find kills in the meantime. Ram a little bit slow in generating that ult, as we're around the 30% mark here for Colombia. Devout pressuring into the back line. EQO's burnt the Wraith form here. Devout, I believe, still holding on to the recall. EQO struggling for targets here, but is a massive threat. As it turns out, is Ram, who has the barrage. Super Gomez and Mixby both deleted here, and Ram survives the barrage and the ever-present threat of Team Colombia to secure the flip for Chile.
I mean, 49%, okay. Yeah, you get the value out of the barrage, but now you're looking at EQO going back over to the Sombra, and, well, this is going to spell real bad trouble for Ram in the sky. Papo is going to have to be almost on spy check duty. I think you pull out the Glock when you start feeling the pressure coming in.
Okay, at 20% here, Colombia are ready to re-engage into Chile. Looking at the health bar there at the top right, Ram under a lot of pressure, and now it's a 5v4 in favor of Colombia.
Oh.
Massive stick from Devout. Hug caught out in the middle of the ultimate, and now Colombia are just trying to feed Chile into the meat grinder of the Ramatra ultimate. The protective layering of the sound barrier keeps the machinery in full whack, and Colombia looks set to take the point back out from under Chile.
Well, I mean, we did see the Glockster come out from Papo, but yeah, going up against Ram, you're not going to win that matchup. Now, more importantly here, Nano available. So I think that you throw it onto Ram, see if they can build up a quick barrage out of it. Self-destruct is going to give you another chance at staying on the point and turning the fight in your favor.
For now, we've got Eternal camping here on the left-hand side. Maybe didn't want to take this 1v1 with Devout, was hoping for a stick onto Lazu or Papo. Instead, it's going to slow things down a little bit here for those tracers as we look to reposition here. EMP from EQO takes Ram out of the fight. Papo currently also hacked, so can't get the res off immediately. Lazu may be caught out here in no man's land, a long way away from everybody except Papu. And it's a quick reset for Frack, but this is last fight territory here, Billy.
I mean, still holding on to those two. Oh, no, that can't happen. That's it. That's going to do it for this fight.
We're going to get the touch here from Devout, almost certainly, but does have Eternal hot on their heels. Needs to get in at 98% and gets the overtime ticking down. Papu already isolated here, hacked and sprayed down from the machine pistols. Self-destruct here from Frack would need to be absolutely miraculous, and unfortunately, no godly powers available on that one. Instead, it's the pulse bomb around the more of the defense matrix into the soft underbelly of the D.Va. Ram has the barrage ready to go. Chile starting to crank up some capture percentage here. They take Eternal out of it, and Colombia are out of the fight for now. Chile get a stay at redemption.
Oh, my word. That's the turn that they really did need right there. EQO is making Papo's life hell right now. Well, that's a great pick there. Devout taking EQO down. That's going to get him at least, another 15%. And you want to see Papo and Lazu get their ultimates up here. Devout needs to be landing some one clips with some frightening rapidity because they're going into this annihilation from Super Gomez and a sound barrier.
Ram here on perpetual spy check duty. If you were wondering whether that was a psychotic episode or not, no, just fear of EQO closing in on another EMP. 1-for-1, supports out for both sides here, and we get the annihilation run here from Super Gomez. 2-for-2. Hug down, Frack down, out of the mech, out of luck, out of life, back into the respawn queue. Needs to go into something super speedy to get back in this fight, because right now it's down to Ram and to Papo to keep this going. Ram out of the fight. Papo with the Valkyrie going can certainly duck in and keep this point alive whilst reinforcements come back in. For Frack, it's back on the Doomfist. We know how hard that is into the EMP, into the hack here from EQO, and it's Eterno with a pulse bomb that puts them down. Valiantly fought here from Chile, but Colombia with the first win here in the series.
I mean, it was back and forth there on Control Center. Some singular good plays coming out from Frack, Devout, and Ram, but they just have not figured out why, when we pull the Sombra out, you should get off of the Pharah. Yes, there's value being gotten from the Pharah, but why not go to something that isn't so heavily impacted by the manual hack, by the EMP, and why, single target healing. I mean, they're lacking for sustain. The fact that they get to 99.99 with single target healing, oh my word. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of, putting a dog trap on their leg and trying to fight with one hand tied behind their back going up against Colombia right now.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I'm really enjoying about covering this Americas region is how many individualistic and stylistic approaches we have from each of our teams. When we look at contenders and at Overwatch League, a lot of what we see tends to be mirror matchups. Both teams are playing what is the most efficient and effective version of Overwatch. Because this is in a lot of ways a grassroots competition, Overwatch League and contenders talent regardless, we see things that are indicative of the style of player that we have on each team. And Ram is clearly very comfortable on that Pharah role. But at some point, you're going to have to start trading comfort for efficacy. You're right. It was so easy to shoot Ram and Papo down time and time again. And they were so close to victory, a number of points through that. And I think a bit of a change-up really would have helped them there.
Yep, I think that bringing out Devout on the Ashe might have been one of those picks, because that was a pick that I was really impressed with. While we give a lot of the accolades to Ram, and I mean, rightfully so, look at what Devout's doing on the Tracer. Look at what Devout had previously historically done on the Ashe. So I mean, there's stuff in the hero pool here for Team Chile to really take this to Colombia, and I want to see them really lean into that when they pick their next map. I want them to go to Blizzard World. I want them to go to Blizzard World because I think that's where they really turned this World Cup group stage around for them.
I also, as much as I might complain on other broadcasts that we see a lot of Kings Row, I actually think it'd be a relatively good match, a relatively good map here for Chile. We've seen that there is a space for Pharah on Kings Row. They've played the kind of raw hybrids with the Junker Queen in the mix, and so we know that kind of mix of styles is a thing that works for them. So I wouldn't hate seeing that here for the hybrid map. Of course, it is loser's pick. This is now down to Chile to see where it is we go. So they will absolutely be picking for the comfort of Ram, for the comfort of Frack, and building that team comp around it. I was not expecting this in the slightest, Billy.
Well, this allows Frack to play the Diva. And this is why they go there. And I think that you'll bring out the Ashe defensively from Devout. You might bring the Ram Hanzo to bear here as well for vision control, or the Tracer. Both are good. Genji works incredibly well here, being so mobile. So I think that they're playing into mobility here for Team Chile. And once again, if you run the Pharah, you're basically throwing. Because EQO will just swap over to that Sombra and make your life hell, and you won't be able to play the game.
Well, that's what I was thinking when I said I wasn't expecting that. Was this is a great map for a Sombra. There are so many little nooks and crannies. There is so much high ground to low ground transition areas that allow you to get stealth hacks and the follow-up damage before getting out again. Unless you really think you know what you need to do to shut down a Sombra here, I think it's a potential risky pick.
But I mean, with risk sometimes comes big rewards, and I think that's what they're banking on here for Team Chile. And I mean, you know, it's go big or go home time. They know that they have to pull something out of the hat here. And with the changes that have happened to the geometry of Gibraltar, you know, there's some easier holds here for the defenders. Also, getting out of spawns is a little bit easier for the attackers as well.
Can I tell you, Billy? I have,
yes.
Since the changes come through, I have had the chance to cast Gibraltar a number of times. In every one of those, it has been such a mismatch that I have never gotten to the portion of the map where the reworks are actually significant and meaningful. I've only ever seen point A of the reworked Gibraltar. I
mean, I have seen all 3 points, so I guess I have that little bit of an advantage, but you'll see it as it basically feeds itself. You just, you know, give it water every once in a while and you'll get the value out of it. But I mean, for Chile here, I mean, this is your defining moment. This is your canon moment for your country. Can you pull off the map win here, take it to a map 3, and give yourself a chance to dislodge Colombia from the number 2 position and possibly make your way to BlizzCon in October?
So I've not stopped to crunch the numbers on this one, but a 2-1 victory here for Chile, I believe, puts them on a level match score with Colombia, but still a significant deficit. And so I think if Colombia lose this, they need to then prove that they are better than Brazil, because coming out of tomorrow, Chile, I think, let's not count chickens before they're hatched, but these are some pretty see-through eggs in this instant. Argentina should be an easy opponent for Chile, given what we've seen so far. This continues to be still very down-to-the-wire stuff, Billy.
That's why I love it. That's why I love it. I'm so glad that we get to cast this, honestly. I mean, can you imagine what the players are feeling right now? I mean, we're excited. We're giddy. I mean, my hands would be shaking. My feet would be drumming. I would be screaming all my call-outs. And, well, we'll see how it comes out at Colombia. Going to be on the attack. Chile with a high ground defense.
I'm a very different person. I'd just be having an anxiety attack. This is interesting for Colombia. They teleport Super Gomez in on the Zarya for now. Chile give them a little bit of space here. They don't really want to feed Super Gomez if they can avoid it. But, of course, Frack can't easily 1v1 a Zarya here. That beam damage goes right through the defense matrix.
And it's up to the rest of the members of Chile to be able to burst down the Zarya.
Wow, well, that is a big opener. Devout down already and hugs the one at the helm for that one. Eternal now closes the gap here with Lazu, but they're able to get out of that fight. Chile are taking a little bit of a beating here, but Colombia continue to find frags. Ram already down for Chile, and boy, Colombia are just pushing and pushing and pushing, Billy.
I mean, and Super Gomez is charged right now, so Devout is going to have an answer.
Revenge.
Yep, revenge, and I mean, they have to get back on the point. They've got to get the point, got to touch. Frack is over to the Winston, DT dub, so maybe a nano engage here. I say that.
Very unfortunate. The eyes just weren't turned Devout's way. The rest of Chile was so focused on getting to the point and getting it contested that they put themselves into the 4v5 by allowing Devout out of the fight. Frack down to EQO, and it's 2 meters and counting for the cap here from Colombia. Eternal with the double, 1 with a pulse, 2 with the pistols, clean as you like for Colombia.
5 minutes, 3 seconds to get through the hangar bay, and you've got to think that Chile need to get on top of Shuttle and begin their defense right there. Pulse Bomb and the Nano are about to be online for Chile, but the EQO EMP is going to be so disgusting.
Yeah, but that pathing heavily scouted out there by Chile, like ships that passed the night, as it were. We'll come to that most of the way to the EMP, if not all the way there. For Chile, they need to leverage Lazu's nano boost here. It's got to, it's on to Devout. I was expecting that to go the way of Frack to help them survive through this one. There we go for Chile. They start to find some breaks on this cart. Super Gomez and MixV both down here. For Colombia, I think it's going to be a quick reset wipe and then back in for this fight. And we're about to see this be an ult-filled extravaganza, Bill.
Yeah, an old extravaganza. Bob is almost online too. Bob's almost online. I think that having that extra man there on the field might be what is required to hold here, because I mean, while Chile are getting some serious work done on this hold, and really the progress hasn't been there for Colombia. This, I mean, I think that the Graviton Surge might be the one that kills everyone. I'd say that. Yeah,
that's
Chile high.
Nice. Man, if Chile can get that done with just their Primal Rage, you take that exchange any day of the week. Beautifully held there by Chile.
Beautiful. Beautiful out of them. Now they've got the rally.
A little bit of gut push there.
Yeah, you've got Bob. So, I mean, EMP will shut down the Bob, but then you've got to worry about the Pulse Bomb coming in from Rom, and Papo's going to be very sturdy with the rally coming up. So they've got a lot of tools in the belt here for Chile, but Colombia do too.
EMP comes in. That's only got Frack, who manages to survive through that. Oh, and EQO is still pressuring Cart here. In comes Frack. Doesn't want to give them that free cap here, but it has now moved the Cart to a slightly less favorable position here. Super Gomez pops in the grab, has caught Devout and Papo. The big shield, the HD ultra wide from Papo keeps the team alive through that one. And Colombia sure have thrown a lot at this fight, Billy, but Chile have this defensive setup totally on lockdown. This is a way different fight to what we saw on point A.
Beautiful positioning here from Chile. They're taking their long range burst and running with it. I mean, these bubbles from Super Gomez are huge, and there goes the battle.
Nano's out onto Frack. Sound barrier to answer. Those two should kind of nullify each other nicely. And Hug didn't have the swift step, couldn't find the way out here. But it started to get a little bit tradey in favor of Colombia. Frack and Ram down. And with the rest of the team stuffing up this top left-hand choke, there's no contest, and it's on into the launch phase of the map.
340 as we enter launch phase here. So here's the change of the geometry. Being able to get out of spawn a lot easier for the defense, but EQO is spawn camping and looking for early frags. And I mean, 70% towards EMP. They're going to have this at about the 230 mark unless they just completely pop off. And this is going to be a difficulty here for Colombia.
Good scouting here by Frack. The Mega Health Pack was hacked there, so EQO wasn't in too much trouble, but does slow down EQO's setup for now. And Chile take this high ground position. MixV playing up along the fuel canisters there, peppering the damage onto Frack as the hack comes through. Does have the Primal Rage, a lot of survivability there. And for now, MixV content just to be this annoying little fly up on the wall. Interesting, Debouts made the swap over onto the Hanzo, found Eternal, and here's the grab. It locks up Debouts, and Hug and Super Gomez close the gap and wipe out those caught in the gravitational anomaly.
Well, I mean, you got EMP to close out the last of this fight. I mean, we're about 10 meters away. You've got Primal and Pulse. I mean, almost a 5-pack of ultimates here for Chile, and just holding the door here. Hodor, and there's the Pulse Bomb out.
Oh, EMP nullifies the barrier that came in from Frack, but Frack has been able to get the Primal Rage going. Super Gomez is not interested in the slightest in the tank matchup. What they want is to get right up against spawn doors and just empty the entire energy clip into the door. EQO finds Papo, and whilst the respawns here are super fast for Chile, I don't think they're fast enough here. The cart rolls on through. 0.31 meters as the nano boosted Hanzo touches the point. That's where we go. 1 minute 59 in the time bank for Colombia.
Oh, they never dealt with Super Gomez efficiently enough, my friend. They just they got burst down. I mean, it almost reminds you of the double bubble days where you would send the Winston in and you throw a bubble up there to generate charge for the Zarya. Well, Zarya is the tip of the spear now, and they just kept pumping damage in, and the sustain was just too good from MixV and Hug. Keeping their Zarya up while they were getting their bubble rotations down. That's why you saw such easy fight wins here for Team Colombia. EQO doing EQO things on the Sombra. I mean, denying resources, denying cooldowns with the manual hacks. The EMPs were stellar. Once again, still, with how it started, I think Team Chile have to think that they've at least weathered the storm, and now they have their chance to answer back on the attack. We'll see how this goes. Lazu and Papa are going to stay with the Ana. and the Brigitte here in the back line. I think, honestly, Suzu. Well, yeah, Suzu would be great here, especially if Super Gomez is going to come out on this Junker Queen. They need that cleanse ability.
A thing that to me shouts supreme confidence here from Colombia is that this is historically the archetypal dive map. This is the map that even during GOATs, you would see teams running dive here. Like high ground control is vital. And Super Gomez on the defense is running another raw tank without a huge amount of mobility here. So Chile do have an opportunity to get in on top of Colombia because they lack the capacity to take high ground. However, we've seen that work out on the first round here, so Chile need to focus up and find coordinated dive targets.
Well, I think that Mixby or Eternal, I mean, just the mobility of Team Colombia right now, they can get out of the pressured dives coming in from Chile. So, I mean, Mixby might be the easiest target, and I say that very, very seriously with how mobile Lucio is.
This is weird to me. I understand why it's happening, but EQO currently kind of playing the Sombra like a sniper. Cool, calm, collected in the back lines, just making life a little bit trickier for Frack, and it has got them 54% of the way to the EMP already. Right now, it's Ram playing sport. Oh, okay. Maybe an overcommit here from Super Gomez. The healing of Mixby and Hug not enough to keep them here, particularly with Lazo and the anti-nades. So Colombia find themselves without a tank here for now. Chile not particularly quick so far through the car wash. And Super Gomez should be able to get back in this fight before we're at a point where we need to worry about an early cap here from Chile.
Well, I mean, if Devout can get the work done with the Archer and get that Sonic Arrow up and find where Eco is, I think they get it done. But, oh, man, I'm going to hack.
Eternal with a pulse bomb. What he going to do? Might not even need it here. Oh, puts it behind Devout, hoping they can force them backwards. Doesn't work out, so nothing out of that pulse bomb. And much like the pulse bomb, it seems that the rest of the defense here from Colombia was something of a whiff. Chile weather the storm nicely and secure the cap on into point B.
Squish goes EQO there. They do have the EMP ready to go into this fight. Hug coming up close on a Kitsune Rush. I think that you can establish high ground control on top of Shuttle here. But I mean, with Frack and this Primal Rage, this might actually be the moment where they can turn this around and get some serious cart push, especially with a rally at their back.
What looked like supreme confidence may in fact have been hubris here for Colombia. But they have the high ground. There's the EMP, that's a big one, it's on 4, but Frack was able to get into the Primal Rage, so survives the incoming follow-up damage from that. Super Gomez eats to bounce ultimate, and that's not an easy thing to do on a D, but about maybe in a bit of pressure there. Only kill that's come through this so far has been Ram finding Hug, so Colombia find themselves again on the back foot here, down a player.
Yep, Rally definitely keeping them up through that fight. Now Lazo 55% to the Nano. I mean, you've got both support ultimates ready to go for Colombia, and a big anti coming in on Super Gomez.
That was cleansed there by the Suzu, and Hug also gets off the Kitsune Rush here, Chile. Back away for now, but Super Gomez doesn't want to let this go without a couple of parting blows, and does come out of that fight with the self-destruct ready to go. So survivability, thy name is Colombia for now. Eternal also comes into this with the pulse bomb. Frack taking a bit of damage on the way out of that fight, continues to hold the high ground here, and for now, both teams just jockeying for control of the fight.
I mean, it's going to be up to Rom and Lazu here to get the most value. There goes Rom taking Eternal down.
Yeah, looks like a 2v1 there. The Brigitte getting in on the action. Sound barrier from Mixby expires. There's the self-destruct from Super Gomez, who does find themselves back in the map and ready to fight, and Frack is heavily pressured. But Lazu generates the Nano, and it's Mega Mecha Monkey time here for Frack. Surges on forwards as the DPS from Chile start to take care of Team Colombia.
EQO. Yeah, I thought EQO was actually going to get out of there. This should be point B unlocked and heading into the flight stage. They're going to have a less time than Colombia, but this is good for Team Colombia, or for Team Chile. They've got the Pulse Bomb and the Dragon Strike available into this fight. Nothing online for Colombia. They threw everything at that fight and got nothing for it.
And Chile coming at that with a phenomenal economy. Basic, Okay, you do kind of need your tank, though. The economy's great, but you've got to be super good with these ults to really make that count. Lazu surges into EQO, who's made the swap over onto the Hanzo, and Colombia have gone all in on damage here in this setup.
I mean, they're looking to focus down Frack, because Frack has been getting it done and fragging out. And so, I mean, right now, for Chile, Sonic Arrow needs to reveal where the rest of the team is. I think they know.
Now,
yes, they do. And oh my word.
Oh, what a lineup. Finds Hug. The rest of Team Colombia drop onto the low ground. Eternal gets the pulse bomb to the face, turns to speak to EQO and knocks them out of the fight here. Chile close in on the final straightaway through to the end of the map.
Rally available up against a Dragon Strike. There it is. Coming out and seen by Frack!
Frack gets the revenge for Devout. Down goes the Dragon, the only ult that Colombia had to play with. It's down to Primary Fire, Jaylees and Lens, and it's Ram down to EQO. Frack closes the gap and runs the mech over the body of the Hanzo. Eternal still alive here and continuing to pile pressure into Papo and Devout, and they continue to fight Chile to a standstill and into a backpedal.
I mean, you're looking at dueling self-destructs here. Just what they were like 227 away from capturing the point. Mixby is going to be a huge part of this defense with this Nano. Also, Pulse Bomb. Eternal. Can you land a big one?
Of course, respawns heavily favoring Colombia for now. Nanoboost hits Frack. A lot of kill potential going their way now, but for Colombia, they may have done what they set out to do here. It's already a slower cap time for Team Chile, and it's not quite yet a guaranteed cap. Self-destruct out and finds Devout. So Super Gomez back into the mech. Frack now with one of their own. I don't think there's anywhere to hide for Super Gomez. Out of mech, out of luck, out of time, out of lives. Chile closed the gap, and there's the cap on point C. We are on our way to a round 2.
27 seconds the difference. And with how they both sped run through point A, I think that whoever can capture point A here probably wins the map. So for Chile, I always think that it's kind of interesting. Yes, they're below the time of Colombia, but they've just come off of attacks, so they've still got that at the forefront of their mind. We're attacking. I think that it actually plays into the lesser time bank, and I know everybody's gonna be screaming about it, but I think that it merits part of the mental part of this game. So, whew, boy, I mean, Chile throwing it all out on the line here. They're trying to keep themselves in contention, in the conversation here in Group B, Phil. And oh man, this is what we wanted. This is the fight that we wanted to see.
It really is, and Super Gomez has clearly learned from what happened on that last defensive round. They are not opting in for a brawl composition. They have a high mobility tank. This may even end up being the mirror by the time we've seen Ram swap off of this Symmetra and onto the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, you just use teleporter to get you up to high ground and start the initial push. It'll be Ram pushing the payload. So, I mean, watch out for early picks coming from EQO and Devout. These are the two that have to set the tone here.
Yeah, you've got to be super careful because, boy, those arrows do pack quite the punch. For now, Super Gomez holding on the left-hand side of the map. Frack here to defend the rest of Chile as they look to find an angle onto Colombia. In particular, they need to keep Devout alive because Devout needs to win this 1v1 with EQO or find an answering pick.
It's all about the first pick. It's all about the first pick. And that, oh my goodness, the defense matrix was down for just a second. There was a sliver of a look there.
Oh, I was going to say, this is clever stuff here from Ram and Chile. They've actually got the payload into a slightly more awkward position for Colombia to continue that high ground hold. And they do find themselves somewhat split and forced to move back. So Chile start to push in now. Do have the control of the server room, care of Super Gomez. Nobody even close to smelling an ultimate right now. And Chile continue to find forward progress. That is massive. Hug out of the fight entirely now. Frack closing in on a self-destruct while Super Gomez is out of the mech. This is desperate stuff now for Colombia. Once you're through A, an overtime push is very, very dangerous from a team like Chile.
Well, the EQO is super low, looking for the heals. It's still getting peppered down. They're being hunted. Whoa. Oh, no. Yep, there goes the biscuits. I can see the biscuits coming through for them. So they do get the heals up, but self-destruct already ready to go for Chile. Nothing to defend.
That's a big opener. Debout down. Frack will have the self-destruct here. Colombia currently don't have anything to answer. We've seen the Dragon Strikes be difficult to use. Super Gomez gets the ease onto Ram's Pulse Bomb. Again, not super impactful, but could have contributed to the working down of a tank. That is a fat ante from both sides here. Mixsweet and Hug will weather the storm, and Frack receives the nano. Gets slept, and Super Gomez pops the self-destruct. Frack's out of mech, has a self-destruct of their own. It gets a little bit trading. Oh! Frack with the remake, Frack with the D-Mech, taking Super Gomez out of this mix. He's able to find Debout here. And when the smoke clears, I don't think it's gonna be Colombia that are the ones on fire. It's Chile for now, continuing to push us up.
Every single meter that they get now is just that much harder for Colombia to be able to push back in. And seeing how, you know, the first pick potentials came through from Chile, every single second is going to count here.
Super Gomez has made the swap over onto the Ramatra, damage that pierces the defense matrix, and they have the ult running from Hug here. This makes it so hard, and particularly as Super Gomez gets the nano. Have you ever seen a more mollycoddled tank? The damage, the defense, the presence on the point puts paid to the push through point B here, and now there's a line in the sand for these teams.
67.42 meters though through the hangar. That is an impressive amount of push for 1 minute 27. So we will see now. Colombia, they had a 27-second difference between the time banks, and I'm just flabbergasted how well Chile stood up to the pressure there from Colombia. I mean, they got the first picks. They pursued. They were very mindful in their approach to how they were going to attack this Colombian squad. Now, 1 minute 59 separates them from getting their 4-0 here. And for Team Chile, they want to force this map 3. And this is their Overwatch Group B lives on the line. So, I mean, my stomach is in knots right now because I'm so excited for this. And I mean, Debout really has shown up big here. I talked about how good of a supporting cast member has definitely come into the limelight here in Gibraltar.
Okay, can you smell that? Yes, it does smell, you're right, a little bit like hubris once again here. Colombia going on to this Brawl variant. Super Gomez on the Zarya. Early TP through, start to push Chile out of this high ground control. Again, Frack has a difficult time on the direct matchup with the Zarya here. The high ground control for the rest of the team is pretty phenomenal. So it's up to EQO to set things up here. For now, it's the DPS for Team Colombia pushing the cart forward whilst the teams jockey for control of the fight.
Well, I mean, it's going to be first pick once again. And Debout is getting dangerously low with this highly charged Zarya on their back.
Okay, with the hack lasting as little as it does there, Debout was able to survive through that one. Climb back up onto the high ground. That's a biggie. That's a big opener. That's an even bigger one. And Super Gomez needs a second one, needs a support out of this fight if they want to not have to go in for the reset. Does find Ram, but Super Gomez is heavily pressured, and they've only got Mixfeed. You saw them retreat into the low ground. They picked up the health pack, and they start to regroup and move this cart forward. Colombia still have big high ground presence here, Billy.
I mean, the big problem right now is that they did not confirm the kill on the Super Gomez. They keep the charge, and they're starting to slaughter.
Frack out of the mech. Super Gomez closing in on a Gravidon Surge. And Debout is the savior here. There's two, Eternal and EQO out of the fight. We get another bite of the cherry here for Colombia. Oh, we're all in here, are we, Chile? Out comes the Dragon. They desperately want these stagger kills. Super Gomez has a beat onto Debout, and Lazu keeps them going, keeps them healthy, gives them their Weetabix, and Super Gomez goes down at the worst possible time.
Pulse Bomb, EMP, 10 seconds. You've also got a Pulse Bomb and an upcoming self-destruct from Chile. Nothing to defend.
They need to get a touch. It's going to be. They do have the EQO and Eternal. They can get point presence here. It's whether they can generate a fight win. This all comes down to EQO landing the fattest of EMPs, and now there's no translocator for EQO. Has to wait for that to come back off cooldown. The team are all grouped up nicely, and Chile are. Oh, okay. The pulse bomb comes in around the defense matrix. Still waiting on this pulse bomb from EQO. On this EMP from EQO rather.
Rally
Chile are slowing this right the way down, Billy.
Rally holds them through it, and I think that the pulse bomb and the self-destruct is going to clean this out. The pulse bomb goes out, but no good.
Massive sound barrier for Mixfy there. Mitigates the impact of the pulse bomb. EQO is holding on to this EMP, hoping it's about to come into fruition. And Papo finds EQO. A massive anti from Lazu sets up what looks to be a team fight win here for Team Chile. It's down onto the lower ground from Devout so they can get in and share in the spoils of this 1-1 series here, Billy.
Okay, game on. I told you Chile they dug their line in the sand, and I told you that this is upset alert time. This is, I mean, they took it to Colombia, and they are rewarded with their presence, with their passion, and with their teamwork. I mean, Super Gomez was putting on some pretty impressive stuff there on the Zarya, getting that charge up and the supports keeping him in the fight. So, woo! All right, this will be Colombia's map pick coming up, and Chile definitely got to be feeling it right now.
Yeah, I think just a phenomenal standout performance here from Chile. Occasionally looking a little bit rough, but the resources to dig deep and adapt and know who it is they've got to focus and what it is their comp wants to do. I think it's very easy if you're running into a brawl comp to just go, okay, hey, I'm just going to come and brawl you. Our DPS will out DPS you, or DPS. It'll be GG, go next. No, they were patient. They were clever. They were careful. They kept that high ground control the entire way through that defense, and that's what ground Colombia to a whole.
I think that also Devout on the Hanzo with the Sonic hero, being able to see EQO linking around, I think that was really an impactful pick there from them. And I mean, the trades back and forth as we went through the normal stages, when we got to overtime, when we got to the extra innings, I mean, that's where, the teams really started ramping it up. And I think that Chile just really went all in, and Frack on their signature Diva, which, we saw get pretty punished by Brazil, has really turned up here as a major game player as far as who we're talking about, role stars here in the Americas groups. Frack's got to be right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, looking back at the game footage that I got the chance to look at, I was sort of expecting Frack to come in here primarily as like a more brawl-oriented tank. Like we saw quite a bit of Junker Queen out of them. Adaptability here in this region has truly been phenomenal. I know that you have to have a lot of tanks in your back pocket here. But Frack's ability to play them all to a high level and go toe-to-toe with Super Gomez to a team with EQO and Eternal on the roster really needs its laudits.
Can we talk about the supports real quick?
Please. Absolutely.
Can we talk about what these two sets of supports are? I mean, Mixfy and Hug are under constant duress from Ram and from Frack. But on the other side, Lazu being able to keep Frack up through some of these fights where there's no reason why Winston or the Diva should have lived. Yeah, this has been crazy stuff out of both of them. I think that is the Dragon Strike of the year right there.
Certainly one for the record books. I think we can also talk about the number of Dragon Strikes that were denied across this map. If you're maybe new to Overwatch, if you're not a Hanzo player, if you're maybe not routinely having those dragons eaten, there's a very, very short travel duration that is actually consumable by something like a defense matrix or a kinetic grasp. It's like, I think maybe 3 meters of travel before it becomes the dragon, at which point it's on the field. Good luck dealing with that. And to see 2 eaten at such critical moments from both sides, really the mark of a Diva that has their head well and truly on a swivel.
Yep. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. And, Jamerson is watching in the background and said he's taking that Rob is taking 1v2s and the car wash there at the lowest point of Gibraltar map and just had a wonderful time of it and was winning them easily. Yeah, Ram is absolutely a star that needs to be on the world stage. And I mean, this is why we need South American contenders back so bad. This is why right here, this gameplay that we're seeing from these two countries, this is why contenders South American needs to be back in the ecosystem. Please, Blizzard, give it back to us. Please, please, please.
Please, Blizzard, I promise I won't ask for anything for my birthday or Christmas.
Same.
As we move on to the next map, it is, of course, Colombia's choice, and we are going to New Queen Street. And I think if you've been keeping your eye on Super Gomez, you could maybe understand why. He is much more of that brawl-favored tank. The Ramatra, the Junker Queen, particularly the Zarya seems like something of a comfort pick for them here. Really suits New Queen Street down to a T because the high ground control here is minimal.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this actually plays out because what I don't want to see is a pharmacy come out. I don't want to see that come out because, I mean, you see it. You see it happen in EMEC. Yazan very, very notably getting serious work done.
Yazan is a special case, Billy.
Yep. Yeah. I'm the best in the world on fair. I don't care what anybody says. But, I mean, we've seen Rom go back to it time and time again. I'd like to honestly see some variation here. A Sojourn would be awesome. Junkrat plays very well here, especially since you don't have to worry about so much high ground control. I think that Echo plays very well here as well. I think the supports, you could run the same thing that you just ran on Gibraltar, honestly. If you're wanting to protect your back line from a Tracer, you bring out the Brig and you go with an Ana and you work for the Nano engages. So, I mean, there's lots to do here for both sides. It's all on the line. Chile, against all odds, against everybody else's thought, except for me, they are here to contest map number 3. And, well, you see the Ramatra look coming out of Super Gomez.
Look, here's the issue. I would love for Chile to win here. I would love for Colombia to win here. But if Chile win here, Billy's going to be insufferable. So, Chile, I'm afraid I've got to root for Colombia here. Nothing personal, I promise you. It's just to make my own personal life that bit easier. This is what we were expecting to see. Chile back on that D.Va composition. Colombia out on a much more role-focused comp. EQO picking up a long-range hit scan here. Chile opt not to engage through this set of stairs on the left-hand side for now. Wait things out a little bit here and kind of split their focus. Not entirely sure what happened there, but Ram down early to Eternal. Got to watch those right clicks, friends. They'll get you.
I mean, the sustain from Colombia is going to be much more burst heavy. I think that with Hug, we've seen them pull out this Moira quite a few times throughout the group stages here. They are very well versed on it, but EQO loses the Devout.
Stick it in the highlight reel. Devout finds EQO. Colombia still making forward progress here, but it's not what we might call significant forward progress just yet. Chile need another kill to really get this back in their favor. For now, look at Chile playing up in one of the few places where high gun control really matters. Safely tucked away here in the Warbirds gym. They take control of the point and they force Colombia back.
Well, I think that Super Gomez, going down to about a third of their health bank, they didn't focus on it. They were more concerned about getting control of Timothy Smith. And now Rom coming up close on a pulse bomb. Lazo has been putting in the work again, 82% to Nano.
And look at the difference in all charge here between EQO and Devout as well. Shades of the Philadelphia Fusion MN3 performance last season. Colombia have not yet given away control of the bots. Eternal forced into using all of their cooldowns here. Pulse bomb sticks. It's a drive-by right into the waiting mouth of the Ramatra. And Chile take the bot out from under Colombia and start to move it forward.
They did use the Nano into that fight, though, so they did. It was a little bit of an expensive fight, but, Rom will build up this next pulse bomb relatively quickly. I want to see where they go with their positioning. I like that they're up here on top of the train. That's a big bit of dynamite going over the top.
That was such a smart predict from Devout as well. The thing I worry about here for Chile is that Super Gomez does now have the Annihilation. Papo should just get in fact, does more or less have the ultimate online. That's a good step to counter this one. Let's hope that kicks things off here. Has the Coalescence, needs to look out of the way and focus EQO. Meanwhile, back on the front line, Eternal finds Ram, and it's Devout out first. Robert, the big Omnic Rutler, in here to make the fight a little bit harder for Colombia. Chile, the one that's down members right now, as Frack closes the gap and takes out EQO. Eternal has the Blizzard, closes the gap up onto the high ground, wants this kill, desperately wants this kill onto Frack, but is hope that finds it. This is the big opening for Colombia. The Super Gomez goes down. I'll get the old name right eventually. The Annihilation didn't really find too much here, and Chile, they give a bit of space away, and they push right the way back.
And they take the lead. And now we're at 6:45. We've got both support ultimates ready to go. Frack over to the Winston. Super Gomez to the Junker Queen. So tank changes coming through for both the teams, Blizzard and Bob. In this next fight for Colombia, and look, we're just looking to hold space right now. 43 meters and counting for Chile.
Nano boost out, no surprises there. That's on to Frack, picking up the front line pressure here. Makes it a little bit harder for Colombia to push in, but Colombia have given space. They don't want Frack getting any additional ult charge. Really didn't get much out of that nano boost. And now Colombia have a big space control ult available to them. They've got the Bob out here. EQO themselves takes an anti and takes a dirt nap. It's the 4v5. Colombia down a player here. Eternal would need to have a phenomenal Blizzard, but they're just not going to get the chance here, Billy.
No, they're not. I mean, these antis coming in from Lazu are absolutely everything that you would want from your auto player. This is going to be them moving forward. EQO onto the Reaper. Frack is going to, you know, we heard Hex and ZP talking about it earlier today where, oh no, they bring the Reaper man out because I'm playing Winton. Well, you just you change up your playstyle just a little bit. You don't have to be as aggressive. You just watch and manage your cooldowns. You can still play up against this Reaper.
Yeah, just don't pretend they don't have a Reaper, ignore them completely, find different kills here. Like, for example, the May did get the Blizzard off here, and that's allowed EQO to come in, guns a-blazing, and take Frack out of this one. Of course, also have both support ults committed into this fight, so for Colombia, if it ain't a win, it's absolutely a loss with that level of investment here. Papo down, Ram down as well, so Chile only have 3 in this fight.
Well, they whiffed on the pulse bomb too, so that's going to be coming back up. But you do have Nano, once again, to help Frack stay sturdy. You're still 20% away from the Rampage. You don't have anything to cleanse it. That's the unfortunate part. You're going to see more progress now for Colombia. Yeah, we're looking for the engage.
And then another Nano here onto Frack. Anti-hits Hug. They're able to get out of that one. Frack again tries to close the gap, but Colombia are so good at disengaging here from Frack on the Winston that they really don't get a huge amount of ult charge out of that nano boost, and it's now not there to save them. Into the backline comes the Rampage from Super Gomez. Did hit 2, hasn't found kills on the back of it, but Papo gets caught up close and personal, and in the backline, EQO just chunks down what's left of Chile, and Colombia with a bunch of swaps come through and really start to make Chile hurt.
I mean, this is starting to turn into a debacle here as we are under 4 minutes now. Death Blossom online, support ultimates almost online for Colombia. Papo over to the Zenyatta. So we have not seen this from Chile except against, I think it was up against Peru the last time that I saw the Papo Zenyatta. So Bob online, yeah, you got to get out of there.
As a talented and handsome Junker Queen one-trick myself, it is a thing that I dislike instinctively, is seeing this out on the team. It makes life so much harder for the Junker Queen here. So Super Gomez now needs to play a little bit more carefully. EQO goes into the back. No need to worry about the Orb of Discord now. Nothing really stopping EQO from pulling the Riptire on this big old Lord Mo Ribbon ultimate. Down goes the Mountain Lazu. Ramen Frack down as well. And now we're on the final straightaway into the end of the map at the 3-minute mark.
I mean, they've got 76 meters and counting. Lazu coming up close on the Nano. This is where you make changes. Rom, now this is where I can see Rom coming out. Frack is going to be able to deal with some damage too with the defense matrix. I mean, the swapping and counter swapping. They know their lives are on the line. We're now under 3 minutes, Phil. This is starting to become last fight territory.
Ram picks up the Binky that is the Farah pick, has Papo on the Mercy. Look at the damage coming out from this pick already. We get the Nano in over the top. It's the Yazan special. 1-for-1 trade. It's cost them Lazu. Hug and Eternal down as well here. Super Gomez playing right up against the spawn doors. I don't think there's much they can do to answer Ram at this point, but they've got the forward spawns. They've got the progress. This becomes a mountain to climb here for Chile.
I mean, just not enough kills. Not enough kills, and too much sustain. Mixie is putting in a hell of a performance here on the Lucio, being able to speed around Eternal onto the Echo. So now aerial battle will commence.
Man, what a set of swaps from both of these teams here today. Super adaptable, a super good read of their opponent's intentions and what the counter swaps are. Rum holds onto the barrage here. Out it comes, and Super Gomez gets deleted. It's the bounce back into the fight. Care of the res, and Colombia, sans tank, may find themselves in a position to want to regroup, reset while they still got the forward spawns.
Oh man, and they invest the sound barrier into that fight. So now we've got, you know, more sustainability here for Chile. You've got an opportunity to cleanse this upcoming rampage with Lazu going over to the Kiriko. And now Devout coming up close once again on a Bob. Bob is going to be very impactful, but I think this duplicate, you go to Diva on this duplicate, you end the match.
I'm looking at this interaction here. I'm looking at Super Gomez with the Rampage and Lazu with the Suzu. The Lazu Suzu. It's fun to say. It's fun to watch. Oh, but EQO finds Frack. There's now no self-destruct. There's no real need to throw in the Rampage here. You've still got forward spawns, and Chile can't push in without Frack in the mix.
About doing their darndest right now to get work done. The focusing beam and the focus from EQO. Good lord.
That's rough. That's super rough here. And the pressure don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming. Bad to the rules, and Colombia continue to move it forward. There's the Kitsune rush. Eternal has the dupe at the very least. It's an extra life to keep them in the fight. Look at what Colombia have to open and chuck bodily at Chile. Devout needs the bomb of a lifetime. It needs to be more than tea and crumpets from the big Omnic Butler. It needs to be frags aplenty, but down they go. Eternal has duplicated the Diva, has demeked the duplicate source, and is looking to take Frack out of this entirely. What a fight from Chile. What a pair of pugilists we have in these two teams. But ultimately, the final cross counter looks like it's coming out of Colombia into the waiting and vulnerable chin of Team Chile as they trickle out of the spawn doors onto the robot to keep their Overwatch World Cup dreams alive. A single, a double, no! The headshots were there for Devout, but the point presence was simply not. Heartbreaking stuff here for Chile.
Oh, my heart goes out to Chile right now. Oh my, they put everything into it. They gave Colombia everything that they could possibly handle. And Colombia, the counter picks, the counter trades, just absolutely methodical out of this Colombian squad. And yeah, I mean, Jamerson, please come in. Please help us get through this emotional turmoil that we're currently experiencing.
That was just, oh my goodness. What an amazing match, because it was a long 3-map set, and I'm so glad that we got to see the entire 3-map set coming out from this, because in every single map, when we were on Lijiang, when we were on Gibraltar, and here on New Queen Street, we saw different aspects of Overwatch being played out. One of the things that I really saw when we were on Lijiang was that Colombia were quick to call their fights. When they lost, they got out of there, and they were able to re-engage with a lot more time on the board. They did an amazing job there. On Gibraltar, though, it was a completely different story for Chile. They were doing an amazing job. Ram, in particular, like you had mentioned, and I really want to point out, was doing an amazing job on the Tracer duels. When it comes down to that car wash portion on the first phase of Gibraltar, it's so important to be able to keep pace and keep that cart moving, and he was doing an amazing job of winning out on the Tracer duels to be able to, on the offense, of course, get that payload moving, but on the defense, keep them staggered there. And his read on EQO Sombra was so immaculate, making sure he was griefing the translocators, that he was able to keep him zoned off of very important health packs. It was great. And then, of course, we came here to New Queen Street, and like you had mentioned, those counter calls, and they were so quick, my brain couldn't comprehend what was going on with all of those hero changes. I mean, Phil, like, how do you even break that down? Because there were so many different phases of composition changes coming up from Team Colombia.
You've kind of got to sort of take a step back and look at it as, here are the intelligence levels of our players with regards to playing Overwatch, right? Because a lot of the time, it's the first instance of, oh, they are now running a Ramatra. It's time for me to swap onto the Diva. Ah, a Diva. Okay, it's time for me to move over onto the Junker Queen. And like, it's easiest to talk about this in terms of tank swaps, but there were wholesale swaps from across the two teams. So you break it down in terms of just sitting back and going, Ooh, we got some smart players here in this region.
Yeah, it was absolutely stellar. Smarts from either side. And honestly, I was loving what we're seeing coming out from the support line as well when you know, at some points they realized that, I believe it was on Gibraltar, where Super Gomez was going absolutely ham on that Zarya, where they needed a little bit more help in that back line, because at some point Super Gomez was just walking up to devout on that Zarya fully charged, and they could not allow that to happen. They pulled in a little bit more peel for that to try and deal with that. I mean, this entire match was just so stellar. And Billy, I know you're really rooting for Chile, but you have to give it up to them. They still put out an amazing performance today.
Look, in the final annals of this, I think Chile have got to be so proud of how they competed, how they fought. The heart was on display. The mechanical prowess was on display. I just think that the trades favored Team Colombia just that much more. I think Papo coming out onto the Zenyatta, while I understand being focused down immediately by EQO, I think was the dagger that really turned this map on its head, and they just were not able to right the ship after that. So for Team Chile, I mean, my heart goes out to them. You got to be proud of them. You got to be proud of them, because damn, did they put up a performance.
Yeah, so Chile will now fall down to 2-2. That puts Colombia at 4-0, tied up with Brazil going into the final day, the final match of Group B here in the Americas Conference. And that one, while, you know, it's all set in stone, we know who's moving on to BlizzCon, but we still have implications when it comes to seeding. That's isn't that right, Phil?
We do. So both of our teams at the top of this group come in with a 4-0 record, but because Colombia there dropped a map to Chile, that basically guarantees them second place. Well, actually, no, that's not fair, because the two teams do go head-to-head tomorrow. So ultimately, the map differential might not be all that important. I think at this point, looking ahead to tomorrow, you are both just happy that you got through. And it's about now exerting dominance for the region and for the group. And honestly, given what we saw from Colombia today, I can see this go either way. So we might be looking at the map score tomorrow and go, you know, it's nice to have a bigger number, but ultimately, it didn't matter all that much.
Yeah. There might be a world, maybe if it's a 2-0 for Colombia, but again, you know what? I'm going to leave it up to other people to do the math here. And going all the way to the beginning of this matchup, when we started off on Lijiang, Super Gomez, though, across all three maps, just had an absolutely standout performance, didn't he, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, just shredded with the particle cannon. I mean, just got it done. And we saw it, you know, when they swapped over to the D.Va as well. I mean, we saw, what, 5 different tanks come out from Super Gomez? I mean, we got the Ramattra, we got the Zarya, D.Va, Junker Queen. I don't think we saw Winston out of Super Gomez. I don't remember if there was one that came out. But so, I mean, he's still 4 tanks out of Super Gomez, absolutely deserving of the MVP, and really did get the work done here, especially New Queen Street, just the counter picks to make Frax's life hell. They got it done, and they got it done in some pretty serious fashion. So big ups to Team Colombia. Dryad's got to be over the moon right now with her country's performance.
Yeah, it's now going to come down to that Colombia versus Brazil match tomorrow. Chile also have one match set up for themselves. It's going to be Argentina for Chile in their final match of the group. So we'll see if they can finish it out strong with a 3-2. Still, you have to give it up to them. Colombia took the victory today, but Chile still made a statement. Ram as well. I really want to give it up to him. I saw some amazing things that coming out from him. But that does mean we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back for more Overwatch World Cup, it's going to be Group A, USA versus Guatemala to start things all off. And so we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have more Overwatch World Cup right after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. A little bit of a changing of the guard here. I'm still here though. Jameson joined once again by Moxie and Dustin. And man, we just had an amazing match. Colombia versus Chile just before the break. And now we're shifting gears as we swap on over to Group A. Moxie, we're starting it off. It's going to be USA versus Guatemala. What is there to say about this match?
Tomfoolery, Bounce. I think the internet has summed it up best over the coming days. I don't even know what compositions they have left to be able to offer all to. We were talking about this in between the break, because Flats has been the one behind 2 of these overall composition swaps coming through. So I feel like he needs to get at least an assistant coach title added to the Team USA Liquipedia, because he was the one who engineered Hydra Reinhardt and also UV Doomfist. So whatever there is left for USA to play, it's still going to be absolutely abounding in shenanigans.
Yeah, for USA, they're sitting on a 4-0 right now, looking to close things out early here on the 4th of July weekend for Team USA. Get that 5-0 and get out partying. For Guatemala, though, this is not the end of the road for them. They still have another match tomorrow as well. Dustin, looking at Team Guatemala, what are some standout things that you've been seeing out of them coming out of the last 2 weeks of play?
Oh man, wait. So you Guatemala or USA? I mean, like,
you know what? Let's go with USA. Let's go with USA since we've got the board up.
Yeah, since we got the board, I will go over USA first. I mean, we can go into Guatemala obviously later, but I think, you know, for Team USA's side, I think that they just, you know, have proven to be, you know, by far and away the best, you know, team in this group. And I think that they are not slowing down anytime soon. This team's slowly getting that synergy together. They're slowly improving as a group. And I think eventually I would not be surprised to see this team as a favorite team and win the World Cup. You know, obviously you have the likes of Korea, you know, across the pond. But for this team in particular, I think that with time, they could really gel together and improve to a degree that will really reach them towards that top, towards the World Cup trophy.
Yeah, and I kind of agree. You know, like sometimes you do need to use the World Cup as a time to really try to just get the vibes up, because the meta tech that takes place during qualifiers is not going to be the same meta, or typically isn't the same meta 3-4 months down the line when we get onto BlizzCon. For Guatemala, though, their chances at BlizzCon are gone, but still, they have their pride ahead of them. They've got 2 more matches that are trying to get that victory. It's going to be an uphill struggle, to say the least, Moxie, when it comes to facing off against Team USA. But what are some gems, that still shine here on the Guatemala side?
Richie's Widowmaker has been definitely stand out. The problem for Guatemala, however, is that we are out of the days where just having one Widow who is exceptionally good at hitting shots is going to be enough to be able to solo carry a team. Widow is just too easy to counter, and a lot of the time now, just because she still has the 12-second grapple cooldown, she still has that missing 25 health. You don't even need to try to mirror a Widow from the other side. You can literally just ego check every single time and still be able to take full advantage of the composition that you're running at the very beginning.
Yeah, moving into Nepal, I don't know how much we might actually see the Widowmaker, but we'll see if they can try and make it work. You know what, USA, they should run the Widowmaker. We'll see. Super Widowmaker. Have we seen that before?
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, we've seen the Genji.
We've seen the Genji.
We haven't seen the Widow.
We've seen the Genji, Pharah, Soldier. I believe we might have gotten a Bastion out from him. I don't know.
I mean, he could play. He could play a lot of the DPSs. I mean, he's a good player. Like, a lot of people underestimate, like Jamerson, Mox. You guys know, like, it seems like people underestimate these pro players. You know, assume they can't play literally every single role to a decent level. But you know, Super, I'm sure he could play it if he really wanted to, right?
All right. Well, you guys have the pleasure of casting the last match of Team USA here in the group stage. So Moxie, Dustin, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jamerson. Moxie, we're back on this Saturday. Well, actually, no, it's Sunday for you nearly, right? It's almost...
just turned Sunday.
Just turned Sunday. Well, on this Saturday, we're in the USA time zone today, so...
Oh, they're all on their rolls.
Oh, wow. You know, it seems like...
Oh, no, Kaluge on Reaper. we're still not getting to see the Sugar Free show. So it's not Lenny time, Dustin.
Well, he's apparently... I think they said he's in Mexico or something at the moment, so... You know, he's just celebrating time off at the moment while they have Kaluge in the lineup. So, you know, fair game, I guess, to US with this lineup with Rupel on that Zenyatta, also Ultraviolet, you know, locking the Baptiste. Meanwhile, Guatemala having RNS on that Ashe, Richie as well on the Cassidy. So kind of going for that cow boy and cowgirl duo. You know, playing at the back of the map, waiting for a little bit of spam. But, you know, Hydra's actually been decent on the Junkrat.
Yeah, so much shield break as well. Guatemala by trying to run this Reinhardt don't really have the ability to be able to step forward, but Aranas takes Hydron down, and that's a lot of pressure now off of Bendit on the Reinhardt. As Kaluch just waiting to see whether or not they try and rotate past them. And Guatemala decides to take a back avenue instead.
Yeah, they just really want this backline, really looking for that Zenyatta or that Baptiste, even not, even giving up some objective. But Super got the hook onto Vendettatron off the map. What a play from him. Also, Rupel finds Marleo, Ultraviolet also Richie. So even though Guatemala maybe found that first pick, doesn't even result in them capturing that point first.
Well, we're seeing a Widowmaker come through, actually, but it's not from Richie. It's going to be from Hydron. It's not quite the Super Widowmaker, but it's still going to be a Widowmaker on the field as Super now is able to find another hook onto Bendit, who'd swapped onto the Roadhog themselves. There's just too much shield pressure coming up from the United States side, as we're going to have to see mirrors then as well coming up from Guatemala. Are we going to get to see Richie actually mirror onto this Widowmaker, since Hydron in that defensive position can literally just set up sharp and wait for them to walk into his crosshairs?
Yeah, it doesn't even look like it. It looks like Ultraviolet also on that left flank angle has been able to go for a little bit of damage, but has to give it up due to being matched by Richie. So now it's a pretty equal 5 versus 5 on that front line. And Hydra gets sniped by Marleo. What a play from that Zenyatta to open things for Guatemala, but they have to continue it. They do so. Richie finds Ultraviolet, but Super does trade Bendit. Also, Cluj wants more. TP's all the way back into Marleo, who's sitting all the way towards the fountain side. While Arenas does trades him back, Super still is looking to find more. Even drops the whole hog and gets the 3K in that fight. Rupel going a bit aggressive. Allows Super a bit of that space too onto Richie to give him a nice, what is that, 3 or 4K with the whole hog? Now
I mean, United States just wanted value from the AMP matrix to set Kaluj up, because the second that Bendit goes for that mirror hog, we see Ultraviolet swap immediately onto the Ana. He's so easy to be able to hit and just disable so much of his utility. Things like take a breather with that anti-nade. Rupel is onto the Life Weaver to grab these people away from the hook. Speaking about hooks, Super takes the Bob off the board, and this is United States looking to close out Sanctum.
Cluj got gripped back by Rupel, but that point now is in Guatemala's control because of the zoning high noon. Cluj narrowly escapes with his life as US kind of back up, but because they're backing up, Richie walks into Hydron's sights and he's able to get 2. Now make that 3-2 onto Marleo. Nice shots from Hydron, though he's getting full hogged backwards towards his team. Ultra and Cluj will eventually combine for 2, and unfortunately, nobody else is here for Guatemala. Richie's coming back on that Tracer. Point just gets, or it pops that overtime. But Hydron again with aggressive grapple shot into Aranas. Amazing shots from the United States Widowmaker. Close out that first round.
United States again with these really smart compositions when they know what they're going to be going up against. The Junkrat for that first fight to be able to just guarantee that you get initial control of the point, then you can swap off the Junkrat. Now that the Reinhardt's been removed, you still have all of the control of how Guatemala are able to approach every single one of those fights. So every single player on the United States gets to fire the first shots off first, as opposed to Guatemala, who have to walk directly into a full team setup against them. That's why it's so important that you win these first fights on control.
Let's see if US can continue their streak so far. Obviously, dropping the map to Mexico. They don't want to do it again, but to a team like Guatemala, right? It's just, first seed versus the very, very last seed. US though rocking with Super onto the Orisa. Also Hydron back on that Widow. Kaluj continuing with the Reaper gameplay so far as Guatemala swap Aranas over to the Genji and also have that Mercy pocket too. Super getting a little bit of heals from Ultraviolet back on the left side. Also, Hydron's able to go for that flank angle and find the shot of the Mercy as Kaluj also eventually will find Bendit. Also, Richie as well. So now Guatemala without that frontline pressure and their DPS is eventually collapsed for the point even unlocked.
Yeah, Guatemala trying to run this Mercy alongside nothing that can really benefit from the damage boost other than Richie on this Cassidy. But it's still just not enough to be able to keep pace with the one-shot potential that's there from Hydron as well. It's just that short, up-close pressure from Kaluj to make sure that Bendit can't really move forward and not chunk these players down low enough that Aranas can just finish them off with a dash.
At least we have an honorable duel on that right side with Richie and Hydron. Towards the left side, Petal back towards the top of the point. Maybe for that Baptiste to have a solid position to stay and heal on that front line. Kaluj still kind of shoving out that choke point to make sure Guatemala don't make it through. 24% on the board, actually 27% on the board, 28 as well. Guatemala now walks through the main side, attempt to go quickly, but without the Lucio, they can't really make it through cleanly. They lose Arnas, also Marleo to Super, and that's 2 already for them. A late Valkyrie committed by Noctis, but his entire team is down. Just the Mercy flying away, but you can't escape the shotguns of Cluj. And Hydra, of course, going for some quick shots toward that spawn door.
Here comes the spawn camp. Guatemala, they've got the nanoblade coming up, but are they actually going to be able to survive pulling it out as Hydron still turns around and tries to find a pick?
Well, he does get antied, also Rupel does as well, so nice nade from Marleo. They commit the Tree of Life towards the main side too. Now that blade comes in with the nano from Arnas. He finds one onto Ultra. That also dashes on the Hydra, knowing he doesn't have the grapples. That's the 2K for him. With that hard pocket, Super also gets slept and taken out by Arnas, and eventually looking for that Baptiste as well. Richie steals that kill from him, but Cluj is back towards that point. No way he commits to that blossom, right? So there's a deflect up, way to use the deflect, and he gets the Mercy. Oh my god, but unfortunately, he will eventually go down, and Guatemala flip that point back.
Now we're going to see the swap come through. Ripple is actually off of that Baptiste onto the Kiriko as Kaluj goes on to the Echo. They do know that they're playing into a Deadeye coming through from Richie. However, they can just use that Javelin for to cancel it. That nice home and save.
Right. Now he uses the high noon. Super gets ripped away from the point though, so a little bit of a zone from that Hydron over the back flank. Hangs down Noctis too. A little bit too spread from his team. Also takes a body shot from Hydron, and then also some Rupels there to follow through, and Guatemala, slowly got picked apart. Kaluj does get traded by Bandit, but the rest of the USA are here, and they flip the point.
Now, if you ever want to argue about power group, the fact that Kiriko Suzu just gives this team so much confidence to be able to just bait out that Deadeye, because even if it comes through, they're going to be able to iframe up, and as a result, can just rotate straight to that point, set the Orisa right back up into that win condition.
They set up towards that top left. Guatemala again have to rotate to the point very quickly. 97% of the board. Tracer comes through with a touch. So Richie, great work from him to touch that point. But now Hydron set up with left. Genji to try to maybe avoid some of that damage coming through from him. But Cluj is there with the peel onto Arnas. And also a nice shot onto a Valkyrie. Mercy of Noctis in. You're missing 2 members now. Guatemala desperately trying to do something here. Super AFK at the point. I mean, just vibe check from him. United States will take map number 1 in a, honestly expected fashion.
Hey, that's the second time we actually see the BM life pedal come out onto Super mid ultimate. Normally it's the other way around, right? The enemy life weaver uses the pedal platform to cancel the terror surge, but I guess Team USA are having a little bit of tomfoolery still around. As if you do listen to their comms in the past, they do make sure to try and deny kills coming out from their players so that they don't get those kill streaks and some of those aces that they're looking for. But USA still looking as strong as ever, even though we're seeing, again, different compositions come through, because they have that just basic understanding of the macro and how to play positions and angles, they're still able to find more than enough value. Like you said, Dustin, you can change the hero, but all of those fundamentals remain the same. Yeah,
this is another one of the USA versus whoever in the World Cup so far. It feels like it seems like the really strongest opponents are behind them, and now obviously versus Guatemala, they just get to kind of do whatever, like you said, Moxie. It just seems like they can play whatever they want at this point, right?
It's such, as well, a really tough position for Bandit starting out on that Reinhardt. The Junkrat shredding his shield, Rupel coming in with even more shield pressure with just volley after volley. You have to continue holding your shield in front of you to block the Widowmaker shots coming through from Hydron, and that just leaves you exposed to Super's hooks. And unfortunately, without that just tank to be able to absorb all of those hits, USA get to play the game that they want to. They push Guatemala so far back towards their spawn, and even commit things like the Death Blossom and Amplification Matrix to keep them there, creating space for Super to walk forward and find all of the space for the whole hog.
And we thought that USA versus Costa Rica was a pretty hard game for Costa Rica. Guatemala also earlier on in the tournament on day number 2 lost to Guatemala. So now this is the team, at the kind of bottom of the barrel, trying to make a name for themselves. You've called it before, right? Arnas looked good at points. Same with Richie. And even Marleo hitting some nice, anti-grenades, and even, overall, some great flexibility coming through from them. But Moxie, yeah, it's like, what analysis can really be done for this type of game? I mean, is there anything you could grasp for here for a team like Guatemala where you're going against such a super team in USA?
I mean, the problem for Guatemala is that their troubles don't really finish. Their next game, their last game, is against Team Canada. Fighting up against Mexico to try and decide that second place in Group A. No, honestly, like looking at Guatemala's composition, glad to see that they didn't go for the Widowmaker. It would just be too easy for USA to be able to just punish that staticness of the hero, and the fact that like 12-second grapple cooldown is literally next to nothing compared to all of these other heroes who can just run you down very, very quickly. I just wish that we'd seen something other than the Mercy to come through. Normally when you have a Mercy, it's pocketing a DPS to make sure that they have that burst potential that takes just a little extra step, right? You have an Echo or a Pharah, you want to play upon the sky, you want to make sure that they're going to get a lot of value from the spam damage, but we didn't really see that, and it more felt like they were running the Mercy just to find that res in case USA pressed them again back towards their spawn and they lost someone too early on the rotation. And it just meant no damage burst and a significant lack of healing.
But you know what it is, Moxie? It's like a not so subtle, you know, pick for Guatemalans to tell us. You know, they're like, Mercy, Mercy, please, you know, please just let us out of this lobby so I don't have to go against USA, so I don't have to play against Super Genji or, you know, Kaluja onto the Reaper. It seems like USA could really do whatever they want, man. Raise the white flag. I guess it's World Cup, you know, like that's the whole point, is we get to see some of these, you know, lesser known regions, a lot of these players and stuff. And that's why at least week 1 for Guatemala, Moxie, it seemed like we saw a lot of, you know, what they could prove versus teams on a similar skill level to them.
Yeah, and it feels like Guatemala are going to try and play to Richie's strengths. Like, this is something that you and I actually touched upon when we were casting Guatemala's games earlier. Richie's Widowmaker was incredibly impressive. He was hitting some really good shots. He was finding a whole lot of kills. The problem is it wasn't match-winning fights, nor match-winning kills, because of how easy it is to be able to shut the Widowmaker down when you move to different specific locations of the maps. King's Row continues to be strong for a Widowmaker. Even when you give up ground, even when you move to different places in terms of like point A, point B, and point C, the Widowmaker still finds a lot of value overall. So I really hope that Guatemala are going to give Richie the resources to just let him try to take these 1v1s on the DPS.
100%. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea that Guatemala, I'm sure they're thinking of it for sure, Moxie. I mean, like, based on what we've seen from them so far, I think that you're right. Richie is one of their best players. I think Arnas is slowly coming into his own, and realistically, you know, like, I think after this tournament, a lot of these players will probably look back at the VOD and see, you know, they have a lot that they can work on, right? I mean, there's a lot that they've done previously in these matchups. Maybe not versus USA, because it's really hard to take, you know, away a lot from such a stomp. But okay, Super is on DPS, Rupel's on DPS, Kaluja's on support, Hydra's on support, Ultraviolet is on tank. They literally are all off-rolling at the moment.
I mean, we spun the wheel, right? But before the actual broadcast, Dustin, we didn't know what USA would be running out with. And again, it means that all of these other teams that are going to be watching the VODs that have already been able to make their spots confirmed heading into the actual event at BlizzCon, they're not going to know what to expect against USA either, as it is going to be Rupel, like you said, on the Widowmaker. A lot of skill transference, however. When he normally plays that Ana, you still have a scope, you still have the ability to be able to deal these damages out, as Guatemala are running the life weaver themselves.
Well, Moxie, they're going to do Torb 1v1 first, it looks like. They're going to do Torb 1v1. They have Richie on the point on the Torb, Super on the Torb as well, coming through on that left side. It seems to be a mainstay. Also, Sleep Dart came out. That was a little rude. On the back line, Super going for the first one. So is the back. Can we get a POV of the Torb please? Super goes very low. Richie wins it. What a play from Richie. I mean, in a matter of seconds, the Torbjorn gets the kill and then immediately destroyed by Ultraviolet. So now we have a 4 versus 4 of the point. Bennett slept, does get life grip back towards his team. What a life grip from Marleo. Ultraviolet also eventually will take down Arnas, saying fantastic work from Ultraviolet. A little bit of a mean kill there onto that Torbjorn of Richie. You know, he won nothing but death after that, though.
He won the 1v1, and like you said, his prize, unfortunately, was a short trip back to the respawn, as Guatemala now are not going to be able to contest this point, and in trying to walk a little bit closer, are going to have to sacrifice the mortality field to try and regroup and choke, but that just feeds into Ultraviolet's range.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the life grip. It's stopping them from feeding too hard, you know? Every now and again, just get ripped away from the fight. USA just absolutely dismantle Guatemala on that push. And nobody's even pushing
Card.
Dude, no way. Please push the objective, guys. This is the problem. You can't be doing this. Okay, listen here. I mean, you can't do it. Okay, it's fine. But please, dude, please. somebody push the cart. Thank you. Coming back to the cart. Super realizing his mistake. Leaving the cart behind will finally hop on to it, move his turret. Fantastic job by Super Matthew DeLucy. What a team player, Monty.
Best Torbjorn in Overwatch World Cup. At the moment, it seems as Marleo does have Tree, is holding on to using it. They've already lost Richie.
Oh, Bandit, what a god!
Oh my goodness. What is this match descending into Dustin?
Well, yeah, Bandit, yeah, it's Rupel getting a 4K first of all, but yeah, Bandit got charged off Ultraviolet with the Nano Boost, and obviously Super. We got Wins POV back, guys. Everybody's wondering, where's Wins? Here he is, the payload pusher. I'm sure he's gonna whip out Twitter if it wasn't, limited in terms of how many tweets you could post or look at.
Well, we need to get like elevator music every single time they cut back to see if it's POV.
Bandit gets another charge kill.
That's a vibe.
Look at that. Wow. I mean, yeah, nice work from Bandit there. On to Kaluge. Cart still pushing. Finally, somebody comes through to support. Super charge in from Bandit. Really has just given up on having a team. So he just goes for the shatter on the Super. Shut him down. No! How rude! Super, is he going to live? Nope. After all of that objective pushing, he finally gets shut down by Bandit, who gets life gripped away. I mean, it's so cool. All these life grip plays we've seen so far, Bandit trying to go for a charge, but against Ultraviolet's Annihilation and the support from Kaluge, it might be a bit too hard. Bandit and Marleo both fall as they trade back Rupel. That payload looks like it's going to meet that third objective.
Well, that's not a Widowmaker, but it still hits scan. Richie onto the outside trying to take this high ground control as Kaluge sends a damage orb his way. Has to use the Fade immediately. Will at least be able to cloak away from that dynamite hit as a result and regroup with the rest of his team. Not gonna survive that peak, however.
Nope. Goodbye. Kaluge goes down. This is some good fun. Good classic Overwatch. Turret still on that payload. Arna shuts it down. Super was doing his best to keep it alive, but Arna did remove it. Slam from Ultraviolet. Probably not much of a ball player in his spare time, but we'll see how he does in the Wrecking Ball so far. Molten Core committed by Super to zone out that back. Meanwhile, Arnas on the left flank going for the duel on that side with Rupel, but Rupel comes out on top. Meanwhile, Richie desperately trying to stave off Ultraviolet's push, does have the double pocket there, and Rupel again finds Marleo. A lot of these Zenyatta players quite good at the Hanzo. Meanwhile, slam from Ultraviolet with the Nano Boost. Hydran's able to find Noctis in the air. Bandit says he would rather fall into a pit of lava than die to Team USA, but unfortunately he's shut down by Ultraviolet with nearly 3 minutes 55 seconds left.
They do have ultimates, however. So Guatemala, if they can get out of their spawn to be able to actually contest this point, do have a good chance of being able to turn the fight in their favor. But United States is going to make it so hard for them to be able to coordinate.
Arnas has found Super. Bandit also gets Kaluge with yet again another charge. Nano Boost as well onto the Ash. This is a lot of ultimates for Team USA to deal with. So Guatemala, great recontest for them so far. If they get pushed off, though, Hydran somehow finds Noctis, who is jumping in the air, using that Baptiste jump. Maybe when he shouldn't have. Meanwhile, 0.71 meters left. Marleo desperately trying to live in the mini health pack room. Ultraviolet's also found, Rupel's found Richie. Meanwhile, Arnas gets Rupel. He's trying to push them off the cart to get it in to that objective. Last second, but a shatter by Bandit connects onto both Super and Ultraviolet. But able to get Super with it, and Arnas and the rest of Guatemala really focusing around this point, around Bandit at the moment. And they're really doing a great job at the very last possible second.
But they committed the Bob to the tail end of that fight. They are going to have Death Blossom for the one afterwards. However, Ultraviolet coming back in on that Doomfist. Hydran's going to have that Nano as well to be able to send onto the tank. I mean, chances are we might actually even see it go into Super. Let's be honest.
It might actually. Or, we'll see if Ultraviolet can get that engaged like you mentioned. Meanwhile, Arnas over the top of Marleo. See if they can sustain onto Super, who drops towards that payload with the Nano Boost. In fact, it's him, the Torbjorn, who gets it. Bandit goes incredibly low. It's anti-grenaded, but has the immortality for now. Meanwhile, Arnas drops the Death Blossom on the cart, able to find Hydra. Molten Core tried to be committed there for Super, but unfortunately gets shut down. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet, no, he's so close to dying. 13 HP left, trying to push into the objective, and he does so. With 2 minutes 15 seconds left on the clock now, United States will move over to defense. Guatemala will have their chance on offense.
Well, Super didn't get anything other than Immortality Field with the Nano Torb Hammer play. But it's really weird that we keep having to cast Torbjorn. What
do you mean?
Like, if
it's not
I
weird.
had
We're
a
just
nickel
watching.
or a cent for the amount of Torb-offs we've had to cast together.
You're right. Yeah, it happened
nickels.
to contenders. Happens now. It is weird, huh?
It's really weird. It's really weird. Also, there's supposed to be sanctity in the Torbjorn off. This time, at least, USA don't have a payload to be able to steal heals off. That's right, Hydron. We saw you, buddy. When you went against Papa Joe, we know what you did on attack.
You know, it's a lot of it is created in Overwatch, you know, history and lore. I think a lot of these things, you know, Torbjorn offs. We had a Rhine off with Super as well. But why throw him? They always throw Super in to take these duels. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know, favoritism towards him. Are you the one that wants to take the Torb duel when people ask for it, Moxie, or would you rather have somebody else do it?
I'm the Anna in the back who just watches
watching.
it all go down.
You throw the nade in the air to signify it's ready to go.
Yeah.
6
It's the
seconds.
waving of the checkered flag, as it's gonna be the waving of a green light in a matter of moments. Guatemala.
Richie hasn't even picked a hero.
Yeah.
Oh my god, man. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Just get it over with, Guatemala. You know,
There's
walk in.
no Torbjorn off this time, though.
No, there might be. No, they're
not running Torb.
It's a Rhine off. It's a Rhine off. You're right. How convenient. It's now Bandit versus Ultraviolet. Fire strike committed by Ultraviolet early. Meanwhile, Armor almost off. A nice charge by Bandit. Ultraviolet not expecting that. But the counter charge. Oh my god. Ultraviolet actually comes out on top. And AFKs as well on top of it to signify that he is the champion of today. But you know who the real losers are? It's us, Moxie. We're the losers for having to watch another United States stop.
Having to make sense of it too, Dustin.
Oh, we just don't. You don't make sense of it. You don't.
Of it too.
How many times we gotta say you don't make sense of a clown fiesta of a match that this is, right? It's just
that's true. You just roll the circus music.
yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, Bandit charges towards that point, tries to find something. He does it. I mean, he just keeps putting Guatemala on his back, gets rid of Ultraviolet too, and you know Guatemala will come through and delay the inevitable once again. USA, come on, guys, come on. You know, are we really gonna extendo the series this far?
Just, I want to see the mind games in terms of the shatter off, right? Because that is one thing that Ultraviolet probably isn't that versed at. Positions, yes. Holding chokes, yes. But the mind games against another Reinhardt with ultimate, that's something that Ryan mains know.
Oh, wait, Hydron just got another kill, by the way. Again, and also connected with the anti-aim through the window there. I mean, he's really been playing well on the Ana. Of all things, surprisingly, Bandit, though, another random charge on the Kaluge of all people. Maybe Kaluge on the support is a bit of a liability for Team United States. Hydron, though, you know, playing the DPS Ana again, flanked towards the spawn, eventually will burn due to the dynamite of Richie.
He took Richie down, though.
He did take Richie down, yeah.
He took Richie down, so now there's not that dynamite pressure to keep United States off of these high grounds, and Bandit's having to go far deeper than he would like to try and chase these kills down.
And Rupel got staggered by Arnis over the top. I mean, they're getting this cart pushing forward. If they capture out in the third, I mean, listen, I'm going to be triggered. They're doing this on purpose. There's the Ultra comes to fight Shatter. Suzu, by the way, before it came through, knocked this. Nice work from him. Ultraviolet will go down, and it's kill after kill after kill. Guys, you're not good enough to be doing this, please. Come on. Just, like, do something, United States. I feel like it's the main poking of this. Okay, there we go. Nano boost. Coalescence by Kaluge. No charge onto him. Is able to find Arnis. Fantastic play from that, but they can't get any more. Kaluge tries to go for a bit more, but it's Nano boost eventually runs out. The Torbjorn goes aggressive from super side, but the peel is there from Bob. Has found Bandit with the Molten Core. Nice work from the Torbjorn player of that side. Also to shut Bandit down. 3 minutes 37 seconds now. Guatemala go for that reset, but a big anti-nade from Hydron and a little bit of follow-up from the rest of his team results in even more stagger on the Guatemala.
Yet again, we're going to see United States just chase relentlessly onto Guatemala as Kaluge, even if he gets pressured, he has to fade to be able to escape. He can literally just play as aggressive as United States wants. Sleep early onto Ultraviolet, but there's just no follow-up. Guatemala cannot close the distance to be able to take advantage of it, and all that does is force them to have to wait for that cooldown as Ultraviolet still hanging above that spawn, waiting for them to take this approach onto high ground to be able to punch them down with the low.
Guatemala walk out the top of the clock tower. Bandit drops towards the bottom of the point. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet goes incredibly aggressive, and Darwinus has picked off Kaluge again. That's been a lot of their openings is off of kills onto Kaluge. Ultraviolet traded back though into Marleo and Arnis, and Super also gets the hammer kill eventually onto Bandit as Rupel hits a nice Hanzo shot as well, and Guatemala back into the spawn.
Okay, we finally got the answer, right? Because they both do have hammers, Reinhardt and Torbjorn, but apparently up against Reinhardt, Torbjorn's hammer is better.
for today, for sure. It is a little bit better. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet goes incredibly aggressive towards the inside of the clock tower. Meanwhile, Torb going to super, trying to find Richie with the Torb turret, and the rest of his team eventually finds him without whipping out the hammer. Meanwhile, Rupal commits the Dragon Strike into Guatemala, who are planning on walking out, but now just leave Bandit behind. They're trying to make their way towards the cart. They've just said, screw it, Bandit, we're leaving you. Towards that cart is 3, but it's going to be tough. Maybe if they get some stagger kills onto USA as they walk back towards the cart, it could work out for them. But unfortunately, no kills for them. An 80 by Hydra immediately Suzu'd off. Ironas drops the Dragon, trying to get this payload pushing forward. Maybe with 3, they could try to sneak it in. Ironas gets the nano boost, though, after the sweep is over to potentially find a kill. Hydra goes so low, down to 1 HP, but avoids the shots on the Hanzo. Bandit tried to walk out of spot, but noticing the rest of his team is dead, will go all the way back, and Richie gets staggered. 1 minute and 37 seconds left of this torture, Moxie.
Yeah, United States, once again, pick themselves up onto this high ground to make it incredibly hard for Guatemala to be able to walk forward. Now we're actually going to be seeing the swap that I wanted to see come through from Guatemala, the Sombra. This is what you use to punish a team that holds this close to your spawn. Send one person a lot less noticeable to try and back up onto that card and pull United States focus away. But Aranas isn't going for the back cap. He's just looking for the hacks onto the Ultraviolet. It does manage to take the Doomfist out of the fight, however, but with Meteor Strike available, he's going to be back in incredibly shortly.
Oh, another charge by Bandit into Super with the shotgun. Meanwhile, the Hanzo also there. Richie, though, does trade back onto Super, so they're doing a decent job getting out of the spawn. A lot of fights taken by Team USA. Meanwhile, Richie dueling with the Torb turret will go down to 74 HP. Rupal has found Aranas on that trade of Marleo and Hydran. Guatemala desperately trying to regroup now.
40 seconds left. United States sitting on a whole bunch of ultimates. And again, that high ground. Dragon Strike's going to split the team away from the Reinhardt, making him vulnerable. Guatemala's still not lost anyone yet.
4 HP on Rupal's side. Richie not actually committing to get that kill onto the Hanzo. Ultraviolet has found that slam onto Noctis. Arna trades back. Super Bandit trying to get away from the Coalescence, but gets stunned up temporarily by Ultraviolet as well. Now with Husker Tank, Marleo's going to be on the team. The EMP without him as well, but there's not enough follow-up damage for the side of Guatemala. Now we have 8 seconds left to go. Bandit swaps to the Wrecking Ball. Seems like he wants to continue the series, obviously, and he's going to roll that cart. Oh, roll with the cart, but he doesn't touch in time. And surprise, surprise, USA has won over Guatemala 2-0.
Yep, Ultraviolet connects with Bandit as he tries to roll into that payload to be able to tap and keep it in play, and as a result, Bull is not able to tap onto the cart. And finally, we're going to move away from Kings Row and the absolute circus that Team USA once again descended these matches into. Jameson, come back here. We're gonna go over that match, and we're hoping that you're gonna have something else to say to save us.
I don't wanna. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Yeah, there wasn't really much to say there in that matchup. At least we got some great entertainment value. We got some, what was it? The Torb battles and the Reinhardt battles. It's great to see Reinhardt once again going toe-to-toe on Kings Row at the very least, but it was to be expected, right? It was to be expected. USA secured the 5-0 with a +9 differential moving on. Guatemala, though, they have one more opportunity, but like you mentioned, Moxie, it doesn't, I mean, it gets easier, but by very few degrees, right? Because their final match is going to be up against Team Canada tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a really tough occasion for Guatemala. They really had just probably one of the roughest schedules for any team in either Group A or B coming into the tail end of the second week. To go straight up against USA into Canada literally the day after, it's going to be a real challenge for this team.
And we got to see some great Lifeweaver plays across both maps, actually, when we were on both Nepal and on Kings Row there. So maybe we get to see a little bit of him later on. I don't know. We'll see what happens once we actually get to BlizzCon, once we get to the finals. The top teams in the Overwatch World Cup so far, but Team USA can now rest on their laurels. They can take a nice little break here and enjoy the rest of the 4th of July weekend. They have all of Sunday off, so congratulations to them. Moving on to 5-0. Guatemala, though, like we said, still have one last match up against Team Canada. I don't know what else is there to break down in this matchup so far. I mean, did you, even though it was pretty hard gap, we have to be honest about that. What did you guys see out of Guatemala that you liked seeing?
aggression. Like Bandit was incredibly aggressive on the Reinhardt, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to play off of that, because we were hoping when we went to King's Row that they would be trying to set Richie up, but it feels like USA just made it almost impossible to be able to take those fights 1 versus 1 as a Widowmaker wants.
Ultraviolet Doomfist, we get to see it again, by the way. I'm glad he got some time on the tank, had a little bit more fun off that support role, and you know what? He wasn't doing a half bad job at it, right? Right, Dustin?
Why you gotta bring me into this, Jamerson? Listen, man, there ain't nothing.
I have to suffer, if Moxie has to suffer, so do you. But you were here for the whole match, though, but still.
What's going on? I'm the one who has to like actually try and analyze any of the Fiesta that just went
You're right. All right, Moxie. So what happened in that super Torbjorn battle there? Could you break that down for us, please?
It's a very smart usage of the coalescence to be able to make sure that they absolutely nullify any impact that the Life Weaver tree ultimate could have had. No. It's literally just Team USA smurfing. I'm not even going to try and sugarcoat any of that King's Row map.
Listen, we could the viewers could blame me for this, okay? I mean, we did a lot of trolling on the Atlanta Reign for a few years, you know, not touching the point versus Toronto Defiant, delaying series that really should have ended. And it's fun for the players, right? I bet you the Team USA guys probably, you know, having a laugh at that one, huh?
I mean, I'm glad because it looked like Guatemalan were also up for it as well, right? We all understand kind of the power differential here, and they were up for it. So I'm glad that they were able to at least take the duels, have the Torb off, even though it kind of ended abruptly with USA seeing the frag coming out and instantly getting revenge for Super. Richie. But hey, he still gets to say, I killed Super in that Torbjorn duel.
Yeah,
there.
That's a good point. They killed down one of the goats. They took him down already. You know, it was on Torbjorn, obviously, but... USA's entire journey throughout the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers is just marred by like mass asterisks, you know. Super Genji coming in and all Torbjorn battles and all this other stuff, but still I'm glad that we were at least able to make it entertaining. USA securing the 5-0. Super's Hog looked fantastic as well, and no question about that whatsoever. It is funny as well, you know, on that off-rolling, you know, topic, Jamerson, as well, like Hydran swapping over to the Ana. I think you see a lot of these DPS players when they swap over to the Ana, you know, temporarily even. A lot of them will just play the DPS Ana like he did, throwing only anti-grenades, you know, doing a lot of damage down range, not a lot of healing, you know, individually, kind of having that onto Kalusha's side. It's kind of interesting, you know, a lot of these players when they off-roll kind of their dynamic based on what role they originally play, right?
Yeah, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting there.
When we go to talk about the Ruffle Handsome finding as much value as we did.
I didn't even realize that, yeah, they had swapped off to the supports. I forgot all about that. But there you go. USA, congratulations on the 5-0. Have a very happy 4th of July. Take a well-needed vacation after that. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have match number 2 here in Group A. It's going to be Puerto Rico versus Costa Rica right after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Jamerson joined once again by Moxie and Dustin here for the second match of Group A here in the Americans Conference. It's going to be Puerto Rico versus Costa Rica. And it's a tale of two different teams in terms of the importance of this matchup. For Puerto Rico, Moxie, their hopes are still alive to try and make it through this group, but they have a tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, there's a flame. There's a flame and a flicker, but it is very much just a candle at the moment. They really do need to be able to fan it for it to be able to start blazing their way to BlizzCon, and it starts right here. Even then, their destiny's not entirely fully in their hands. They're going to be relying on Canada being able to topple Mexico with a clean 2-0. And then even if Puerto Rico are able to beat Costa Rica, they still have to take on Mexico tomorrow. So it's going to be a real tough challenge for this team to be able to actually make it out of these conferences.
Yeah, it's Puerto Rico sitting at 1-2. Costa Rica, though, have already played 4 of their matches. This is their final one of the World Cup, and it's still important for them because they want to, of course, have the best looks coming out of this, Dustin, with a 2-3 record. Do you think they can do that up against Puerto Rico today?
I mean, potentially. It's all up to, their star players. It's all up to how, those DPSs can perform. A lot of the weight in Overwatch 2 is kind of put on those players. So both the Jadello and Winter kind of need to step it up, right? And I think that overall this team needs to rely upon some outstanding performances. Otherwise, they won't take down a team like Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And looking at Puerto Rico, we put a lot of focus on Papa Joe throughout a lot of the last 2 days so far. For Moxie, who are you looking towards on this roster to try and step up and help Puerto Rico in their chances at securing a spot for BlizzCon?
So I think in terms of not really needing to step up, Lightwolf and Zulax have been doing a very good job, right? Normally when we talk through all of these players on rosters, immediately your eye gets drawn to the flashy players, the tank being able to sustain for long enough, the DPS being able to come in with those kills, which are really necessary to be able to clutch out these fights. If we don't really discuss the supports, it means that they're doing their jobs. They're going unnoticed, they're keeping everyone alive and healthy. A lot of the time when Papa Joe is able to go as aggressive as he wants to, it's because his supports are allowing him that aggressive reign.
Dustin, you know what it's like, the support life, going largely unrewarded and not praised enough, right? On the other side, though, for Costa Rica, if the support line is going to be so important, it's going to be up to Benji and WebTube here. How do you think they match up?
I mean, I think they match up well. I think both Benji and WebTube are decent players. And, on that previous point, too, you're right. A lot of support players kind of, whenever you do notice a support player, it's just because, either A, they're getting picked off or doing something bad, kind of doing a little bit of a mistake, showing up in the kill feed on the opposite side a lot of the times. But at points, you'll have incredibly strong, DPS and Yadas and stuff like that. A lot of those heroes that kind of get a lot more limelight. But really, I'm just looking at that backline and just keeping Baru alive, right? A lot of these fights, if you see a tank player living, past points where you think others would potentially die, then obviously you have to give that partially to the tank player for using his cover well and really avoiding a lot of that damage with good movement, but also that backline living up to that standard. That is a lot of those highly regarded supports.
That's right. Make sure you tip your supports. Give them, praise throughout all of this. We're going to be starting it off on Nepal in this matchup between Puerto Rico and Costa Rica. We got to see a few looks out of both of these squads so far. I mean, we've played almost all their matches. Puerto Rico only has one more after this. Moxie, who would you favor in this matchup now that we're going to Nepal for our first map?
I think heading into this, the favor has to be with Puerto Rico, right? They've been able to show that they can keep pace with some of the teams a little bit further up in terms of the leaderboard. They've had some pretty favorable fights as well. Even though they weren't able to find match wins, they did still come in with a couple of clutch wins and kills against the likes of Canada. And going back to sort of like the different looks we've seen from these different teams, we've seen a lot of diversity in their rosters too. So I think whoever has studied the VODs and is able to predict what the other opponent rolls out with is going to have an infinitely easier time being able to control this first fight.
Yeah, we got to see Papa Joe. I believe we started off on Sanctum, up against Team Canada, and they had that cheeky Symmetra Reinhardt back line play that caught them off guard. And so it is going to be important, right, for Costa Rica to at least keep an eye on that. And that does, of course, come down to if we start off on a Sanctum here. But on the other side for Costa Rica, and we'll see what they have in store for us. But it looks like we are ready for this match. Puerto Rico, if they want a shot at BlizzCon, it needs to start here. They need the victory up against Costa Rica. And, well, it's going to be Moxie and Dustin bring you all the action. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Jamerson. I'm excited. Moxie, obviously, I mean, you couldn't set up any better. This is really where Puerto Rico's got to shine. Otherwise, like you said, that they potentially won't even make it to BlizzCon.
It needs to be clean as well. This is something that you and I were discussing with Jameson in between the break. It needs to be a clean 2-0 because this is the benchmark to be able to see Puerto Rico go up against a team that isn't USA and Canada, that isn't one of the weaker teams as well in terms of the other groups as well. They literally have to face Mexico tomorrow, who are the closest in terms of standing at their weight at the moment. So it can't be a close fashion against Costa Rica.
Yeah, and Costa Rica has that opportunity to kind of play spoiler there for Puerto Rico. You know, on derp down through that elephant side, ready to go hack on Baru, who's playing that wrecking ball early, but he's backed up towards the support. Not a lot of Puerto Rico's ready to go for that dive necessarily. In fact, Papa Joe got hacked on the opposite side by Udelo. Meanwhile, you know, Costa Rica's kind of controlled this point already. They have that wrecking ball there. On derp is ready to go for a hack, but notices that he can't dive until just now. Papa Joe goes for the dive. He uses the translocator to get up, but he's countered though by the wrecking ball of Baru. Perfect counter engaged by the tank player of Costa Rica, but they do give up the point to keep that back line alive. Meanwhile, Udelo sets up towards the elephant, gets the hack on a talisman. Maybe potential early slam could come through on Baru's side, but it's not exactly direct towards that hack target. Puerto Rico now with full point control also have some member of their teams now regroup back towards the point as well. They're trying to dive on the Light Wolf, but he's already made his way towards that health pack. Meanwhile, Udelo has to back up. Winter now, without his Somber, has to recall as well to continue to stay alive. Meanwhile, Puerto Rico still diving on derp. They found where his translocator is, so they're kind of hard diving on that side. Talisman also got picked by WedTube over the top, though Papa Joe was there with the follow-up to trade it through. Zenyatta no longer exists on Costa Rica's side, so it's a lot of Benji with those support healing on that point. Meanwhile, the rest of Costa Rica almost have that point back in their favor. 41% already on that board as well for the side of Puerto Rico. So they're still kind of just living on this point, making sure Costa Rica can't get that cap. An EMP though from Udelo connects on the Light Wolf, so they find him. Talisman trades Benji, but Udelo's found Papa Joe, and Talisman barely makes over to that mega health pack to live, but he's without his team, so they give up the point to Costa Rica.
And unfortunately not actually able to hit him steady EMP in time. They were trying to keep him checking on Baron, making sure that the hamster wasn't the one picking up those kills with things like the pile drive to set Udelo and Winter up. And as a result, Udelo actually got way more targets to be able to clip through, as opposed to just having to play a little bit more passive with those hacks and hits the EMP first. And Puerto Rico don't have an answer for it. They don't have the rally. They're not running that Zenyatta either, so Costa Rica with that position there can actually move to keep their backline safe, and the glass cannon can properly start shooting away.
Winter has that pulse ready to go, connect onto Papa Joe, actually onto the shield. Papa Joe lives though regardless. Building towards that Primal. On derp has already found WedTube as well. No more Zenyatta again for Costa Rica, but they're still trying to take this fight. EMP though connects from on derp. However, they're the ones to lose Talisman in that fight, even off the EMP. Papa Joe now with the nano boost tries to equalize it. Has found Benji, so he couldn't use the rally in that fight either. Aru goes incredibly low, will roll away from the point as Puerto Rico will control it back in their favor.
Yeah, good target focus coming through from Puerto Rico. They have the EMP in the pocket, but they don't know whether or not WedTube on that Zen had the Transcendence, so they take him off the table before they commit the Somber Ultimate, and everyone targets Benji down, so the rally is not there to allow Costa Rica to be able to stall with those Hammer Mines for as long as they want. But Puerto Rico now don't really have a means of initiating since Light Wolf goes down early.
They try to counter dive onto Puerto Rico, where Papa Joe attempted to find WebTube, but the Transcendence, they were able to survive. Now Papa Joe comes through. A little bit greedy from him, actually, to re-engage with that Primal Rage when he was so low. Eventually will go down to Udelo. On derp has traded WedTube, but they're without their tank player, so they don't have a lot of point presence. Costa Rica will flip it again.
Udelo's got another EMP as well. Light Wolf is sitting on the rally, but you have to keep an eye on Talisman. He's the one that needs to come in with an early pick to stop Costa Rica from just using this EMP to collapse onto all of these members of Puerto Rico as they walk towards that point.
Papa Joe setting up at the top left, just spy checking or Somber checking over the top left. Notices there's no Somber there, so he's given a lot of space. Meanwhile, his DPS is are towards the coastal side, dealing with Baru. As Costa Rica just really trying to play that counter dive with WedTube on that Kariko to just kind of peel off whenever that dive eventually comes through. Papa Joe takes a little bit of damage before he backs up towards the rest of his team. Now 92% of the board. A pulse bomb from Talisman. What a nice pulse from him. Also follows through on the Yadello. Gives Puerto Rico a fantastic re-engage. Now just have to deal with Baru, who's just trying to stagger, but it's overtime, so he's just going to go down. Now goes back towards the spawn as the flip goes back for Puerto Rico.
That's so clutch from Talisman. Not only is he able to immediately take out both the supports on Costa Rica's backline, it limits the impact of Yodello's EMP. And we're heading into final fight territory. Puerto Rico are literally just going to hack Benji so the Lucio can't tap onto that point and force it onto Baru instead.
EMP available. They committed onto Baru, and he just goes down immediately. Winter also got hacked on the outside too, so he couldn't really go up for some aggression. Couldn't even touch the point. And Puerto Rico will take round 1.
Again, this is Puerto Rico having really smart game sense. They understand the chain that is going to come out of the bodies from their opponents to make sure that that point remains in play. First, they go for the Lucio, then they go for the Hammond, then they make sure once the Hammond is gone that they keep an eye on where Benji pops up. And because everyone else from Costa Rica is too far away to actually throw themselves onto the point in time, they don't have to worry about those straggle kills. They can immediately take themselves onto Sanctum.
Puerto Rico on the side. Let's see what they get a run. Maybe more towards that Reinhardt Moxie like they did previously.
Oh, no. Oh. See, this strategy works once, Dustin, when you're running that Symmetra and you have that surprise factor, but Costa Rica have seen the Canada match, and as a result, Yadello is on the Pharah, and he is going to be so far away. And all Papa Joe is going to be able to do is just shield those concussive and splash damages.
We'll say, oh my god, Andre already got booped off the map and also found Zulix. What a play already. Finding maximum value out of that Pharah. Immediately, Moxie, you called it. 3K for him. Potentially even afford Puerto Rico to have to back up in desperation.
Are we going to see hit scan? This is the problem for Puerto Rico. Loopy isn't actually starting out on control. He's the traditional hit scan. He's the one who would go into something like the Castillo or the Ash to try and keep Yadello in check. And Derp and Talisman can rotate towards things like the Sombra and the Tracer, but to actually counter this pharmacy, it falls onto Papa Joe's shoulders. He's onto the Diva, the defense matrix and boosters.
It works out for them. They're going to be able to walk through because Yadello's looking towards the outside where nobody is. He's just sitting back, although Puerto Rico hasn't gained a lot of space just yet either. They're still just slowly working out the angles. Winter gets hacked on Costa Rica's side, but is able to recall back towards his team. Talisman takes some poke, but has the mini health pack there, so he doesn't have to recall. Meanwhile, nice nade actually connects on the Yadello off that statue side. What a nade, but unfortunately no follow-up there. Puerto Rico attempted to potentially follow up, but the peel was there for the side of Costa Rica. Yadello now noticing where the supports are, ready to engage on them. Noticing there's no peel here. Zulix, though, gets that Brigitte pack. Stays nice and healthy. Meanwhile, no deaths yet on either side. The Puerto Rico's the one poked down so low, Papa Joe is. But falls back to his team, trying to get some point presence, but immediately give up a lot of positioning.
Yadello's doing such a good job as well, controlling all of these avenues. When we saw him take that left flank, he was spy checking Andup's location to make sure the Sombra hadn't backtracked into that backline. And as a result, yes, Costa Rica downed that Tracer, but they still got the barrage, and no one from Puerto Rico is looking in the Pharah's direction in time.
Gotta DM that. Papa Joe lose mech, gets that Diva bomb up, got the kill on the Benji as Yellow tried to fly back towards the sky. He got hacked, but has enough heal from both supports. You called it earlier, but the supports Costa Rica do a good job until now. Papa Joe shuts down both Baru and Yadello. Winter, though, does try to trade it back with the pulse bomb onto Lightwolf. Also does have that continued rush to stay alive. The hack comes through, and Talisman's there with the follow through onto WedTube. So Winter now has to back up. Costa Rica had 86% of the board, but Puerto Rico claim it back.
You have to punish the pharmacy pick now. Every single time if Yadello tries to move through main, he is in distance of the hacks from Andup, and as a result, we're going to be seeing these rotations as Costa Rica are trying to send the fire all the way around the back with that damage boost to try and two-tap one of these squishies before the nano boost can come out from Zulux.
Don't go a little bit too low there. Farah goes into the sky early. Baru in a bit of aggressive position. Nice engage from Papa Joe. And a hack onto Benji from Onderp. I mean, EMP gets a kill, then gets the hack onto Benji. Perfect Sombra play from Underp.
Oh, Puerto Rico are done playing into this Faro's games. That wasn't just EMP, that was a sleep dart coming from Zulix as well, just to make sure that the job got done, as they understand that the Faro is at its most vulnerable when you're trying to move back into a fight when you don't control that aerial space.
Oh, Pulse Bomb sticks onto Baru, but still hands a lot of those heals from WedTube or the Mega Health Pack if he so chooses. Rotates all the way around for free because the Pharaoh's absorbing a lot of the pressure from Puerto Rico, but Baru goes a bit too aggressive. Hack gets the Suzu, stunned as well from the rallying Brigitte. That's nice work from the back line of Puerto Rico to get rid of Baru, but the point did flip back for Costa Rica because Winter was there. Maybe Puerto Rico could punish the aggression. Diva Bomb from Papa Joe deep into enemy territory, able to find Yadello in the sky too. Talisman eventually comes back for Winter, but Costa Rica's flip got that point up to 99%.
Yeah, boosters coming through from Papa Joe as well to make sure that Costa Rica are chased further away from that point, and they can't send Barrow to use the hammer mines to guarantee that the flip remains. So Yadello off of the Faro onto the Sombra, so they have identified. They even give up the barrage too. That Puerto Rico are just going to punish the Faro's incapability of getting back into these fights without forcing one of their supports to just babysit 24/7.
Great kill from Talisman there too. I mean, the stagger kill onto Benji, forcing him now over to the Lucio. Andrip though, bound by WedTube over that right flank. Amazing shots to get that kill. Now they're down a person. Puerto Rico desperately trying to back up. Pulse Bomb connects onto the shield of White Wolf, so it doesn't get the kill. Point maybe gonna go favor back to Costa Rica, but the nano boost to Papa Joe gets him towards that point in time. While there's a bunch of ultimates towards that point of Costa Rica to try to zone Puerto Rico. Point almost flipping back in their favor, but Papa Joe doing a great job just staying towards the point, making sure it doesn't flip. A sleep dart as well lands onto WedTube, but the follow-up damage isn't there. Although Costa Rica goes incredibly low, Talisman finds WedTube and Yadello, and then Winter 2 on top of those 3 kills. Puerto Rico reclaim that point. EMP on Baru as well, and they take map number 1, and they really needed that, Mox.
They really needed it, but Dustin, it was not a dominant performance. There were a couple of stutters, there were a couple of cracks that we saw. Papa Joe not expecting that barrage to come through meant that they lost one of those really crucial fights and had to claw themselves back into having to rely on things like Talisman being able to clutch those things out with just kills to come through from that Tracer, the Pulse Bombs as well. Zulix in that last fight too, entirely untouchable. Positioning absolutely impeccable for the Ana, right? He's not on the point, he's on the off angle, he's entirely uncontested by anyone from Costa Rica because everyone's just focused on that point and trying to find the kills on it to keep it contested as long as possible, and the Ana literally just gets to farm that sustain that the team needs.
Yeah, great work from them, and now obviously going to that map number 2, going to escort, so we'll have to see what they choose towards that second, what they choose towards that second map. But I mean, map number 1 specifically, like I said, it was not close. It was a little dirty. They tried to play that Pharaoh, they tried to go for a bit of the compositions, obviously. I mean, what worked for them the best, you think, Moxie, for Puerto Rico? I mean, they eventually got that win, but it was off some stellar Tracer play from Talisman, right?
Yeah, it was, again, just like relying on the clutch to come through. The second that they unseated that Faro, we did see that the gears started working and that they were like, okay, the Faro is going to be a problem as long as we can catch her before she has that space, because the Faro is sort of in a symbiotic relationship in setting up the Hammond, right? Both of these heroes rely on distraction tactics. They're not necessarily looking for the kills, especially on the Hammond's perspective, but you're trying to draw the attention away. And if Yadello and Barrow had that just freedom of movement, so much room was provided for everyone else in Costa Rica's team. The second that Puerto Rico started limiting the spaces available for both things like the EMP and the sleeps, that's where we saw them pull ahead.
Well, now, obviously on this next one, I'm curious to see, what both teams decide to play. Simply because, I mean, Moxie, a lot of these, a lot of escort or even payload maps in general, like, do these kind of more divey compositions really work for a lot of these World Cup teams that, obviously they're not exactly the best teams on a lot of these very fast-paced, Winston or Wrecking Ball compositions?
Dive is always going to be problematic because, again, something that we've talked about is just, it's one of the hardest compositions to be able to fully coordinate, And it also involves a lot of risk in comparison to some of these other competitions, right? If you're running like that Ramatra rubber band brawl style, if you lose a player, chances are you're still going to be able to clutch the fight out because everyone is still going to be in an organized space and you're still going to be able to just come in things like ultimates to be able to make up for a player absence. If you're coming with a dive and you have everyone go down separately in different locations and get staggered because no one's on the same page chasing down targets that are low and should be taken out, you're not finding value, you're not having any monopoly on the space, and you're also not building ultimates up. It's always one-sided, so your ultimate economy is constantly working against you, which is why we saw a lot of teams, when we had the Owl teams go, a lot of them going for the Winston, some teams going for the Roadhog. It was clear to see which teams wanted to take the least amount of risk, but still try and find the same amount of value that the Winston was finding.
And now Hybrid, actually, the second map, sorry for getting that wrong. Nubani will be coming up, Moxie, and you know, maybe this one could enable some of those more diving compositions like we saw from the previous map. I mean, we probably are going to see something quite similar, right? That we saw on Nepal.
I would expect maybe something like the Echo to come out. We've talked about it in depth just because point A with the high ground focus is incredibly important, and Echo being able to go coastal side for the attacking team takes away a lot of the risk that the defenders immediately pose on the opening stretch of that high ground that you have to cross if you do decide to go main road. Because if you try and take the high ground angle opposite the defenders and they have something like an Ash set up, that's just a one-way trip to respawn with how horrible those dynamites are to deal with if you're not running a Kiriko and you're in that enclosed space.
And for the side of Puerto Rico, obviously now up that first map. If they get the second one, that's going to be, you know, very good for them moving forward. But it feels like for them, you know, we do talk about, obviously, you know, Papa Joe, we talk about their back line, but, you know, did feel like in that previous map, a lot of the DPS players with Onder and Talisman really played well, right?
Yeah, clutch hacks to come through, really good EMP. Just deciding, okay, we're gonna throw EMP on taking the pharmacy down. If the pharmacy is removed, we can deal with the rest of the team. They're just trying to have us spinning all of these different plates so that we lose focus and it eventually all crashes down amongst us. So identifying and not holding on to that quote-unquote perfect EMP on paper where you catch all 5 players in the exact same space is really smart coming out from this team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of, you know, a lot of the other team, a lot of, was it Winter, you know, kind of getting cut off on the other side, getting EMP'd, and, you know, it was a bit of a byproduct. Even in Overwatch League, you know, we see a lot of teams, Sombra players, just kind of solo EMP tracers, right? Like, it feels like that's even a good target for a lot of these teams. And, you know, on for Puerto Rico's side, obviously, as we load in, I would not be surprised to still see that, or even lock towards that Echo, like you said. I mean, do they really have that Echo player on Puerto Rico's side that can compete with the best of them? You know, the Azans, the Lab does, you know, a lot of the Overwatch League talent.
So we have seen Talisman actually flex onto the Echo this very map when Puerto Rico went up against Canada. And we have seen Costa Rica try and play towards something like the Farah with Yodello. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does indeed turn into that dogfight. But we might see Puerto Rico sub in Loopy, and then he can literally just go Ash and try and deal with Talisman on his own.
And, you know, that's kind of interesting to bring up Loopy, too, because, you know, a lot of these teams have been kind of figuring out what they want to run in terms of their lineups, right? Like a lot of them with the 7-man or even 8-man. You know, and if you're the case of the French players, obviously you have an entire like 20-man coaching staff. So a lot of the like difficult decisions have to happen behind the scenes, right? You know, based on scrims and stuff. And, you know, Loopy obviously on the map number 1 didn't get that starting role, but it's very interesting that you mentioned that maybe they would have figured something out having Loopy on Nubani.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico don't even really get that breathing space. That should come with taking that first map, because again, the map score is important. They have to be able to overtake either Mexico or Canada if they want any chance of actually being able to make it out of the conference and to BlizzCon for the actual playoffs. So it has to be a 2-0 for them. If they lose Numbani, they're not going to be able to qualify, especially if they lose against Mexico tomorrow. So having that game plan, having those coaches and analysts looking and deciding which of these players are going to get subbed in and play is crucial for this team to get right.
Now, I like that you mentioned that. I mean, the land factor, right? Obviously, being in person, playing on computers, you know, versus the other team, and, you know, whether it's backstage or on the main stage of the World Cup, you know, that's a big deal. I feel like, you know, a lot of them will stress that in interviews too. You know, I know Cloudy will talk about it a lot for Team Finland. And you know, it means a lot for a lot of these teams to make it, obviously, to the World Cup. Because it's a lot like, you know, I don't know, what would you equate it to? Because like going to your first LAN, you're just like when you're grinding for these games, you're just playing in your room, you know, in your mother's or father's house or whatever, just grinding day in and day out. You don't realize that, you know, teammates are there in person, there to support you. You have fans there as well. And there's a large ecosystem behind, you know, the Overwatch scene in general that a lot of these players really want to get to.
I think that's when it just starts feeling real. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of the time, it can be a little bit weird, even like from a casting perspective. Just sitting here watching your screen or being that player playing that video game, it doesn't really feel like it can be an actual avenue that you can pursue as a career. But when you get to that LAN and you hear the audience cheering your name and reacting to all of the plays that you make, it really does hit you. Okay, this is me. I'm here. I'm ready to show what I'm made of.
Oh, yeah. And that even extends to viewers going to the event too. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a good time. Meanwhile, Puerto Rico defensively running that echo, like you said, Moxie.
Yeah, Talisman onto that echo. Loopy not actually playing towards the Ash. Instead, he's going to be going for the Tracer, trying to push towards this backline. Something that Costa Rica have been anticipating because they've actually got a Brigida in play to make sure that the Ana stays alive when the Tracer comes calling.
And that's Loopy in and on derp out now. Costa Rica, oh my god, sleep dart on Zidella from Zulex. He's been a fantastic Ana player, like you mentioned before. Papa Joe, though, comes back for that peel onto Baru, ready to counter dive. Now Yadella goes for that dash, but can immediately drop off the high ground. You're given so much cover down in this main side to just poke, you know, use your cooldowns and really get aggressive. Now Winter, though, falls forward, does use the coach gun to get out. Now Baru finds also Zulex and Lightwolf. Now Yadella also gets on the Talisman, and Luffy falls instantaneously. So fantastic work from Costa Rica.
Yeah, there's so much follow-up damage as well from Costa Rica's DPS when Baru goes for those jumps, right? Winter can just lob a dynamite, Yodella can dash through, and that guarantees just so much damage because Brigand's Spy Heal is slow, and if Zulux doesn't have that nade, is not going to be able to out-heal all of the damage left on the doorstep as Puerto Rico now have to contest with stagger kills.
Still gets poked down, but has those heals. Wedtube close towards that Nano. Yadella also close towards that Blade. So the Nano Blade play is what Costa Rica's looking for here. On their attacking side, still getting that cart pushing and takes a little bit before it's active and ready to go. First corner, it's about to cross. Puerto Rico really want that fast dive, I imagine, first before Nano Blade can come out. Also, that anti-hits onto Winter. Loopy finds Wedtube early. Costa Rica maybe not ready for the dive of Puerto Rico to come through, losing Wedtube early on. Winter trying to fight off Papa Joe, but he backs up towards his team, though they still have the spawn doors incredibly close, so they just wait for Wedtube to come back and build the Nano.
Yeah, and I mean, Puerto Rico don't really have anything that can peel this Blade away. The closest they're going to have is the duplicate or even the primal coming through from Papa Joe as they just send a Nano to try and take Wedtube down again, and Yodella doesn't get the Nano. Wedtube uses it, but it's onto Baru.
Oh, jeez, that's the worst feeling. I mean, Costa Rica at that point, that's got to mentally mess with you. Obviously, a missed Nano from Wedtube's side. Sometimes it's obviously not his fault, right? The Ana's fault.
Papa Joe is now just waiting with Primal on top of that spawn, so when Yodella actually pulls out this Blade, he's just going to be able to juggle the Genji away from his team.
Oh, good. That's going to be rough. Papa Joe drops onto Winter, bubbles off him early, though. Eventually, Yodella goes to the dive. Flail missed from that backline, but they're able to pocket with the rally onto the Blade. Gets pretty much nothing in terms of the kill department. Papa Joe comes back for the peel. Also, a 3K for Papa Joe in that fight. Nice work from Puerto Rico.
Fast reset as Baru lobs himself off of that map. Really good peel from Puerto Rico. Lightwolf with that rally guarantees that even though Papa Joe was diving onto Costa Rica's side, therefore wasn't available to peel with the Primal, Talisman is able as well to make sure that Yodella was not able to find the kills nor get the dash reset to be able to make sure that both supports fall in one fell swoop. But Costa Rica still sitting on 3 ultimates, do have an advantage moving into this next fight.
We'll be seeing the right side, dashes back to main where they find Yodella. Meanwhile, Winter drops the Bob out the main side. Loopy with the pulse bomb, drops it, and it actually connects on a Wedtube. It was on the shield with Carmack. Unfortunately, it was hand-delivered. Didn't know which side of the shield that pulse was on. Fantastic work from the pulse bomb of Loopy. Now Puerto Rico with the Primal Rage are able to get Yodella off of the map. Baru's also slept in his own Primal Rage. Talisman eventually will find Carmack, and Loopy now regroups the rest of his team. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Puerto Rico's gotten 3 successful team fights here.
Baru now onto that Diva. There's so much just spam coming through from Puerto Rico. You're going to be able to chunk through Talisman as well. The beam not able to get defense matrix, sure, but the stickies absolutely can. As Zulix does have the nano boost, it looks like he wants to put it onto Talisman and just send the echo in. But
Wait, Nano's the
Jones.
Winston. Yeah, that jumps back. Interesting play from them. Papa Joe maybe not expecting the Nano in that situation. Jump back to his team. Also used his bubble cooldown. Now Costa Rica obviously don't have the ultimates here either until they get that Nano boost. Talisman, Poppy, engage, and the anti-hits. But Yadello finds Zulix, though Papa Joe is there to find both Carmack and WedTube. So it's worth the trade as eventually, surely they'll come back for Yadello. Puerto Rico just going to wait it out again. Another hold for them.
Again, they have to see through the threat of a Nano Blade, though. Yadello's going to have it. WedTube has already got the Ana ultimate, and Lightwolf not, unfortunately, close enough to the rally of Costa Rica act fast. That's why we're seeing Loopy just make sure that Winter doesn't get past, potentially find another pick. Puerto Rico have dealt with ultimate economy deficits by just pushing really aggressively in with these dives to take the Ana down before Costa Rica can put their win conditions online. It feels like they're doing the exact same thing again.
There's the Nano Blade. Yadello jumps into the back. It's the 2K. Missed sleep dart from Zulix. Comes back for Papa Joe. And now we get to see that Genji POV after he got the 3K with the Blade. And eventually through that, they're able to capture out the second phase.
Puerto Rico, though, burned a lot of time off of a very fast A pickup from Costa Rica in Streets phase. And Nambani Point C is where the defenders really start getting that ground with those respawns. Winter does have the Pulse Bomb, but it's the only ultimate that Costa Rica have to try and snowball through. Puerto Rico, on the other hand, have a Pulse Bomb and a Rally.
We're gonna go with that Pulse and the Rally, like you said. Front line, they're trying to build it. Loopy ready to go with the Pulse, waiting to go in for it. And he a bit hesitant with that Pulse Bomb. On the opposite side, Winter not as hesitant with it. Drops the Pulse Bomb to Papa Joe, forcing Lightwolf to commit the Rally. Now connects to that Pulse Bomb. I mean, patience is key for Loopy at the moment. I mean, he takes his time and connects the Pulse Bomb into Carmack. Lightwolf also finds Yadello. And 2 minutes left off the clock now, or on the clock for Costa Rica on this third phase.
There's a lot less pressure as well on Loopy to actually be able to hit that Pulse Bomb, especially now that, oh, they got the sleep onto the Baby Diva. They're literally just going to let Barrett... Nope, they're not even going to let him get to the railings. Talisman puts him out of his misery, lets him regroup with his team, but it's going to be after another 30 seconds of pass, and as a result, Puerto Rico's ultimate economy is absolutely thriving.
And they found Yadello at the top, dashes back, but this is where they noted. They should notice Baru's not with the team, so they could have gone for an aggressive play right now, and they do so a bit later. Goes for the sleep down to Baru, but Baru's there with defensive matrix. Loopy over the top as well with the rest of his team, jumps back towards that car where Winter is, has to recall away though. Loopy with that advantage surely will go for that duel, but now Costa Rica drop off the backside towards that main yet again. Still with the Primal Rage, Papa Joe goes aggressive with the Nano Boost first to create some space and find Yadello. Nice work from Papa Joe and Puerto Rico with the Nano engage. Also get Baru out of the mech again. The rally pretty much negated. Talisman will find Winter, and Baru goes off the map. A minute left on the clock for Costa Rica.
Costa Rica do have the Nano, but Yadello is so far away from the Blade.
They Nano Carmack.
At the moment, they Nano Carmack too, just to keep the Brig alive. I think,
without their
to
team,
make sure that Puerto Rico aren't able to just find even more stall, but that's such a shame for Yadello's Blade.
That's definitely rough for Yadello without the Blade. Papa Joe forced the Primal Rage though because he's in this aggressive spot, and this is what I like out of Puerto Rico. We want to see them, you know, play in these very open spaces, just keep going aggressive on Costa Rica, who don't have an answer. Loopy finds Yadello even before it can build the Blade, and now they're set up for that spawn camp over the top. If they set the supports in the high ground, they're golden.
I mean, Yadello's gonna have the Blade, but Costa Rica just used the Nano Boost. They've got the self-destruct at least to try and carve a path back towards that payload, but Loopy's gonna have the Pulse Bomb, and he is waiting to pick a target.
We'll see if he does it again. Is he 3 for 3? And he is fantastic! And finds Winter after he recalls with his own Blade. Yadello with the Blade trying to equalize it, but Zolix finds him. Diva Bomb towards the car to Baru. Everybody zones away. The rest of Puerto Rico are grouped towards that car. Papa Joe will be back on the Reinhardt momentarily as well. WedTube nades himself to keep himself a bit healthy for a bit longer, but Baru eventually loses the mech and probably his life in Baby Diva for him, trying to duck and dive around a lot of the shots from the side of Puerto Rico, but Winter falls to Papa Joe will find Carmack, and Puerto Rico stop Costa Rica in third phase.
I love that really late tank swap as well from Papa Joe onto the Reinhardt, because not only can he just swing the hammer away at all of those players trying to just scurry themselves onto the payload, he can also use the shield to block line of sight on the Ana healing coming through from WedTube. So unfortunately for Costa Rica, even though their support should quote-unquote be safely out of the way, they're still not able to sustain the rest of the team the way we saw Puerto Rico, so Zuluk's up on the off angle to be able to keep everyone topped off in Sanctum.
Ooh, I mean, Puerto Rico, absolute masterclass towards the end there. And, you know, Moxie, I want to ask you this question. Do you think that for some of these teams that obviously, you know, from Puerto Rico's side, they're very talented, right? But would you like to see them play even a bit more aggressive against a team like Costa Rica where they could really abuse a lot of space?
I don't know if the communication's there, to be honest. I would love to see them go incredibly aggressive, but we've seen a couple of times that there's been some communication failings, right? The biggest sign of it is if you want to nano the Winston, you always wait for the Winston to either have jump on cooldown or to already be in the team and be on like that critical health, trying to build up to the prime as quickly as possible. You never nano the Winston as he jumps back to the team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long they've been practicing together as a unit, because obviously, you know, they each play on their own individual teams and now coming together for World Cup. It's an interesting play. I've never seen a POV in the bus here, Moxie, either, for this camera. They're just walking through the bus. I didn't know there was an inside of that bus. I didn't know they modeled it. But, you know, they do actually model these things now. Puerto Rico have that echo again like they ran on the defensive side. This time, we'll see if it works out for them.
Winter's still on the Ash, though. Costa Rica playing incredibly far back, just waiting for Barry to make that opening dive. Chunk a target down low enough that Udella can finish them off, but he's immediately practiced by Puerto Rico.
Oh my God, Winter, nice shot from him. Shuts down Luffy early, forces Puerto Rico to play it slow through main again. We'll see if Puerto Rico wants to do something, or at least farm that Nana boost. Probably just let Papa Joe take some poke, give Zulix towards that Nana boost so they can go aggressive play. Or Talisman just going to build up towards that copy. He's already 50%. Closest one to an ultimate in the server at the moment. Anti from WedTube over the top to maybe equalize it as well. Now the dive comes through. Flail, perfect from Carmack to boop off Papa Joe towards the point. Having the bubble here as well is amazing for that pressure that Winter surely will provide over the top, but the Genji goes incredibly low. Udella will fall to Papa Joe for free as the peel came through onto Winter and WedTube over the top, and now missing their Genji. They're missing a lot of that damage. Anti also connects from the backline of Zolex, and Winter's trying to find a kill here, but he's lost all of his team, and surely they'll have to give the point.
Good patient play coming through from Puerto Rico as well, identifying that Talisman, if he goes too aggressively, he's going to get shut down by Winter. We saw the dynamites coming through to zone the Echo off to make sure that he wasn't able to follow up on Papa Joe's jumps. It's only after they've been able to chase Winter and exhaust the coach gun and the dynamite onto cooldown that we see the full aggressive dive come through, and again Puerto Rico trying to make the same thing happen just to get even more payload progress so they don't find themselves getting stuck around that first corner.
Oh my God, the target focus of Puerto Rico is just so good right now. The copy came through onto the Brigitte hack, or copy as well. Winter eventually will find it with a dynamite, but that provides even more space to Puerto Rico to set up.
Udella's onto the Echo, but again, we're going to find ourselves facing the exact same problem that this team had. They're not in control of the space. They can't go as aggressively as Puerto Rico can since they've got the Nano Boost and the Primal to be able to stall.
You go with the Nano play over the top. We'll see if the supports are ready for it. I'd like to see Costa Rica maybe aware, but they send Udella in early. He dies to Luffy before they could even do anything. They get now cleaned up by the Nano Boost play and also use their own Nano on Baru, which eventually will go to waste unless he builds that Primal there. Yep. Puerto Rico clean him up, and without that Winston to touch, I don't know if they even do so here.
They're banking it all on just exhausting all of these ultimates in a point C fight where they have the faster respawns and the upper hand in terms of ultimate economy. The problem is Papa Joe is going to be waiting inside this small room with the Primal for Costa Rica to actually form up and try and use these ultimates. Then he can go in and dislodge every single careful plan as Luffy prepares the pincer.
Yeah, like what Papa Joe's doing here. Pulse bomb over the Luffy of the left side, like you said, to close out. Nice sleep onto Baru. Bob's here though to zone, but an AT connects onto Udella, forcing that copy. Bob's still there on the cart to at least zone it for now, but Luffy and Papa Joe over the left flank, looking for the back with the pulse bomb. Could he connect again? He does! This time on to Winter. I think he's, what, 4 for 4 on pulse bombs. The peel is there now for Costa Rica. With Udella, he does get that nano off, I think, before the copy will run out, but they're down a person in this fight. Baru doesn't have that primal rage, desperately relying on WebTube's heals. The aggressive play now from Puerto Rico with the rally, with the copy, results in WebTube dying. They can easily push this cart towards the end now. Talisman will find Carmack with the copy jump onto Carmack. That card is so close to the objective. They're just waiting for this Tracer Winter, the last one to touch. 3 meters, 2 meters. Sleep Dart doesn't connect, but they still kill him regardless. And Puerto Rico will make it way easier on themselves on Numbani to get that 2-0 win.
That was so smart of them coming through from their positions when we headed into point C. Just with the pressure of Papajo's positioning alongside Loopy, they're able to pull out 3 ultimates from the side of Costa Rica, who, remember, had given up a contest on B to be able to play a full ultimate fight for the team when we headed into that defensive half. And before they can actually even match Puerto Rico, they're already down 3 of them.
Well, let's bring back Jamerson to kind of wrap everything up here for that last series.
Yeah, I mean, I would say good looks for Puerto Rico there. We saw them when we were starting off on Nepal, having some great dives with that Sombra. I think Anders was doing an amazing job on that Sombra of being able to call out the positions and calling out the dives. We got to see the follow-up coming up from that tank line. So really good looks from them there on Nepal. Although we did get to see, of course, once we went over to Sanctum, that we did have that kind of Costa Rica doing their homework and realizing that, you know, there might be that Reinhardt cheese. Here, though, on Numbani, there's one point that I kind of want to mull over with you guys. Like, speaking of, like, the defense for Puerto Rico, it doesn't seem like they're not all kind of there when it comes to the dive defense and absorbing that dive, even though they're running Light Wolf on that Brigitte. What do you think they could be doing better on the point A defense?
It's tough to say. I think that there's a lot that obviously they'll have to look back at. But obviously, you know, a lot of the point A defense can be quite difficult, right? I mean, it's like one of the hardest in the map. You know what's surprising, Jamerson, was if you look at second point Numbani, I think was that Puerto Rico held as well on their side for an incredibly long time when, you know, a lot of people don't like the straights phase of Numbani, right? So, you know, I think there's a lot of interesting things that happen in that series, and I think it just comes down to, you know, a lot of the potential disparity between these two teams, but also just a lot of, you know, kind of randomness happening as well.
And here we got...
Like, tag on to that point as well. Puerto Rico just looked a lot more comfortable when they had more grind to be able to fall back onto in terms of that defense on B. They had a lot more room to be able to position to, like, really far away from the fight, so it was incredibly hard for Costa Rica to actually be able to send anyone of their DPS to be able to try and take the Ana down and pressure out some of those really crucial utilities like the anti-nade. So as a result, Puerto Rico just kept getting to go as aggressive as they wanted to, sending the dive in before Costa Rica were actually able to use any of the ultimates that they'd built up, taking point A as quickly as they did.
And on their offense, they looked extremely well coordinated. Loopy was doing an amazing job, as well as Talisman. But Loopy was, like Dustin had mentioned, went like 4 for 4, maybe 5 for 5 on those pulse bomb stickies. Yeah. And how much of that can you attribute to Loopy just being able to find those moments, but or the pressure that the rest of the tank line brings in for Puerto Rico there, Moxie?
So a lot of the time when he was actually finding those sticks with the pulse bomb, he was taking it into a lot of players where they were all clumped up because of that pressure that all of these other players on Puerto Rico's side are providing. And as a result, even if you don't manage to find that stick onto the break because it's onto the shield and you can immediately just drop it and the pulse bomb falls to the floor, if too many players are too close to that Brigitte when the pulse bomb detonates, you're still going to be able to find a pick. That being said, he had absolutely no problem bypassing the break shield. Every single time he went for Carmack, he was able to land the stick.
Oh man, there were a few moments as well where like Carmack tried his best to shield bash his way away from the team, but there was one moment I believe where he brought it right into a 2K bomb there. So really unfortunate, very difficult in that regard, but amazing job once again from Loopy and all of Puerto Rico here. Again, they had a pretty difficult last 2 days having to face off against USA and then Canada, but this is a nice bounce back for them. Like we said, very important match to keep their World Cup hopes alive. So congratulations to Puerto Rico, who now go 2-2. Now they're going to be watching with bated breath. Canada versus Mexico. That's the matchup on the other side of the break. A super important one as well. You're not going to want to miss that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're right back with more Overwatch World Cup after this. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. This is the Americas Conference Group A final match of the day. It's Canada versus Mexico. Both teams currently sitting at 2-1, and a victory here basically cements your way into the finals, into BlizzCon. But they still have 2 matches ahead of them, of course. They haven't played all 5 yet, so their journey isn't done, but you know, there are large ramifications here. Now, taking a look at this matchup between Canada and Mexico, again, both of them are sitting at 2-1. This will be a huge tiebreaker, but we do have to break down the stakes of this match, right, Moxie? Because again, we have 3 slots available here for Group A. And so it's not completely set in stone yet, especially with Puerto Rico taking that 2-2 at the beginning of the day.
I'm so happy you mentioned Puerto Rico because they may have just won their match, but they are not celebrating winning that match. They are going to be glued to this stream to see the results of whether or not Canada are going to be able to deal a loss to Mexico, who are the only team so far to be able to take any map, any ground against Team USA. So it's a really important benchmark map for Canada to prove that even though they're a little bit behind Team USA, they're not so far behind Team USA that they can just practice a little bit more and be able to meet their match when we actually head towards BlizzCon. And for Mexico, it's incredibly important because they have to prove that they can go for the upset, that they're a lot closer to the likes of Team Canada and USA that a lot of people are expecting.
Yeah, we got to see Astronix coming in from Canada yesterday as well, much to the happiness of Billy earlier on yesterday. But on the other side of this matchup, Mexico, where do they stand in this group, right? We I think all fully understood, especially with the caliber of players coming in for Team USA. The big question marks were going to be, how do Canada and Mexico kind of step up in that regard? Where do they rank amongst this group? Now, Dustin, what have you been seeing out of Mexico? We've talked a lot about Angel Volado, but is it only the one-man show for them?
No, I don't think so. I think this whole lineup is very talented, right? I think this is one of the best showings we've seen for Mexico in World Cup history. I think historically, you know, Canada usually edges out Mexico, and in fact, at points has been one of the best teams in World Cup. So, you know, to get that win today, potentially over Canada, would prove, you know, a lot of the lineup is super good. Like you said, it isn't just the Angel Volado show. It's also Castle on that Winston all the time. Hysteria also flexing. Also Choboluk's playing really well. And then having a very solid backline in Momo and Paulette, and then also subbing in Sopa for that Lucio. So they have a very versatile group that is also very, very mechanically skilled. So I think that Mexico just is at the point right now where they really need to beat Canada today. And absolutely make one of the statement wins so far in the qualifiers.
We're going to be starting it off once again on Nepal. Moxie, who do you give the heads up to here in this matchup now that we're starting it off on Nepal between Canada and Mexico?
I mean, I have to go with Canada. The firm favorites moving into this, not just because of their track record, but also because of just the experience that so many of this team has. Like, they're coming from contenders teams. They've got Overwatch League experience as well, from the likes of Crimzo, coming out from Vancouver Titans. Cal had some insane pop-off moments the last time we got to see him play the Kiriko towards Zambani. It's a really strong team, and they do have to prove that that loss against Team USA was just a fluke and a little bit of a rough day. And I mean, we've seen them prove that against other teams, but Mexico is the team that's come the closest to both them and USA so far. So this is the true test for this team to show that they're here to stay and that they can challenge USA again.
And what strengths, Dustin, do you think Mexico brings in to try and upset Canada in this matchup, as it looks like we are ready for this match? So I'm going to leave you with that question. Guys, go ahead and take it away.
Well, let's ponder it a bit, I guess. Moxie, thank you, Jamerson. And obviously, last game of the day, like you said, I think that a lot of their strengths, obviously, like you mentioned earlier, you know, rely on those dives, right, Moxie? It seems like they're a very good team when it comes to being fast-paced, right?
They're a very flexible team as well, like you talked about. A lot of different heroes coming through. We've seen Choboluk's play that Genji as well to be able to properly get a lot of value off of things like the Winston dive, where the Winston chips a target down low enough, Genji finds the dash, immediately gets the dash reset, gets to find that kill, but also regroup with the rest of his team. Interestingly enough, though, like you said, they're running Sopa rather than Paulette, who normally comes in to play that Brigida. So chances are we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different look coming through from this team. And Sopa, not on the Lucio this time, onto the Mercy to pocket show blocks on the far. Flexibility in full play.
Yeah, Soap, I guess, more of their like main support, whereas Pellet, I guess, is kind of flex support, Brigitte type player. Canada rocking out with that Sojourn in the May, playing it a little bit slow. Looks like they're trying to go for a reset. Noxious now catches on that Canada wants to make a comp switch.
Yeah, they have to. They were not expecting the pharmacy, and as a result, Mexico might actually potentially get to pick up this point for absolute
They're swapping
free.
too. Wait, look, Mexico's swapping too. They sent Choblux back towards the spawn. Mexico takes the point. What do they swap to? With Choblux and Sopa?
Potentially the Echo, maybe actually the Sombra. They force off of the Ramatra onto the Diva, so the Sombra can just chunk through this Diva mech.
But it is, you know, whoever wins this first fight, you know, can win the series, and they haven't gotten to the point just yet. Mexico hasn't, so Hysteria gets slept, hack, and integrated. If he can live on that backside, it's huge for Mexico, but he gets killed by Noxious on the front line, and Canada flipped that point back. So Mexico, maybe a bit of hesitancy with their composition results in that first point going back in the favor of Canada.
I think they valued that stall potential of this composition a little bit too much as well, right? Hysteria on that Wrecking Ball. You thought you were going to survive a little bit longer, but obviously Psika with the Sombra has the means of being able to cut the grapple short, and we've moved away from the days of Hammond's Eternal Stall with the 6-second grapple cooldown, as it looks like we're actually going to have a pause, Dustin. Whether or not we're going to see an actual reset of the map is going to be an interesting one, because Mexico did manage to grade out a lot of early percentage with the forest shenanigans coming through at the beginning.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say what the right call is in a lot of those fights, because obviously, you know, Canada makes that swap first, which I think is right, but then also eventually Mexico does, and which I don't think that's right. It's like kind of weird, isn't it? Just it's not really something fully understood by some of these teams. I mean, you think that if you run the Farrakhan Moxie, obviously for the side of like Saudi Arabia, you really like playing that Farrakhan no matter what. So don't you want your team to be more confident anyways if they're going to play the Farrakhan regardless of what you roll out against?
I think they just didn't want to have to play the ramp. Right? You look at the composition that they're coming out with. Ramatra is incredibly strong at being able to deal with momentum and stall. He's ruthlessly efficient at being able to shut things like the Hammond down with the vortexes, as well as being able to keep that shield up to poke down the Ana and also block line of sight for the heal sustainability to be there. I think, honestly, it was literally just mind games to force false off of the Ramatra and onto the Diva, which is a far more easy option for the Sombra to be able to deal with. Yes, the infinite ammo does make the spy check a little bit more annoying, but you can farm EMP off of that mech, deny defense matrix, and really allow the rest of your team to be able to flourish, as opposed to trying to go for the Ramatra. Even if you find the hack connection onto him, you're not really denying that presence that he has in the fight, because he can still use the primary to poke you down.
So it's so interesting. I mean, there's a lot of calls I think that could be made there. But regardless, obviously, as it stands, while we're in the pause, you know, Canada are the ones on the point and have that flip and, you know, have a lot of the control, right? Where Mexico now has to recontest. And it's not gonna be an easy task versus a team that is, you know, so mobile.
It's going to be essentially just an arms race for ultimates, especially for the Sombras. Both of them switching around about the same time period. Both of them going to be able to farm that EMP off of the Diva mech. Whoever hits that EMP, first of all, especially because we're seeing Ana Brigida rather than a Lucio or Zenyatta, EMP is essentially a fight win.
Now going for that poke fight with the enemy Sombra of Seeker. Now in the main side, almost gets hacked, but blinks away onto Crimzo, who the dive eventually comes onto him with Trobolux. But he gets to Brigitte the health packs from Magic Mate Ball, who's there with the peel. Crimzo doing a great job building towards that Nana boost. Trobolux desperately trying to build his as well, but Sopa gets slept on that backside and anti-grenaded. We'll see if the kill eventually comes through. Eventually it won't actually, but Mexico doing a great job sustaining versus that dive, while On Hell is just trying to find some positioning on the downside. Trobolux sets up with the EMP, but his team is EMP'd on the opposite side, and they lose Momo and Sopa immediately. Fantastic EMP from Canada with the nano boost engaged, but that's two ultimates versus Mexico. Hold on to there.
Yeah, an arms race. Whoever hits the EMP and uses it first is going to be able to find that immediate momentum, since the support ultimates have not been built for the side of Mexico. They're going to have them now to be able to try and follow up on the EMP, but Canada also have means of sustaining of their own. The rally, the self-destruct to be able to peel Mexico's aggression.
What notices that Crimzo is sitting in Narnia, so he goes for that frontline EMP, and they find Noxious immediately. Crimzo not there with the peel in time because he was too scared of the EMP. Now Mexico used that advantage to walk in, get the hack on the falls temporarily, but with the rally re-engaged from Canada, Mexico now needs to deal with it. Nano boost Sopa, who's building towards that rally, who doesn't have it yet though, but an anti connects on the Magic 8 Ball. Fantastic nade from Momo again, who's been so impactful on the Ana. Falls trying to equalize it, but doesn't have a lot of that follow-up damage. Noxus drops the pulse bomb though, and they find Sopa before he builds the rally. Falls Diva bombs, but dies with the instant on him. Angel was there for the peel, and also the sleep dart from Momo. Angel's there with the peel, and fantastic recontest from Mexico.
Canada exhaust all of their ultimates that they had available in that fight as well. They're going to have a nano boost to try and save a squishy target. They then have Velato tries to use his pulse bomb on us. Seeker gets actually spy checked, not by the Diva, but by the Tracer, and as a result, the backline from Mexico are more than safe at the moment, as we're going to have to see the Sombra try to relocate.
Yeah, I love this spot. It's a super defensible position on the high ground, but that does leave Hysteria alone on the point. Angel actually kills himself with the pulse bomb, but takes Magic 8 Ball out as well. 50% of the board. Mexico trying to sustain with their own rally. Hysteria jumped up to the sky to avoid a lot of that damage. Seeker also gets hacked with his EMP available, so now he's not in the fight any longer. Noxus though still being a nuisance. The sleep dart came out onto Hysteria to stop that push. Canada slowly work things back in the favor as they have ultimates here towards the point. Troblex trying to build that EMP towards the elephant side as well. Hack almost connects onto Hysteria, but he uses the cover to avoid it. Now the EMP on the Canada side from Troblex. Fantastic EMP from him. They get Noxus out immediately, and Canada want to reset now.
Such a clutch anti-nade as well to land onto Seeker and two other members of Canada, so they can't use the EMP, but Canada with the rubber band unable to successfully re-engage. They lose Magic 8 Ball on the rotation back towards that point, and Canada, they use the EMP. Dustin, they've been absolutely shut out of this fight.
Oh, Noxus has landed the pulse bomb. Fantastic from him, but they're relying entirely off individual prowess at the moment. Canada push forward onto Mexico's backline. Momo gets hacked, so has a lot of pressure from Seeker. Almost falls, but uses the cover brilliantly and has Sopa there for the peel. Now they're able to come back. Falls still sitting with the bomb. Crimson goes so low. It dies to Angel Velato. What a pick off from him, one of the star Ana player of Canada. And now without that Ana, they don't have that support. They're close to Magic 8 Ball with the rally, but they've already lost Noxus. And Falls is out of the mech. Forced the Diva Bomb just with the rallying Brigitte on the point. Seeker has found Momo, but it did cost him his life. Angel has been running an absolute terror on the backline of Canada at the moment. They're diving on a Magic 8 Ball, who is back towards the main. Now has Crimzo there. False has found Hysteria out of mech. Maybe with that they could find some momentum back towards the point. They're able to get some of that point presence. EMP from Troblex is there, but unfortunately they don't have the follow-up. Canada sustains through it, and they've killed Angel and Hysteria and have reclaimed that point. Last second, nobody there now for Mexico. Troblex gets slept by Crimzo, and with just Momo alive, nobody's there to touch. Canada, oh my god, I almost had a heart attack. Take round one.
This is not as dominant a performance as Canada needed. Mexico are showing that they have so much life in them, that they have that target focus, that they have the mechanical skill. Canada made some mistakes in terms of where they would allocate ultimates when they would try and rotate back towards these fights. There are weaknesses that if Mexico are able to continue to take advantage of, we could very well be seeing the first proper upset in this region, as again, reading your opponent's starting composition really becomes incredibly important. Showblocks onto the Echo, Seeker onto the Pharah. Echo always has the means of being able to collapse onto the Mercy far better, but Pharah with that 2-tap deft drop down to be able to zone out this Ana with the splash damage constantly there, as opposed to the Echo, who has to rely on the stickies to do so.
No.
Has a lot more space control. Showblocks is gone immediately.
Where was Sopa? Oh no, that's a rough opening pick.
Yeah, I mean, Village is really unforgiving if you mistime your GA. On this map, if your Pharah or your Echo uses that shift and you don't have that slingshot capability as the Mercy, you do just get stuck on the rooftops and slide back down, something that Canada very quickly saw and took advantage of.
I'm liking Seeker on the Pharah so far, but does have to deal with the Echo over the top. Now Momo peeks out as well to put some pressure onto Seeker, force him away back towards the point, give some space to the Echo Chobulux, but neither, you know, Sky character really taking a whole lot of damage. Now Seeker backs up as well. No kills just down on the side. Chobulux looking for Magic Maple on the side, but Crimzo's there with the heals to keep him healthy. Mexico rotate towards that point to try to get the flip. almost do so, but Canada's there to contest. But Hysteria, through that recontest, finds Seeker down below. The Rams potentially could be there, and it is for Magic Mayfall. But Choblux through that is able to find Crimzo, and they flip the point back. Momo needs some peeling desperately on the back, but Hysteria is there, and so is that back line of Momo too, and Sofa. So they're able to get Noxious, Seeker, and Magic Mayfall. Find False as well as he runs away and reclaim the point earlier on.
Seeker off of the Pharah onto the Echo. Are we going to see False? I think he's going to use the Hammer Mines and then most likely swap towards the Diva just to make sure that Magic Maple, when he's pulled out of position to find these reses, has Defense Matrix behind him. If Sopa has to go for that really vulnerable position where you're static, they at least have Hysteria's mech to be able to fall back onto.
Choblux has that copy. Pretty on the side. 5 ultimates on the side of Mexico. The dive comes through from Falls, but he gets slept. However, Crimzo gets Momo on that dive. However, it cost him his life. Pulse bomb from On Helpalato. Copy and a sleep from Choblux. Oh my god! Hysteria is there with a follow-up. The quick copy switch into the sleep from Choblux was absolutely beautiful. And now Mexico have rotated towards the point. They use the copied Nano 2 to sustain. False wants to win this point, so he drops the Wrecking Ball ultimate. But Seeker is getting dipped in the air by Choblux. What a play from here. Even with the Valkyrie of Magic Mayfall, he couldn't live. And Choblux is on fire. Gets Magic Mayfall out of here in 60% and going. What a play from the Echo of Mexico.
You need the Diva. You need the Diva right now. False is trying alongside Noxious to draw attention from Mexico away from all of these squishies walking through those rotations towards the point so they can just find that flip. But the Diva is necessary to be able to just make sure you can pressure Choblux the way that he's been able to pressure the entirety of Team Canada. There it is. False onto the Diva with the mech with Defense Matrix as Choblux gets jumped on.
Absolutely destroyed with the Nano Boost engage. Also connects onto Momo. Fantastic re-engage by Canada, where Crimzo's just fighting for his life at the moment. I mean, he's sitting so far back that nobody can help him. And he wins the 1v1 with On Hell too. Canada flipped the point now. We're in their favor.
They've bought up 96% of this point, however, Dustin. And Canada, they may have ultimates, but they're going to have to throw a good many in to be able to stall to amount the same percentage that Mexico have already been able to accrue. As Seeker's just sitting on this duplicate. Can't actually duplicate the other Echo. He is going to have to choose another target to go for.
Waiting that copy. 50% on the board for Canada. That only ultimate, like you said, Mexico do have that ult advantage. Seeker still free to do whatever he wants, goes for the copy and a tracer. Notices Momo took the body shot from Crimzo. So they have to peel, but Crimzo hits with the nade as the peel came from Hysteria. Defensive Matrix towards Seeker, but now that pulse bomb comes out late. Perfect timing to follow up on a Crimzo's nade. Canada now up to 70%.
Baits like that Defense Matrix so the nade can come through from Crimzo. And as a result, even if the Diva had been able to just body through some of that damage from the Ana, you still would not have been able to heal yourself. Defense Matrix would have won out, and Canada would still have been able to pick up the kill. They did what they needed to do. Use one ultimate to be able to stall into this next fight, to be able to equalize point percentage.
Well, they hear Seeker above. It's kind of a quiet sound effect with the Echo flying. Now Choblux goes aggressive towards Crimzo, gets the copy again. Tries to throw out the nade, but he's lost his Mercy already. Sopa, the target for that dive of Canada. Seeker, fantastic target selection from his side. 96% of the board. They're doing without their Mercy, who has to come back with the Valkyrie. But the sticky from On Hell as Seeker flew away. He couldn't shake off that pulse, though. The Resurrect is there for Mayfall. Noxious takes out some poke from Choblux, but without the Mercy pocket there, Choblux falls. Noxious still sitting with the Pulse Bomb 2. Diva Bomb 2 just delay, and he finds Noxious where the Resurrect's not there. Sleep Dart from Crimzo, meanwhile, came out and connected into On Hell. Fantastic work from Crimzo there as Seeker is doing a lot of that damage towards the point. Mexico don't have enough damage to sustain here on the point. The flip goes back for Canada. Hysteria loses the mech, and out of baby form takes the Infinite 2. Seeker just getting all of these final blows. Crimzo will find Sopa, and sadly for Mexico, at least on Nepal, they'll lose it. Down 1 to Canada.
It's that experience again with target focus for Canada. Yes, all of their players are trying to balance that point contest so that Mexico don't manage to find that flip, but at the same time, Seeker is incredibly vigilant of what everyone is trying to do, especially where that Ana is trying to position. He goes after Momo, and Momo goes down without actually being able to connect on to anyone of his team with that Nano boost, and as a result, they just don't have the ability to be able to keep that Diva sustaining on the point for long enough to be able to body through and absorb all of the damage as Canada's target focus squishy after squishy after squishy until that point is entirely clear.
I mean, Moxie, that was an absolutely beautiful game of Overwatch that we just watched between these two teams. I think that, you know, for the side of Mexico to take it to Canada is a big deal. Obviously, you know, for Canada's side, that was a fantastic first map to win. But, you know, Mexico doesn't seem to be a slouch as it stands.
I mean, Mexico forced Canada to swap off these compositions, right? We saw the attempt at the Wrecking Ball, we saw the attempt at the Farah, and it did not work. Immediately, it was on to, okay, we have to mirror Diva for Diva, Echo for Echo, because you just saw what happens, right? When a Mercy gets close enough and has to use things like the super jump to be able to stay attached to that DPS that you're pocketing, it creates that space for the Echo to be able to close up the distance, land the stickies, land the primary, land a melee, and off the Mercy is gone.
I mean, fantastic work. Now going to the game number 2, Moxie. I mean, can we even say a like a pure favorite for this next map? I mean, it's just at the moment for Canada's side, it does seem like they wanted to play that Ram composition, but really couldn't on round number 1, but then made that flex over. Do you think for that map number 2, in order to get that 2-0, they lock maybe something more towards Brawl?
It's a tricky one, right? Because Canada were the ones to take that control map. They're not the ones in control of where we head to next. So we could very well see that Mexico take us to somewhere like Numbani, where they're still going to be able to play Roblox on the Echo, who was absolutely monstrous until we saw the mirror swaps come through from Canada's side. But it also means that Canada, again, aren't able to play towards that round. You have to mirror dive.
You know, it's an interesting point that both teams have to make at the moment. And you know, it did seem like for Canada's side, Moxie, that, you know, a lot of this is coming down to as well time together. I mean, doesn't it also seem, I mean, Mexico as well, doesn't it seem that both these teams have a bit more coordination than some of the other teams we've seen so far, like Costa Rica, like Puerto Rico, like some of those teams, but it's not exactly to the level of USA yet, right? I mean, there's obviously some things they need to work out.
There were some moments again where Canada were like, well, we have these ultimates. We're 71% away from these ultimates. If we just use hammer mines, we're going to be able to find that point flip. We're going to be able to make this composition work. And as a result, some of those hero swaps, well, they didn't come in too late. They definitely came down to the wire in regards to that swap onto the Diva and off of the Hammond. Because again, like, you're not really getting to distract and set your DPS up as the Hammond. You're the one that's meant to be going in and disrupting all these compositions, but because the Hammond has no means of being able to stand up to the Echo spam, he can't just defense matrix, he can't immediately find those pile drives, he just gets chunked down incredibly low. And because Crimzo on the Ana, the second he tries to line of sight that Hammond, he's stepping into line of fire from everyone on Mexico's side. That Ana is not going to last a single second by defense matrix. So the swaps were necessary, they did come through, but Mexico can absolutely punish how long it took for some of those to actually be committed onto.
And obviously, since Canada just won that map number 1, leading to map number 2, I mean, we kind of saw some similar things that we usually see out of Canada, right? Obviously, Crimzo popping off, by the way. Numbani's the next map. But you know what was kind of a surprise, Moxie, was Seeker didn't really look like a slouch on that Echo, did he?
He had a really good Echo. Like, he was getting damage boosted a lot of the time as well, being topped up to make sure that he could go toe-to-toe with Roblox on the Echo as well. But he had the positioning and spacing really nailed down. When we saw him move away from the Farah towards the Echo, like, it's always really interesting to see how those two DPSs actually, like, pace around each other. Obviously, with the Farah versus Farah, you want to be the Farah above the other Farah, which again is why you want to be winning these fights back to back to back. So you're always going to have that acceleration and height above the Farah, so you can get as close as possible and go for that 2-tap with very little distance to actually be able to miss those shots. With the Echo versus the Echo, you ignore the other Echo and go straight for the Mercy, which is what we were seeing both of those Echoes try and do time and time again. And as we head into Numbani, if we do see the Echo play come through once again, and there is Mercy pockets, it's going to be more of the same. Echo spam damage to keep the hit scan off of the angle, and then the second that you're close enough to be able to land that beam, you go straight for the kill.
Maybe on that note too, I mean, obviously Sopa is a good player too, which by the way, he's still back in. Also Cal in for Magic Maple, but I was gonna say Magic Maple looked like he was doing good on the Mercy too to avoid a lot of the damage from Troblox, right?
Yeah, but Canada now are prioritizing damage output. They understand that Seeker has so much room in Numbani, these really tight corners, these really high buildings, to be able to disguise his position. And Echo already has a very slim hitbox, so it can be pretty hard for Hitscan to be able to take it down in comparison to something like the Farah. And whenever Cal comes to play Numbani, he comes to play on the Kiriko. Those kunais do not miss.
2 subs for Canada, meanwhile only 1 for Mexico, with Castle back in, who is their Winston player. Now Canada on their side, obviously rocking with their own and playing the Echo yet again, but without the Mercy this time.
Yeah, Troblox getting a little bit of early damage, however, as doors open with those Echo spams. As Canada, like you said, not going to be running towards a pretty aggressive dive at the moment, just waiting for Mexico to try and show their hand a little bit too soon.
Oh no. Oh no. Choblox took a headshot, it looked like, from Seeker before he went in, but Castle trades it back. Crimzo wanted to go aggressive, but that costed him his life. Castle now has to regroup towards his team. Canada looks a little bit stunned at the moment. Seeker goes so low, down to 1 HP, and on Hell finds him. Noxious as well recalls those, so he sustains, as well as Castle still wants some more, even though he's not fully healthy. The backline of Sopa and Momo keep him healthy, and Canada's pushed off the point for now.
Yeah, staying around at high ground where Angel Velado is able to control all of these different avenues, if you're an Echo without a Mercy Pocket, is going to be an absolute death sentence. Something that Seeker found out the hard way is Canada are just building up their ultimates, waiting for that right opportunity to be able to commit onto this dive.
And I like that Angel's also trying to counter Noxious here on that outside, make sure that peel doesn't come through. Castle, though, is going alone. Cal's found those shots. You're right, he doesn't miss, but Choblox trades it back. Seeker goes down, though Noxious is there to dive on a Sopa regardless of maybe having to deal with Angel on the Tracer. Angel just going for Crimzo, while Astro able to find Choblox there. Mexico backs up. Maybe going to try to recontest at 75%.
You're going to be missing Choblox, though, so that is a majority of the burst damage, as well as the ability to be able to break Astronex's Winston bubble. But it does look like Mexico are trying to just pull this nano boost from Momo as quickly as possible, not recontesting the actual point cap, but just trying to have that Winston take a little bit of face tank damage to be able to match ultimates of Canada around corner.
That was a tough fight probably to take after Castle used the jump cooldown and also the bubble. Really difficult to recontest versus Canada, who's all there. Meanwhile, Noxious recalls, can't set up the pulse bomb yet. Castle is aware of that, so he dives on him immediately. Nano boost available on the side of Canada's team, so they can immediately go for that dive with the Nano on an Echo or the Winston. They go for Astro first to build the Primal Rage. Castle just tries to get on the Crimzo, but he's left here. Choblo's copied on the end. Meanwhile, on the front line, out of the copy, and then also tracked down by Noxious, while Castle, noticing as well as Echo, wants the Primal Rage to try to get something. But with how mobile Canada is at the moment, it's hard to really get any kills with the Primal Rage, so he's just going to have to back up. Let's see if Mexico really wants to win this fight here and now with their own Nano Boost. Maybe on the Castle. They're still sitting with it. Canada, though, knowing they have the man advantage, wants to go for more. Anti connects on a Sopa, and the nades are there from Seeker. Mexico's getting staggered. Angel drops the pulse bomb on the opposite side, but he's without his team and dies the Cal too. Mexico are falling apart at the moment.
Oh, it's so mean when you know that the target is so low and they're going straight for that health back on the high ground. Just send the stickies from the Echo, and chances are you're going to be able to pick up one squishy before they're able to find that health replenishment. As Astronix is actually going to be able to find a stagger pick onto Momo, who still has not been able to use this nano boost. And as a result, Canada are going to just be able to keep rolling. They have that spam pressure to be able to make sure that Mexico cannot contest until that card is on the checkpoint, or at least until the Annas respawns. As Castle goes incredibly low. Too low. He jumped in like he had Primal or Nano Boost, but Momo was still out of the fight.
This is great from Canada. They get on the Angel Choblox too. And this is what we talk about with other maybe lesser teams that are still good. Want to see that aggression. Canada finding that pick on the end. I mean, amazing.
Duke is going to have the duplicate. Noxious is going to have the pulse bomb. Crimso's coming up to another nano boost. About to lap Momo an ultimate charge if he hasn't already, as we're going to be seeing the panic swap come through to try and deal with this dive with this Winston. Choblox onto the Reaper.
On that Reaper, like you mentioned, nano boost on the Castle to go aggressive, but Noxious there with the pulse bomb onto the shield though. Nice job to avoid that pulse. Castle though now is the target of Canada. Anti-connects on the Noxious. Just waits for that. The copy did come through onto Seeker. Does use the Death Blossom before the copy runs out, but doesn't get maximum value on it necessarily. The bubble used from Astro, also with the nano boost, means he can go aggressive onto Sopa. And Astro's been playing so well on the Winston thus far. Also barely lives and gets those heals from Crimzo and Cal. Will get back to full HP as well, and Seeker on the front line finds Choblox. Crimzo though goes down because Castle is primal raging. If Castle could find one more, that would be huge, but Cal swift steps away towards the mini health pack and is eventually found by Castle, who gets two. That was crucial for Mexico to find those two kills and stop Canada's push.
Choblox now is going to be able to have that Death Blossom as well to derail the momentum that Canada are going to try and pick up with Cal's Kitsune Rush in the fight afterwards. Astronix is going to have the primal rage, however, if he does want to commit. As we're actually going to see, oh no, it's a disconnect from Cal. He's going to lose Kitsune Rush charge. It's going to reset to 0.
That Canada internet, Moxie, it must be, obviously. I mean, that's why USA is better, is because we just have better internet here, obviously, right?
Oh,
and that sucks. That sucks.
That's an absolute tragedy. This is actually really tough, however, for both sides, because Mexico are now going to be faced with the choice of, do you use Death Blossom before Kitsune Rush is available? And do you risk not having anything to be able to derail the momentum of Kitsune Rush when it comes up again for Canada?
Oh man, this is really a tough situation to be in for Canada's side. I mean, that's I don't know. There's not much we could talk about in terms of like maybe getting ult charge back or something, but obviously, you know, we'll have to see what happens.
I mean, it's the full DC. It's not like you swap hero and retain 30%. It is a full disconnect, which means bumped right back from something around 70% to 0.
Are they in a facility or like are Canada like set
I'm
up
not
anywhere?
Sure. I know India, Team India, we're all playing and staying together, but there it is. Cal onto the Zen. I mean, they want the Discord. They want that ability to be able to volley around these corners pre-aiming to keep Mexico back.
I mean, Cal has brought the firepower so far. We'll see if he could do it also on that Zenyatta. Canada, though, trying to build up towards some ultimates or even just go for that hard dive on the Momo and Mexico that are sitting back towards the spawn bubble used from Castle. Really just taking out the progressions of Mexico at the moment, get those cooldowns removed. Astro also went aggressive with the Primal Rage to just zone back Mexico, maybe scare them into using an ultimate. The Nano engaged though. Angel also finds Cal. The peel is not necessarily there. Trobolux also commits to Death Blossom over the high ground to take down an Echo after the backline of Canada was removed. And the reset now for Canada as Noxious jumps off the map.
Angel Velado needs to hit this pulse bomb. Canada are coming in with Duplicate, which is going to reset Seeker's health bar even if he's under pressure, and Nano Boost. If Canada are able to break through this choke, they're going to be an advantage in terms of ultimate charges. So Angel Velado cannot be spotted out by the team, but they go too late!
Oh, what a shot from Cal as they tried to set up. Pulse bomb from Angel is there. Has the Mega Health to play around, grabs it. Meanwhile, they rotate on the card. That's a huge pick because Crimzo now is not going to have a lot of support. So Seeker goes for the copy to enable Crimzo in the back in case Angel goes for that dive. But he's bashed by the rallying copy Seeker. Eventually, will come out of that. The Nano's still available for Canada. That's their only ultimate. Meanwhile, Mexico trying to build up towards Castle with Primal Rage. Bubble cooldown used for Astro. A lot of space given because of it. Same with Castle. Nano onto the Echo of Seeker. Goes aggressive onto Sofa. They send Momo back to the spawn and they find him. Cal also with the flail has found Trobolux. Karth, though, stays not moving because Castle with the Primal Rage is staying there. As long as Angel can live with his life, they might have a recontest, but Noxious finds him towards that mini angle. Castle desperately trying to escape that beam of Seeker. He does so for now. But the rest of his team is trapped in spawn due to the bubble of the Winston of Astro. Castle and Trobolux trying to equalize it, but it's not a lot of damage with just that Sombra in Winston. Pulse bomb from Noxious onto Sofa too. With time left remaining, Trobolux has to translocate out. You just have Angel, but he falls too. And Canada will capture out with 50 seconds.
Trobolux trying to go onto that Sombra to punish Cal's lack of mobility on that Zen meant that the Reaper was taken off of the board, and you see the difference that it makes in Canada's approach as to how aggressive and how frequently they send Astromechs on that Winston for those dives. They know that that main counter of punishing you when you get close, or forcing you to use bubble far earlier than you would want, so you don't really have the means of being able to survive making it back to your team, and it becomes a sort of trade. Is it worth sacrificing our Winston for the space that he's going to be able to create for the rest of our team? All of that goes up in smoke when the Reaper is taken out.
Moxie, this is a very, very intriguing series now where Mexico's on the offensive side, whereas Canada's on the defense. And it looks like they're going to swap Cal over to the Brigitte. So he's played, 3 supports thus far.
Well, they know that there's going to be a dive to come through, and Crimzo is most likely going to be public enemy #1. If the Ana goes down, so too does that Winston's lifeline, and Brig healing is not enough. It's not base release Brigitte where you're going to be able to make sure everyone stays alive, nice and healthy. So they do want to play for the counter dive with things like the flail and the shield to be able to mitigate a lot of the damage and pressure of Castle and Trobolux's jumps in.
And they walk through, obviously, with that Echo composition yet again. I mean, mirror on both sides. We'll have to see how it pans out. Obviously, Angel going to be still playing that Tracer. Really has been crucial for Mexico in their success.
No Ash on the defense, though, so he does have an easier time being able to approach the point from the back.
You're right, that could enable them. Meanwhile, Trobolux takes a ton of poke early on from Seeker, who has kind of come into his own on that Echo roll. still looks for Chobolux as they go for the dive. They're able to get Crimzo, but Seeker's there to counter Chobolux, who was hard focused on setting up the dive, unaware that Seeker really wanted to remove him. Onhel's also removed too, so no more DPS there. Fantastic first fight for Canada.
Canada needed those kills too. They'd lost Crimzo. Mexico was so focused on taking Crimzo down with the anti and then the dive to follow up. If Mexico had been able to keep all of their other players alive and rubber band before Crimzo had respawned, Canada would have had to give up this really aggressive hold towards main, which is going to be so helpful in shaving Mexico's time down.
Already close to that copy. I mean, Seeker is farming at the moment. We'll see if he plays a bit too aggressive because of it. Goes back for that Winston bubble used from Castle as he goes to create some space, but now backs up, noticing that Mexico just wants to get their supports in a bit more of an aggressive position, but they actually back all the way up. Seeker takes a bit of poke, but has that copy ready to go onto Castle, potentially get the copy, but Onhel's already found Crimzo. Maybe being too hesitant with their own dive. Now goes for the copy. They're down one. Cal goes low, though he jumps on a Momo, but the peel is there. They're able to live and fend off Seeker in that copy. No ticks given just yet either, so Canada will have time to regroup as none of them have died. Seeker will pop the Primal Rage copy as well onto Momo. Forcement to the point, but the Seeker comes down to Seeker. I mean, actually, they connect onto him, though. Momo falls because of the nades from Seeker as well, so he traded his life for a Castle so low before he can even get that Nano or the Primal Rage. They used it on the Chobolux, who hasn't really found any copy just yet. Regroup toward that point. Canada has that re-engage with the rally. They committed onto Cal. Copy now on the Chobolux. Onhel drops the pulse bomb, but to no avail. No kills for them yet, as well as the copy eventually runs out for Chobolux. Cal doing a great job with the recontest. Seeker also finds Chobolux. Onhel trying to make things back in the favor of Canada, but just with the rally here, they're missing a lot of that damage. And now they have to back up underneath, where Canada just takes an aggressive position to force them away.
Yeah, Anthony does hit onto Ashmax as well as that sleeper. He does have the primal if he falls low enough, as well as the nano boost from Crimzo as Mexico are forced to try and find a different approach to this point, and have Volado trying to play towards his back line and go after either the Ana or the Brigida just to be able to pull focus away from them.
Ana boost used onto Seeker. Flail to boop him away for now, and he also finds Chobolux too. Onhel does trade it, but not for his life. Castled as well with the Primal Rage, going to find no value. Just going to back up and reset. A minute left for Mexico now.
Yeah, you're essentially a sitting duck if you're an attacking team and you don't pull Canada's focus from just being able to sit above your head on main, get the cleave from Ashmax to be able to connect onto all of those players without having to force either the bubble or the jump onto cooldown. And as a result, Primal Rage has just been online far more for the defensive Winston.
Mexico desperately trying to build some ultimates now. Seeker gets poked down, still has that copy ready to go. Bubble used, so Seeker can't go for the copy immediately. Now dives with Astro on the front line, who is now Primal Raging him, and it's really hard to live in these spots versus two Winstons, though they do get the copy. Onhel's also towards the point. Cal playing back, ready for Crimzo's disengage. They get Seeker out of the copy. Mexico now understanding that the onus is on them. They go to the point with 17 seconds left. We'll try to build that nano. Go for the dive early. Castle will re-peek for that nano of Momo. But Chobolux falls. Seeker counters him yet again. It feels like that's the storyline so far on Nubani. Seeker is shut down. Chobolux. Castle can't even get the nano in time because Sofa's rally was not there soon enough. Momo won't even be able to build the nano. And sadly for Mexico, they're going to be falling to Canada here, who looked amazing on Nubani. 2-0 for Canada.
Yeah, I think for Mexico, they were just in a really unfortunate position where they took us to Numbani to try and move away from that Ramatra brawl. But in my opinion, Canada's strongest map is Numbani. It's where that dive is just so potent. Crimzo always seems to be able to find so much value with the utility on this Ana as well. It's incredibly hard as they're able to pull off another stalwart defense on the very first opening of the map.
I mean, great work from Canada, obviously. I think with the Astro lineup as well. I mean, that was so great. Obviously, him coming in playing that Winston, being subbed in and playing it well, really enabling Seeker, enabling their dives in general. It was super clean to see from Canada. Now let's bring back Jamerson to break everything down a little bit here. I was going, Jamerson. What'd you think about that match, man?
Yeah, I mean, getting to see a lot of the echoes in this matchup really makes me appreciate the kind of intelligence that you have to play with when it comes down to these echo duplications. And on both sides of the coin here for Mexico and for Canada, both of their echoes had some amazing moments, right? Chobolux on Village had a really smart duplicate because Momo had gone down early, so he needed a little bit more support line in the back. So he duplicates that for his team to keep them up in a fight. Same thing coming out from Seeker, had that same moment as well when I believe one of their supports, Crimzo, stayed alive. One of their supports went down. He did the same duplicate, and being able to make that decision making on the fly, pardon the pun, is really amazing to see. Now, my big question for you guys was that this matchup was basically kind of a power gauging matchup for both squads, for Canada and for Mexico. Now with this performance up against Mexico, does Canada kind of reinvigorate your faith in them currently standing in this group?
I mean, yeah, kind of actually, Jamerson. I think that Canada really showed a little bit of flexibility today, having Seeker over to that Echo. I think Nox just looked serviceable on the Tracer. I would still like to see him pop off a little bit more. He had some great pulse bombs, great engages as well with Astro. I think they have a great synergy there. But obviously, I think that's one of their bigger weaknesses, just making sure Noxious can really improve on that Tracer role. I think at points he looked solid, but realistically, Seeker was a big reason, and also Astro on that Winston, to why Canada succeeded so well on Nubani.
And on the other side, Moxie, for Mexico, they have a very important match now. Taking this loss up against Mexico drops them, up against Canada, drops them down to 2-2, and they have one final match up against Puerto Rico. Do you think they showed enough in this matchup up against Canada to make you feel confident in them to be able to take a victory up against Puerto Rico and, of course, secure a spot for BlizzCon later on?
But one thing they showed, which I'm sure we caught and Puerto Rico definitely caught, was a reluctance to go up against Ramatra. To the point that we literally saw them commit to a composition, see that it was a Ramatra, force them off of the Ramatra, and then swap off of that composition. And that is an immediate and glaring weakness that Puerto Rico are going to be able to take advantage of. However, with how clean their mechanicals were, especially on the first couple of fights that we saw in Nepal, I would definitely say that Mexico are the favorites going into that matchup. If they're able to play to their strengths and they don't have to worry about the Ramatra, I think they're going to go pretty cleanly. If they do have to go against the Ram, that's when we're probably going to see this team falter in terms of confidence and aggression.
Yeah, so congratulations. Canada will go ahead and secure that victory. That brings them up to a 3-1 scoreline. And their final match for this week, for this group stage, is going to be Guatemala. If they get that victory there, no questions whatsoever, they move on to BlizzCon. We don't have to do any kinds of the math with the map differentials or tiebreakers or anything like that. But for Mexico, their tournament is on the line. They need to secure that victory up against Puerto Rico to have any chance whatsoever. Now, we do have an interview in store for you guys, but we're going to go ahead and take a short break. While we set that up, we'll have a member from Team Canada right after this break. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. Just before the break, we got to watch Canada secure their victory up against Mexico. And so now we've got Noxious on the line. Congratulations on your victory. Very quick first question. What were your thoughts coming into this game up against Mexico today? And were there any players that stood out for you that you want to see a little bit more, that you know want to see more of in the future?
Well, coming into the game, we knew like what to expect because, well, even if USA was like off-rolling, they took a map off of them, which is like kind of a slap in the face. We're like, oh, damn, okay, this is like, we need to take this seriously. So we came to the match just kind of preparing and doing what we could. We knew Angel Velato is kind of the underrated GOAT, so we had to like, we kind of had to keep him in check, and I think we did well. So
yeah, I mean, speaking of Angel Velato, of course, you have been having to move over to that tracer role a little bit more for Team Canada. Could you walk us through like how that's been like adjusting to playing a hero that you're not as much used to as playing?
Yeah, for sure. I think I mean Tracer's always been like one of my strong suits. Obviously, the first couple of matches, I felt a little shaky on Tracer because the nerves kind of get to you. You know, it's like the first time on the stage, and it's like such an honor to like be able to represent my country. So it was really coming down to just like I had to really refocus. I had to put a lot of effort outside of scrims and other things to make sure that like I was keeping that in check and coming into the game like fresh, and I was ready to play. And yeah, I mean, it was a lot of adaptations. I've been learning a lot about the game in ways that I never really thought I would. I'm with a lot of really experienced players, so it's really just coming down to like me having to like step up and put my best out there. So
yeah, that's awesome to hear, and you honestly have been living up to. You've been doing an amazing job so far. But speaking of the pressure and the expectations so far, I mean, there is going to be, of course, a lot of weight put on to Team Canada. How have you been adjusting to that? And has the team been helpful in dealing with a lot of that pressure?
Absolutely. I mean, shout out to our coaches. I think we have a really like strong team, overseeing us. We have a lot of really qualified staff members, and that really like helps us. Like if I have any questions any time of the day, like I can ask and they come in and they VOD review with me, or we check some concepts out. So it's really, I think in the few coming months before BlizzCon, I think already we are like secured qualifying if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's going to be a lot of adaptations. It's going to be a lot of working outside of scrims, and I know a lot of my players are also playing contenders, so I'll have to do the same in order to stay my best.
Speaking of your coaches and stuff like that, it looks like you have a lot of that support to have some extra eyes on the tape. Going back to the match today up against Mexico, were you guys expecting that Pharah composition on Shrine in particular when it came out from Mexico, and what was your game plan around it?
Yeah, well, we assumed they would like try to do like a cheese composition. I mean, it just at the start it was funny because my Discord kind of like stopped working. It like completely shut down, and we were calling for pause and it was not coming up. So it was it kind of took us like 20%, but I think our adaptation was just like going back to spawn, swap to the monkey comp, and do what we could with what we had, and I think that worked well for us. I think there's a few fights maybe we went a little far. We overextended a little bit, and that cost us a little bit of percentage. But overall, I wasn't really concerned.
And you guys got the job done, right? So no need to be concerned if you got the job done. And one final question. So we've been seeing the flex between False and Astronix. What's it like playing with either of those tanks in? What changes for Team Canada when you guys make those swaps?
For Astro, it's mostly there is like assigned maps. So like we know there's maps like KR where Astro would just play, and he's really like proactive and he's really good at it. And Falls is just kind of like the all-in-one player. Like he's able to do like anything to like a really good level, but we're really just trying to see like what kind of adaptations we can make. I think especially like Danny, he picked up 2 tank players. He's trying to give like playtime to both. So obviously it's just like finding these little niche things that like separate them both and like work to our advantage in game. And I think we kind of found it. I genuinely like. I think Astro has improved significantly. I think he's playing really well. And same thing for Falls. They're both like really good tank players. So, yeah, it's been great.
That's awesome to hear. And you know what? Happy Canada Day. Congratulations on your victory. And here on this momentous occasion, of course. I want to give you the final word for your fans back at home, because you guys have been putting on an amazing performance, been really entertaining throughout the Overwatch World Cup from what I've been seeing. So go ahead and take it away.
Final words. I mean, there's not much to say. I'm just really excited to go to LAN, and maybe if we go up against USA, it might be a different story, but we shall see what happens. I'm just really excited. So.
Yeah, I think we are all hoping for that rematch. So once again, congratulations. Thank you so much to Noxious for joining us. For now, let's go ahead and bring back Dustin and Moxie here, and because a lot of these questions did come from them. So what were you guys' insights on his answers to those questions? Moxie?
I mean, again, it's really nice to see that Danny is going between both of these tank players. A lot of these teams have signed a lot of different players. Worlds is all about trying to give those players a specific platform so that more people can see them. And to actually get to see that Team Canada is giving both of their tanks equal opportunity to be able to show themselves off, not just to build synergy with the team, but also to build more opportunities for themselves outside of the World Cup event is really lovely to see.
Yeah.
And here are our results for today. We had a lot of important matches. Of course, we're taking a look at Group B, I want to say in particular. Colombia versus Chile, Dustin, went all the way. We finally, you know, broke to Overwatch. We got the third map. What were your thoughts on that match?
I mean, that's rough for Chile, man. That was such a good series. Obviously, earlier on with Phil and Chef Billy covering it. It was such a fun series, man. I mean, Chile really brings it to any team they're playing against, and unfortunately, they still took that L to Colombia, who, you know, obviously looked to qualify.
Yeah, I honestly love that series so much that I feel like, you know, if anyone missed it, they should go back, rewatch that. The other important match, of course, for the day was Canada versus Mexico. Canada securing the 2-0. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how the rule set works out. There are so many different permutations when it comes to these round robin group stages, but I think they secured their spot. But yeah, congratulations to Canada. Now they'll be facing off against, I believe it's Guatemala tomorrow, and now it's going to come down to Mexico versus Puerto Rico. So I love that our script writers were able to schedule this so well. Is there any particular matchup that you guys are looking forward to tomorrow, Moxie?
I mean, it has to be, right? Puerto Rico versus Mexico. I think it's actually, again, give the script writers a huge hand of applause. The last game of the day as well. So yeah. It's the one that has the most stakes. It's the one that you're going to have to wait the longest for, but it's definitely probably going to be both the closest and also the most heartbreaking. One of these teams is going to be able to soldier forward and make it to BlizzCon. One of these other teams is going to be coming incredibly close, but unfortunately not quite close enough, and we're going to have to send away.
Yeah, also in Group A, we have Colombia versus Brazil. Dustin, what are you expecting out of that matchup?
I mean, I'm expecting it also to be close. I mean, there's two really good series. It's kind of like we had really amazing series at the beginning, and then we're also having the super good ones on the very last day, which is tomorrow. Oh my God, I'm excited.
That's right. We still have so much more Overwatch World Cup for the next 24 hours. It's going to be amazing. And I'm so glad that I was able to be here on the journey so far with you guys. And I'm glad we have at least one more day. But that is going to do it for today's broadcast. So from everyone here, of course, on the Overwatch World Cup broadcast, for Dustin, for Moxie, for Phil and Billy and myself, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back with more America's group stages tomorrow at 2 p.m. You're not going to want to miss that. But for now, have a good night.
A lot of space if we're going around the corner, and that's exactly what the AMP matrix is for here. It means that Nabita really can't get the work done they need to get done and gets focused out of this. Walter with the double will secure the team fight here, and at just over a minute on the clock, we've still yet to see that. It is for Ecuador. Pavilion needs to find a lot of value here with this sound barrier. Pavilions down, sound barrier was committed to Gatsby, finds the double, Oracle with the third, and a valiant effort here from Ecuador on the streets of Kings Row. Sadly, not quite enough, and Argentina put themselves, wondering whether that was a psychotic episode or not. No, just fear of EQO closing in on another EMP. 1-1, supports out for both sides here, and we get the annihilation run here from Super Gomez. 2 for 2, hug down, frack down, out of the mech, out out of luck, out of life, back into the respawn queue. Needs to go into something super speedy to get back in this fight, because right now it's down to Ram and to Papo to keep this going. Ram
And just holding the door here. Hodor, and there's the pulse bomb out.
Oh, EMP nullifies the barrier that came in from Frag, but Frag has been able to get the Primal Rage going. Super Gomez is not interested in the slightest in the tank matchup. What they want is to get right up against spawn doors and just empty the entire energy clip into the door. EQO finds Papo, and whilst the respawns here are super fast for Chile, I don't think it's like so much harder for the Junker Queen here. So Super Gomez now needs to play a little bit more carefully. EQO goes into the back. No need to worry about the Orb of Discord now. Nothing really stopping EQO from pulling the Riptire on this big old lawnmower of an ultimate. Down goes the Mountain Lazu. Ram and Frag down as well. And now we're on the final straightaway into the end.
So Richie is finds Ultraviolet, but Super does trade Bandit. Also, Cluj wants more. TP's all the way back into Marleo, who's sitting all the way towards the fountain side. While Arenas does trade him back, Super still is looking to find more. Even drops the whole hog and gets the 3K in that fight. Rupa going a bit aggressive. Allows Super a bit of that space too onto Richie to give him a nice, what is that, 3 or 4K with the whole lock in.
There's no Torben off this time though.
No, there might be. No, they're
not running Torb.
It's a Rhinoff. It's a Rhinoff. You're right. How convenient. It's now Bandit versus Ultraviolet. Fire strike committed by Ultraviolet early. Meanwhile, Armor almost off. A nice charge by Bandit. Ultraviolet not expecting that. But the counter charge. Oh my god. Ultraviolet actually comes out on top. And AFKs as well on top of it to signify that he is the champion of today. Doing a great job just staying towards the point, making sure it doesn't flip a sleep dart as well. Lands onto Wed2, but the follow-up damage isn't there. Although Costa Rica goes incredibly low. Talisman finds Wed2 and Gidello, and then Winter 2 on top of those 3 kills. Puerto Rico reclaim that point. EMP on Devaru as well, and they take map number 1. And they really needed that, Mox.
They really needed it, but Dustin, it was not a dominant performance. That
out, but they're down a person in this fight. Baru doesn't have that Primal Rage, desperately relying on Web2's heals. The aggressive play now from Puerto Rico with the rally, with the copy, results in Web2 dying. They can easily push this cart towards the end now. Talisman will find Carmack with the copy jump onto Cart. Sleep from Chobos was absolutely beautiful. And now Mexico rotated towards the point. They use the copied Nano 2 to sustain Pulse. Wants to win this point, so he drops the Wrecking Ball ultimate. But Seeker is getting dished in the air by Chobolux. What a play from here. Even with the Valkyrie of Magic 8-Ball, he couldn't live. And Chobolux is on fire. Gets Magic 8-Ball out of here in 60% and going. What a play from the Echo of Mexico.
You need that, and as a result, Canada are going to just be able to keep rolling. They have that spam pressure to be able to make sure that Mexico cannot contest until that card is on the checkpoint, or at least until the Anna's respawns. Scalpel goes incredibly long, too long. He jumped in like he had Prior and Nana boost, but Smother was still out of the fight.
This is great from Canada. They get on
space if I go.